All of you, hope you guys are great. So this is the very first video. In this we're going to start working on the smart contract. Once we're done with the smart contract deployment testing, after that we're going to work on the UI part. We're going to connect the smart contract with the UI. So what I have done so far, I have created this folder by the name real estate contract. Okay, so let me open this particular folder in my VS Code, and here I am. Let me make it full screen. That's how it's going to look like. And now the very first thing I have to do is I have to initialize the project. Okay, so to do that, all I have to do is simply type npx thirdweb lattice create contract, and we are using Thirdweb in this project for building our entire tab. Okay, as I told you in the last video, that's what we're going to utilize it. So let me hit enter. This will take a little bit time, so it's going to ask you to give a name of your project. So let me call it, let's say call it Thirdweb 3, and we're going to start with empty hard hat project. So hit enter, and we're going to take this empty hard hat. And the best part of this Thirdweb is that it will give you pre-built contract. So if you want to create your ERC20 token, if you want to create your ERC721, ERC1150, so you can use the pre-built contract in your project and deploy that. But we're going to start with the empty contract. So hit enter, and this will take a little bit time, so just be with me. Let's get completed. So let me do a little bit fast forward so it can happen very quickly. Why? And finally you can see that we have successfully initialized Thirdweb in our project, and here it will give you a couple of commands. So it will have this web npm run build. If you want to deploy the contract, we can run this command. If we want to publish, we can do that. So it's pretty easy and it has all the features. So that's absolutely incredible. Now simply clear the terminal, and now let me show you what we have inside this web3 folder. So let me open this one, and inside that you will find all this folder and file which Thirdweb create. It's just like a normal React or Next application. Okay, so you will find this Git. Inside this you will have all the data about the GitHub repository or Git. So I hope you guys are familiar with this. Now come here, open this contract one, and inside this you will have this empty contract. Let me drag this down, open this one. As we have selected empty contract, so that's why we don't have anything on it. Okay, so this is our empty contract. Let me rename this to real estate, and that's the same thing I'm going to call to my contract, say real estate. Okay, so we got our name. Things looks pretty fine. Now what we can do, here we have the get ignore, so we don't want to push couple of things to our GitHub. So that's all you will find here by default when you will initialize Thirdweb. And here we have this hard hat config file, and here we have to do couple of important configuration because we're going to deploy this to the Polygon text network. So once we complete the smart contract, we'll definitely come back and we're going to do the configuration here. So that looks pretty good, and this is the package.json file. If you open this one, this is the entire package data you will find here. So we'll have this script. So if we want to run the build command, we can call it build. We have this deploy, and we have release, and we have hard hat, and we have Thirdweb contract. So that's the basic one. Now what we can do is, let me close all these open tabs, and we can start working on the contract very first. Okay, let's first build the contract. Once we build the contract, after that we're going to test the contract. Once we test the contract, after that we're going to deploy the contract. So this is the step I'm going to take. First build, test, deploy, connect. 4 steps we're going to have. So make it side by side. And now we're not going to take this constructor because we don't need to pass any argument into our Dapp. So close this one. Now let me write down all the function we're going to create into our contract. So let me write down. So let me call this function, and let's create the very first function. We'll call it list property. So this function will allow user to list their property, and it's going to take a couple of inputs. Okay, so for the time being, just give the name to our functions and it will return a unt. So we'll say, let's say unt. Okay, let's build the function. So this is the very first function we have. Now let's come here, let's create the second function, and this will allow them to update the data. So let's say update property, and right now we don't pass any argument. Let's make it external return, and we want to return the, let's say unt. Okay, once the data is updated in the contract, we have to return a unt. Actually we're going to return an product id. So these are the two functions we have. Let's create the another one. Let's bring this down. Function will say by property, and it's going to take couple of inputs, so we have to make it external so anyone can call it, and we have to make it public as well because there is a transfer of funds. So we'll say external payable, and it's not going to return anything. And let's create the fourth one, and this will call get properties. So it will give us all the properties, get all properties, public, view, and we're going to return the entire struct. Okay, we're going to return the entire property. So what we'll do, we'll return, and we're going to create a struct, and I'm going to call it property. So let's call it in advance. Right now we are just calling the functions, so property and memory. Okay, and we have to create this struct, so we are just building the skeleton, the function we're going to utilize it. Now let's create the next function, and this will call get property, and this one is for the individual property. So we'll say external view, and we want to return the property. Okay, let's come here. Now we have to create the other function, so we have to create the function for get user property, and it's not going, we're going to push the property external view, and we have to simply return the entire property. So property, and we'll say memory. Okay, that looks fine. Now come down here, and this one is going to be for the reviews. So we are done with the all properties like listing, buying, updating, getting all properties, like get properties and get user properties, all the function for the properties. Now we have to create the functions for the reviews. Okay, so we will allow our user to add review, add like system to each one of the properties. So we have to build a separate function for that. So let's come here, review function, and we'll say function, and this will say add review, and it's going to take the product ID, but leave it like it for timing external. And we'll create another function, this will call get prop, let's say get product review. Okay, reviews, and external view and return, and it's going to return the entire review. Okay, memory. And you have noticed one thing, that I have used get product review. So in the last video I told you that in the last video I explained about the reusable smart contract model. In that I've explained you that how you can create a global review system, the same review system I'm using in this particular project. Okay, the same review system. If you haven't watched, make sure to watch it, or you can follow this project, it will make more sense. That's why I've given this name, get property review. That's why I've given this name, get product review. You can call it property, it's totally up to you, but I want to keep things different for the review and for the properties. So we have this one, get property review. Let's bring this down. Now let's create the other function, and this will say get user review. So this one is going to be for the individual user who will give the review, and let's say external view return, and we want to return the entire review memory. Okay, let's come down. So we are done with the add review, get product review, get user review, and now we have to add the, let's say, like review, so anybody can like the review. So okay, so external, let's come down, and now we have to write the function for get highest rated product. So this function is very special because this function will allow us to monitor that which particular review has a higher amount of likes, higher amount of engagement. So we can fetch that particular product and display in our front end in the UI. Okay, you can do either in two ways. You can do in the normal way by calling this function, or you can store information. You can create a separate variable in the contract which can keep the track of highest number of like, highest number of engagement. But I would like to make things simple, so that's why I've taken this function, external view, and it's going to return the, let's say, UNT, the ID of the product. Okay, so we are done with the entire functionality, entire function we're going to include into our contract. So everything's looking so far good. So we have this listed, update property, buy property, we have all properties, get user properties, add review, get product reviews, get user review, like review, get highest rated product. So hope so far things making sense to all of you guys. Now we're going to define the entire state variable in our contract. So we have done with the functionality. Now let's talk about the variables. So let me give this comment, state variable, and now the very first thing we have to define is the struct for the property. Okay, so let's say struct property, and this will have a couple of data types. So we'll have boolean, we'll have number, and we'll have a lot of data types. So let's write it down one by one. So you can see here we have the property. Now come here. Now the first thing we have to take the UNT, because we have to keep the track of the product ID. So every single property the user will list in our marketplace, every single property will have a unique ID. So that's what we have to assign in the struct. So we'll say product ID, then we'll have the address of the particular user, then we'll have the UNT. This will keep the track of the price. Why is there? Okay, I have to remove this. So UNT 256. Okay, so we got the product ID, we got the honor, we got the price. Now let's come down here. We have to take the string, and this will keep the information about the property title. Okay, title, let's call it title. Now we'll take the string, we'll take this one, will be category, because every single property, like, you will allow user to have multiple category in our marketplace. So they can have a like housing, rental, official, or a marketplace. So those kind of category will assign. You can do this based on the enum, but I would like to keep it like it. Okay, so let's take this string image. So for the image, what I have planned, that we can include two options. Like, user can paste the URL of the image. So if they have an image, and if they have uploaded any image to anywhere else, they can simply take the URL and they can paste, and we can store into the contract. Or we have one more option, we can include that the user can upload the image to the IPFS, but I just try to keep that IPFS thing as an optional. Okay, because many of you are struggle to get the Infura key and private key, because right now you can't use their global endpoints, it's required credit card. Okay, so that's why I try to keep it things simple. I'll try to keep it as a URL base, but we can modify later. Okay, just for the time being, let's keep it like it. Okay, so we have the image. Let's take another one. This will be the property address, and we'll take the description as well. Okay, description. Now we have to take the address, address, and we're going to keep the address of like those who will like the give the review. Okay, give the review. So let's say reviewers, and now we have to keep the message. So the review they are giving in the product, in the, sorry, I'm saying product, it's a property. So we'll say review. So this is the entire data we are storing. Hope so far things are clear. So when a user will list a single property, we're going to take all of this data. Product ID will be automatically get calculated based on the contract. So we'll take the address of the user, price, title, category, image, property, address, descriptions, and later they can define the review, and we can store the data into this. So that's the property struct we have. Now come here. Now we have to define the mapping, because we have to map one property to with a unique ID. Okay, so we'll say mapping, we'll say mapping UNT, and we'll refer to the entire property. So we'll take this property. It will be a private variable, because we don't want to allow others to call it. Okay, so private, and we'll say properties. That looks fine. Now what we have to do is we have to take a variable which will use it to create a property ID. Okay, which will keep the track of how many properties user have listed into the marketplace. Okay, so we'll take this UNT. It will be a public variable, and we'll say property I index. Okay, property index, property ID is totally up to you, but index suits better. So that looks good. Now what we can do, come here, we'll take this events. So events are important, very important, because I want to show you the concept of event and how powerful it is. Because when we're going to fetch the data from the smart contract, I'll show you the both way, the function we have created for the fetching the data, and we're going to fetch the data based on the event as well. And it's very cheap. It will save your life when you will work on a real world project, and that will save your life. So that's the event we have. Now let's come here, we'll call it event. The very first event we have to create is property, let's say listed. Okay, and in that we have to store 3 to 4 information. So the first information will store the product ID, so we have to provide the index, we'll say ID. Then we'll take the address of the owner, so we'll say indexed owner, and we have to store the price. Hope things are making sense to all of you guys. This is the first event we have. Now let's create the other event, and this event will call property sold. So whenever someone will buy the property, we have to trigger this event, and that we're going to pass this the index, the ID of the product. Then we have to pass the old owner index, old owner. Then we have to pass the address of the new owner, and we have to then we have to take another one, and we have to pass the pricing of the particular product which he has bought. Okay, pricing. So that's the two events we have. Now let's create the third one. So we'll say event, and this will call property property resold. Okay, hope you guys have understood what we have done. So when someone will sell it, we're going to initialize this particular event, and that we have to pass the product ID. So we'll say unt index ID. We have to take the address, index the old owner, and we have to say address, index the new owner, and the last one is going to be the pricing of the property. So this is the three events we have. Hope things are making sense to all of you guys what we have done here. And I'm going pretty slow. If you think that I'm going a little faster, try to adjust the speed. There is a setting in the YouTube section. That's a setting here you have. Click on that, and from there you can adjust the high and low speed of the video. So we are done with this event, done with the property, done with the mapping, done with the events, and looks pretty fine. Now what we can do it, now we're going to start working on the review model. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Let me have a look one more time. So this one is looking pretty good, and now we can start work on the review. So let me type review. Okay, why it's taking this blue? Okay, let's type the okay, no, let's take this section. Okay, still it's blue. Let me attach this one. Now it's good. So look good so far. Now we're going to take the struct, because we're going to keep the reviews in a struct. So that review will have the how many rating that particular property have got from individual users. Then we'll keep the review, then we'll keep the address, a lot of data we're going to keep. So let's define that one. So we'll take struct, we'll say review, and the very first thing we want to is store the address of the person who's giving the review. So let me remove this one, address, and we'll say reviewer. Then we have to store the unt, we have to store that what is the product ID, because on the base of that they will give the review. Okay, product ID. Then we have to take a variable for the rating, and after the rating we have to take a string for the comment, so they will give the comment. So, and now finally we have to take the likes, because we'll allow them to like a particular review. Okay, that's functionality is also going to be there, and that's going to be controlled by the smart contract. You have two options. You can do this outside the contract, like using the front end and the UI part JavaScript, but I like to include all the things into the contract so no one can manipulate, because it's immutable. Once you deploy this contract on the blockchains, nobody can make the changes, and that's kind of feature we want in our application. We don't want to do any manipulations from the front end side. Okay, so that's the entire struct what I'm having here. Okay, let me provide this semicolon. That looks pretty good. So this is the review. Now we have to take one more struct, and this struct will keep the track of the product. Okay, so let me take the struct, and we'll say product, and let's say product, and it will take the unt, the product ID, obviously, because that's the unique identifier each property will have. Now we'll take the unt, we'll have the total rating, so how many rating that particular user have got, and now we have to take the last one, which is a number of rating or number of review, you can call it. Okay, this will keep the track that how many reviews that particular product has got it. Okay, so that's the two struct we have taken, one for the review, one for the product. In the product section we are keeping the track of the product ID and that how many totals rating that particular product has got. On base of this we're going to calculate that which one is the highest rated product in our marketplace. Okay, so it becomes very easy for you for us to build and show the data into the front end. And we have this another unt which will keep the track of number of review a particular product has got. So that looks pretty fine. So that's the entire struct we have, and now we have to define the mapping. So come here, we'll say mapping unt, and we want to return the entire review. Okay, so every product, every review will have a unique ID, and when we pass that unique ID into that mapping, it will give the entire review. Okay, so we'll take this review array, and that looks good. Come here, we'll say private, and we'll call reviews. Let's take another one. This will keep the track of the address. So we'll say UNT 256, and we'll say private will be the user review, sorry. So that looks good. We'll display, and the reason we have included this particular mapping, because like user will have their own dashboards where they can see that what they have done in the past. So if they have give comments, if they have give review, if they have provide likes, so those are information we want to fetch, so we can display in the profile dashboard. Okay, so for that we are keeping the track of this particular review system. That's the one mapping. And let's create another one, and this will take a UNT, and it's going to return the product. It will be a private, and we'll say products. Okay, so far hope everything is making sense to all of you guys, that what we are doing here. So we have this 3 mapping, so that looks good. And now we have to take a variable which keep the track of the counting. So let me take that public review, so counter. That looks good. Now we have to initialize the event, so let's take the event. So this will call review added, added added, and in that we have to pass the couple of data. We have to pass the product ID, so we have to pass the product ID, we have to pass the address, the one who's created the review, so we'll call it reviewer, and we have to pass the, let's say, rating, that how many rating he or she has given, and we have to pass the address, the message he has provided. So let me type this comment. Okay, this is the first event we have. Now let's write the another one. This one is for the review like. So like if someone given the review to the particular product, someone else can like his review, like the functionality we have in YouTube or any other social media platform. So if someone give comment, you can go and you can like their comment, or you can like their review. So that's kind of things we're going to add it. So this is the event we have. Let's pass the same data. We're going to pass this UNT, the product ID. So we'll say product ID, then we have to keep the UNT index, we'll keep the review index. Okay, and then we have to take the address of the one who has provided the review. Okay, so we'll call it liker, and we'll keep this UNT 256 likes. Okay, so hope things are making sense to all of you guys what we have done. So in the second one we have taken the product ID, we have taken the review, because every single review will have a unique index. Okay, because we are storing the entire review in the product ID as a form of array, so it will go from 0, 1, 2, 3. So that 0, that 1 is a unique identity to a particular review. Okay, because when we call get all review, it will give us the entire review of the smart contract, but we have to relate that review from the particular product. So that's why we have taken this index. Okay, and like are those who will like the review and those who will give the likes. Okay, so those are the things. So this is the entire events we have, looking so fine, good to me, and looking so good. So this is the state one, this is the mapping, this is the events for the product property, this is the review section, this is the product section, this is the mapping section, this is our review counter we have, and this is the event we have. So far things are looking good in my end and pretty good. Now we're going to start working on our very first function for listing property. Okay, so hope you guys are excited. If you are, do let me know in the comment section that I'm excited and I have understood whatever I have told you. If you still have any confusion, write me right now, stop me here and ask me that what is your problem, what is the confusing part in the contract, what you haven't understood. Ask me in the comment section so I can tell you. Okay, after that you should go ahead once you understand everything. So this is the function we're going to start working on very soon. Now let's start working on it. So the very first thing we have to do is we have to receive couple of data from the user, because when the user will list their property to the marketplace, we need title, we need pricing, we need images, we need description, we need addresses. So we need all of the information, and that's what we're going to ask from the user inside this function. So let's take that function. So we'll take this first thing, we're going to take this address of the person who is creating. And the reason why I'm not going with message.sender, because that's a one way to store the information of the user who is calling this function. But here we are using Thirdweb, okay, and we are not using Web3 model or any other packages for connecting with the wallet or making connection with the smart contract. We are using Thirdweb. So like there is a function in Thirdweb which I will tell you how. When you will call that function, it will give you the address of the user, it will give you the signer, and that's what we're going to pass it. Okay, so that's why there is no need of taking this message.sender. That's why we're going to take this address straight away from the function. So like it, address honor, we'll take this unt, and this will keep the price. We'll take the string memory, this will say property title, then we have to take a string memory, and this will say category. Then we'll take this string memory, and it will say image, and this will say string memory, and this will say the property address, and we have one more is the description. So these are the information we're going to take from the users into this function. I hope so far things are making sense to all of you guys. Now let's go. This looks pretty good to me. All the things we have here, image, property address, descriptions, that's good. Now come here, and we want to return the unt from this function. Once the property get listed, we have to return the id. You have two options. You can return the entire data to the user, but it's always better to go with a simple approach, product id. So open this one, and now we have to simply write down all the data, take this all data and write down into a smart contract. Okay, so we're going to take this check because we have to do a check, and the check we're going to do on the base of the price. We want the user should provide at least some amount of money. The price should be not zero, so that's the condition we're going to check. So we'll say price should be greater than 0, otherwise we have to throw this message, error message. So we'll say price must be greater than 0. That looks good. So this is the first check we have. Once we pass this check, we have to simply update that. Okay, my AC is not working, and you can see that I'm sweating. Not a big deal. Let's complete this out. So that's the first check. Once we pass this check, we have to get the product ID. We have to create that unique ID for the product, which we can assign, and that will become the unique identifier for the product. So we'll take this unt, and we'll take this unt variable, and we'll say, let's say product ID, and here we're going to increment. So remember, this is we have taken the product property index we have taken, and we're going to simply take this plus plus, so it will increment. So whenever a properties get listed, this will keep increment, and that's how we're going to generate a product ID. So that looks good. We have this one, and you can see this is the variable we have taken. Come here, and now we can see, come here, and now we have to simply take the entire property, and we have to take the property, we have to get the properties, and that we have to pass the property ID, because this ID will become the unique identifier. And now we're going to simply pass here, and we're going to simply update that. So this is the same logic we have followed over and over again. So we'll pass property, and will take the property dot product ID, make it capital D. Okay, come here, and here what I have said, open this one and make it capital D. That looks good. Come here, now we have to simply update this product ID. That looks good. Now we have to take this product property, honor, and is equal to is going to be the honor, property dot price is going to be a price, property dot property title is going to be property title. We'll take this property category is going to be category, and we'll take this property dot image is going to be image, and we'll have one more is going to be a description. So we'll say property address, and after that we're going to have the last one is the property description. That looks good. And then we have to simply initialize the event. We have to pass the event. What is the name we have given is this property lister. Simply copy that one, come here and paste, and we have to pass all the information. So let's pass this one. We'll pass the product ID, we have to pass the honor, we have to pass the price, and that's the three information we are passing into this event. Okay, That looks pretty good, and that's the entire function for list property. Hope entire thing making sense to all of you guys. You guys have understood that what we have done into this function. Finally, I'm starting once again. I had to pray, so I have done my prayer. Now I'm continuing the property listing functionality in the contract. Now we have to work on the update property. Okay, so come here and let's take a variable, because we're going to take data from the user, and we're going to check that whether those who try to update the property, whether they are the owner or not. So we only allow owner to update the property. Obviously you want this behavior, so we'll say address owner. We'll take the all the data. Actually in this function will allow them to update all the data, not an individual one. You can do that, but I just try to keep things simple so they can update all the data at one go, not one by one. So we'll take the product ID. So we'll take the ID because we have to verify the product. We have to find that particular product among the products array. So let's get that one, and now we have to take the data from the user. So we'll take this string and we'll take the memory. We'll call it product title. That's the first data we'll take. We'll take the another one, string memory, and this will say category. So later if you want to change the category, he can do that. So we have to take the memory image, and we have to take the address. So we'll say memory property address, and the last one is going to be the description. So we'll say string memory and descriptions. So we have taken almost all the data, so only these data will allow them to update. And I forgot to add one function, because we're going to add one more function into this contract which allowed them to change the pricing. So I forgot to add that function, so let me complete this function. After that we're going to create that function. Okay, and at the end we're going to simply return the unt, so the product ID. So that looks pretty fine. Now let's open this one. First thing we have to do is we have to simply find that particular product which we have in the contract. So we'll have this property, we'll say storage, we'll say property, and we'll call the properties array, which will keep all the properties, and in that we're going to pass the ID. So it will give us that particular property which user wants to update on based on the ID. So we got the ID, we got the property, and now once we have the property, that particular property, now we have to simply check for a condition that the person who's trying to call the function, he is the owner or not. So that's the check we have to do. So we'll build a required statement, in that we're going to simply compare. We'll have the property, we'll check the owner of the property, and that's the property we're going to compare with the address which user will provide. Okay, so okay, owner, okay, not again. So let's type owner now this time. Sometimes this auto typing is not working. Okay, so we have to throw the error message, your error, you are not the owner. That looks fine. So once they pass this particular condition, we have to simply change all the data, we have to update all the data. So we'll say property, not repository, we have to say property. Simply copy that one and copy this one and paste here property, and we have to simply update the, let's say we have to update the property title. So it will be the property title. We'll take the property, and now we have to update the category. This is the category. We'll take the property, and this time we have to update the image with the image. Now we'll take the property, and this will become the property address, to be the address which user is providing, and the last one is going to be the description, because that's what we have. So we'll say property descriptions, and that looks pretty fine. So once the entire data is getting updated, at the end we have to simply do one thing. We have to simply return the ID of the product. That's what we can update, or you can update a custom message that your property ID, your property successfully updated. But here I just return the ID. Okay, you can display a custom message as well. So okay, so this is the property ID we have. So we are done with this entire functionality for updating the property into the contract. Hope entire thing making sense to all of you guys. So this is the function which will take all of this data, owner, product ID, titles, category, image, address, and descriptions. Then we are making the change. We are finding that particular product, particular category, particular property. Then we are checking for the owner. Then we are simply updating, and at the end we are returning this particular ID, means the product is updated. That looks pretty good. So hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys. Now come here, close this one, and now we have to create one more functionality. So right now we have this buy property, But before we work on that, we have to create one more functionality which allow user to update their pricing. And I forgot to add, but let's add it right now. So we'll say function, we'll say update price, and it's going to take couple of data. It will take the owner, it will take the product ID, and it will take the pricing. These are the three data we're going to take from the user into this function. So will be the address owner, and we'll take the, let's say, unt, this will be the product ID, and the last one is going to be the unt, which is a price. So these are the three data we're going to take, and it's tunnel, so anybody can call it. And here we're going to simply return the, let's say, return the string. It's totally up to you. You can return the product ID, but this time I'm going to return the custom string message, so you can see how you can do that. So it will be string and memory. Hope you guys understand what I'm doing here. Okay, so this is the function and the inputs. Now we have to simply find the particular product. So we'll say property and store, and then we have to simply get the property, and we have the properties, and we have to get the property, that individual, and we have to pass the product ID. That looks good. So that's the product ID. Now we have to simply check for a condition that the person is calling the function whether he or she owner or not. Okay, so that's the condition we have to check. We'll say property dot owner is equal to owner, otherwise we have to throw this error message that you are not the owner. That looks good. Now come here, and then we have to simply update the pricing. Property dot pricing is equal to the new price, and at the end we're going to return the custom message that your price is updated, something like that. So we'll say return, we'll say your property price is updated. You can display whatever you want, but I want to display the actual string message. So that looks fine. This is the update property, update pricing, and we are taking all of these inputs, then we are building the condition, and then we are simply making the change. So we are done with this three functionality: list property, update property, and update pricing. I believe that you can hear the noise. My niece, she is crying. That's a regular day stuff. So we are done with this entire 3.1. Now we're going to start working on the buy property. So this is the function we're going to start working on. So it's external and payable. So what we have to do is we have to receive couple of data. We need the owner, we need the product ID, and we need the pricing, so he can make the purchase. So we'll take this unt, we'll take the ID of the product, then we'll take the address of the buyer, you can call it owner. So we'll have the buyer, and that these are the two data for we can keep it. Okay, and first thing we have to do is first we have to take the value. So you have two options to take the money. You can go with the message dot value, or you can take the pricing, but message dot value is the more convenient way, because when we'll take the value from the input, like if I take the price from the input, I have to simply convert that into a way that's a lot of work. Okay, we can simply take that message dot sender, it will automatically do the conversion in terms of way, and that is more convenient. So let's do that. We'll take a unity variable, we'll say amount, and we'll say message dot value, msg dot value. Okay, so we have the value, the amount which user will provide to buy the property. Once we have the value, now we have to make the condition. Okay, so we'll take this required statement, because we have to compare the property price and the price he is providing. So we have to compare. If the price is equal to that price, then we'll make the transaction happen, otherwise we want to fail it. So we'll say amount should be greater or equal to the property, and we have to pass the ID, so it will give me that particular property, and in that we can get that pricing. So hope you can understand that what we are doing here. With the ID, we are passing that into a property, so it will give us that particular property, and from there we are taking this particular variable pricing, and we are comparing that amount whether it's greater or equal to that property price, then we can make the transaction, otherwise we want to fail it. Here you can see that the price can be go up, or it can go at the same amount, but it cannot be down. Okay, so you can go with a fixed amount, it's totally up to you. And here we have to display the insufficient fund balance. The fund is not sufficient. So that's the check we have done, and now we have to simply make the transaction. But before we do that, we have to do in this way. We'll say that we have to find the property. Okay, so we'll say property storage, we'll say property, and we'll take this property, and then we have to pass the ID. Okay, we have got the properties, that's property. Once we have the property, then we have to make the transaction, because this time the transfer of the fund is not going to be stored in the contract. So as soon as someone will buy the property, we have to transfer that fund to his wallet address. We're not going to keep his fund into the contract. You can do it, you can add a extra layer of additional charges. So whenever someone will buy or sell property, you will make commission, but we are not including that functionality. If you want, you can include that, the way we have implemented that functionality into the NFT marketplace, so you can watch that as well. But for the time being, I just want to go like a simple one. They can buy and sell without paying any commissions, or if you want, you can simply charge that as well. So here we'll take a boolean value. We'll say bool send. So this will return either true or false. So if the transaction is successful, it will return true, or if it's failed, then it will return false. So we'll say we'll take the payable property owner. So as soon the new buyer will buy the property, we have to call this, and we have to transfer the fund to that particular user. Okay, so on this we're going to call this call method. So we have three methods to transfer fund: send, call, and transfer. Call is the most secure one and most recommended one you will find in most of the community or in the smart contracts. So I would prefer you to go with the call one, but it's your choice. But call is more secure and more gas friendly consumption. Okay, so we'll have this call, and in that we have to pass the value. So we already have the value amount, and we're going to simply call this empty function. So this will transfer the fund to the property owner, and once this return true or false, once the transfer get take place or whether it's get fail. Okay, if it succeed, then we have to check for a condition. We'll say if send is true, then we have to simply change the state, change the ownership. So we'll say take the property dot owner is going to be the new owner, so the address, the buyer. Okay, and then we'll simply initialize the event because this time sold event is taking place, so we'll apply that one. So this is the event we have, where it is, come here. So this is the event we have, sold, property sold, and that's one we're going to simply call it here. So simply come here. So that looks pretty fine. So we'll say property sold, and within that we have to pass the ID, property owner, we have to pass the buyer, the new buyer, and the amount. So this looks pretty good. So that's the entire function for buying. And you have to keep one thing in mind, that in this function we are not paying any commission to the marketplace. You can take that commission, but for simplicity purpose, I'm going like this approach. You can allow them to list your property and transfer the property without paying commissions, and the entire fund is going to be transferred into the into the user account once this transaction will take place. Is we are not keeping any cut or any fund into the contract. You can build that functionality as well, but that's a different concept. Okay, so let's follow along with me. So this is the entire buying functionality, doing all of this tick and then make it transfer. So we are done with the three most important functions like list, update, update price, and buy. Now we have to write the normal function like getting all the properties into the contract, then get up individual property, then we have to get the property based on the user, a particular user. So these are the three functions we're going to write it now. So this is the function we're going to create. Come here. Now we have to simply take a variable unt. We'll say items count, and initially it will be have the length. So we'll say property index. So this property index will keep the track that how many properties listed. Remember, hope you guys haven't forgot that. So we have this one, property index. This is where we have taken one. So we have the item count, the entire item we have in the marketplace. Now come here. We'll take another unt, and we'll call this one current index. It will be 0 because this index we are creating for this particular function, because when we will learn a loop, we have to increase that, so we can simply count that one and we can calculate that how many items we have in that. Okay, just follow along with me. We'll take the property, we'll take the array memory, and we'll say item. We'll use the new keyword here because we have to create a new array, and that array we're going to return out of this function. We'll take this property, and then we have to provide the length. Okay, so we're going to provide this item count. Okay, item count means entire property. So that's the property. Now we have to run the for loop. We'll say unt. Initially we'll start from 0 I. That's a normal for loop we have in Solidity as well, and JavaScript as well. We'll take this I is less than item count, and we have to simply increment that. So I plus plus. Then we'll come here. We're gonna take this another unity variable. Then we'll say current ID. We have to say I plus 1 not equal plus 1. This will be 1. Then we'll take this one. Come here. We'll take the property storage current item, and we have to simply get the properties, and in that we have to simply pass the current ID. That's pretty easy. Once we're done with that, once we have the property in the current items, we're going to take these items, and in that we have to pass the current index. So this will return us the data. You can see this is the length we have. This looks pretty fine. Now provide this one and equal to going to be the current item. That's a normal JavaScript. Hope you guys are not getting confused. That's a normal JavaScript we are writing. So we have the property. Now we have to simply call this current index plus, we have to increment that plus 1. Once we are done with this entire loop, we have to simply return the entire items from this entire function, and we'll say items. So hope that's the entire function for getting all the properties. Okay, we are simply running off this, and this looks fine. And we are done with this all property functionality. Now we have to work on the get property. So this function will allow us to get an individual property, but in this property we're not going to get the reviews and the comments. Okay, I'll show you why I'm not getting it, because we have created other function for getting those review and comment section. So now we have this get property, and so now we're going to start working on the get property, and this will give us the details of the property, all the information about the individual property. So let's start working on it. So what we can do is, come here, we have to take a unt variable, the ID of the property, and here we're going to simply return the entire data of the property. So it's going to be the unt 256. Then we have to return the address of the owner. Then we have to return the unt, the price, and we have to return the other data. Like this will be the first one is going to be string, which is the title. This will be the category. This will be the, let's say, address, and this one is the description. Okay, all the data we are displaying here, and this is how you return something. That's normal. You can see how loud this bike silencer is. Sometimes it's very irritating. I don't know why they have this kind of bike. It's good, no problem I have with them, but I also had a bullet and I used to ride like that, but right now I don't know why it's bothers a lot. So just forget about that. Let's come back here. So we are returning all of this data, and that's how you define the data types. Okay, so when you want to return something from the functionality, that's you have to define the name of that variable. Okay, the data type, or you can define the name as well. Both are fine, but we are going with a simple approach. So that looks pretty fine. Come here, and the last one is going to be the description. Okay, so altogether we have 7, I guess. So we have 1, let's 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, yeah, 7. How many data we have into this? So we have this one: product ID, owner, price, product title, category, image, property address, description, and address of the reviewer, and the string. We are not returning these 2 data because we're going to fetch these 2 data from the review contract, review functionality. Okay, so that looks pretty fine to me. No more problem we have. Everything's looking good, and that looks good. I'm getting an error. I can see that we are getting a couple of error. Okay, there is a problem. It's unt, not unit. Okay, let me change this one. I think I have more like that, so let's find out more. So things looks good. Okay, here we have change this one, unt 256. That's one, and simply there is another one. So I'm gonna change this one, change this one as well, and we have one here. We have also 256. Simply do one thing. I think we have more. Simply copy this one and paste here. So open this function. Here we have also change this one. Still I'm getting error. Where it is? So where it's coming from? Let's come here. We have no error into this. Let's open this function. No. Let's check this by property. That's also look fine. Get all properties looks fine. And this is the get property. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's try to work on the function. We'll come back to the error first. Okay, let's bring this like this, and let's work on the functionality. Let's work on it. So we'll take the property. We have to find that property, memory property, and we have to get the property from the properties array. We have to pass the ID. Okay, the same logic we are following. First thing, we have to identify a particular property which a user is looking, and on the basis of that, once we get the property, we have to simply make the changes and do all the logic. Okay, so this is the normal piece of code you can write almost every single time. So once we have the property, we have to simply return all of the data. So we'll say property dot property ID, product ID, then we'll say property dot owner, property dot price, property dot property titles, property dot category, property dot image. Now we have property dot this will have the description, and I guess we have all of this, and that's it. So that's the entire functions, all the data we want out from this function. Okay, so that looks pretty good. That's a function we have written for getting the details about the property, but still I'm getting error message. Let's try to find out. So this looks good, no error we have here, so that looks pretty awesome to me. In this one is the update property, no error we have. This is the update pricing, buy property, get all properties, and get properties. Okay, this one is looking fine. Now, okay, here we have to make the changes. It's a UNT 256. Still I'm getting an error. Let's see, we are getting error somewhere else. So this one is fine. This one is fine. Now come here where it is. So this is the UNT mapping. This is the review, product, mapping. This is the events we have, listening. This one is good, update pricing. Okay, I found the problem. Here we have the issue. This is the red mark. Okay, I got it. So I hope you guys have marked this problem. You can see I forgot to add this double, and now it's looking fine. Now it's looking fine. And here we have the function. Let's close all of the function. Looking everything good. Okay, get properties, that's also looking fine. Let's close this one, and now we're going to start working on a get user property. So we have to pass the address of the user, and on the base of this I'm going to fetch all the property he listed. So first we have to take a variable called total item count. It will start from, let's say, property index, and we have to take another one. It will say property count, and we have to initialize from 0. Sorry, come down here, we have to take another one. We'll say UNT current index, and we have to get this to 0, and we have to run the loop so we can simply figure it out all. So the logic will work in this way. We'll try to loop over entire the property, the listed in the marketplace, and we try to match the address of the user. So with the user address which is providing, we try to match it out. So once we find a particular property is matching with that, we have to store into a array, and that's the data we're going to simply get out of it into this function. Okay, so just follow along with me. So we'll take this UNT, we'll say I equal to 0, then we have to say if it's less than the total item count, then we have to simply increment the loop. Okay, now in that we have to simply say if property, we have to pass the ID plus 1 if it's match the owner with the user. Okay, so if it matches with the property owner and the address of the user is providing, if it both matches, we want to store into a different data set. Then we want to simply take this item count and we have to increment to 1. Okay, means we have one property belonging to that particular user. Okay, then we have to come here, we have to take the property array memory, and we'll say items, and this is the item we're going to retrieve. Okay, it will be in array. We'll take this new property, and here we have to assign the count. So we'll have this item count Okay, that's the one we are incrementing in the first loop, and then we have to check for the for loop. So we'll say for, we'll say uint will take I. If it's less than the total count, I increment that, and inside that we will come here, we'll take this if statement. We'll say if properties I plus 1 is the owner, then we have to simply match with the user. So once it's matches, we have to store into a uint variable the ID. So we'll say current ID, and we'll say I plus 1. We have to simply increment that one. So then we'll take the property storage, and we will say that current item, and it will be the properties, we'll say the property, come on, current item. Okay, we are simply finding that particular property belonging and storing into this particular current item array, and then we'll come here, we'll take this items, in that we're going to pass this current index, and we have to simply say current item, and we'll simply come here current item plus 1. We have to simply increment that one, and then we want to return this items. Okay, I'm getting this error message, it's items. So here we have taken items, and let's remove this one item, and here I have to take, it's good, it's not item, it's items, because this will keep one property or 10 properties. Okay, so it's better to type S. Okay, S. Now it looks fine. So this will give us the all properties related to the individual. That looks fine. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys. Now we're done with this get user properties, and that looks pretty awesome to me. We have all of this function we have written, and here we have something. This is the yellow underline we are getting. So open this one. Simply here we have, okay, my bad, because we want to return an ID at the end. Okay, because that's what we have defined. We want to return uint variable, a number. So we'll come here, that's a very good one. So you can return the entire statement, but I want to return an ID. So we'll say return, and I want to return the product ID. So we'll say product ID, and that looks good. So you can see no more error we have right now, everything's looking fine. So that looks pretty good. So this is the product ID, and that's what we are returning here. Close this one, and this one done, this one done, this one done, this one. Okay, now we have this get property, get user property, and that's the only thing I want to cover in this particular section of the smart contract. In the next section, we're going to work on the add review, because this function is going to be little huge, because we have to build a complex logic. Yes, there is a complexity a little bit, not that complex, in the get highest product review. Then we have to build the logic for the get user review and get product reviews. So there's a little bigger function we have. So that's what we'll cover in the next video. So let's move to that. All of you, hope you guys are great. So this one is the second part of our real estate smart contract. In the first part, we have built all the logic, all the functionality for listing the property, getting property, updating pricing, updating property data, getting individual properties. So if you haven't watched the first part, I'll link in the I button on the description so you guys can follow that. In this video, we're going to cover the second part of our smart contract. In that, we're going to work on the review model for the things we have left and which we have discussed in the last video. So I would recommend you to watch the last video if you haven't watched it, and now if you have watched it, you can continue from here. So we have all of this function. We have this add review, get product review, we have get user review, like a review, and we have get highest rated product. Okay, so altogether we have 5 functions. Now let's write it down. So let's start working on the first function, add review, and in that we're going to take a couple of variables. So the first one is going to be the product ID, and the second we're going to take the, let's say, the rating of the product, and the third one is going to be the comment. It will be call data comment. Once we have the comment, after that we're going to take the user address, because we are not using message.sender. So we'll take the user address, and in that we have to check a couple of conditions. So we have to check for a rating, because we want the user to allow rating between 1 to 5, not more than 5 or not less than 5. So that's the condition we have to check. So we'll build a condition. We'll say rating, if it's greater or equal to 1, and it should be the small than 5. So this is the condition. If they give rating beyond this, will throw this error message. So let's type the error message: rating must be between 1 and 5. So these are the condition we have built. Now we have to simply update the data. So first we have to find the particular product, and that's very easy to do it. So we'll take this review. So we'll take this, come up here. So this is the entire product we have. Hope in this we are keeping the address of the reviewer and the message in this reviews. Okay, I made a spelling mistake. It's not review double E, and I have to provide the E. Okay, so let's come here. Let me give this E. Now reviewer. If I make any spelling mistake, please forgive me because I'm really bad with the spelling. Okay, so in this we're going to keep the address of the reviewer. Let's push the address in that. So we'll keep that, and let's come up here. We have to push the address to this user. Okay, now we have to push the message. So we'll take this reviews, and we're going to push that into the reviews push to, and we'll pass comment. And we have to find that particular product. Okay, so we are pushing the data, but in which product we are pushing the data? So I forgot to take that one. So come here, we have to find the product first, the property. We'll say property, and we have this array. Inside that we're going to pass the ID which we are taking from the user. Okay, so simply come up here and provide this one. So that's the entire review. It's looking absolutely fine. So once we have all of these things, we have to simply come up here, review section. Okay, so for what we're going to do is we're going to take this review, because this data we have passed, it's going to be in the product, the property struct. And now we have defined the variables in the review section. So we have to push and update the data into that as well. So let's update the review struct we have taken. So we have this review, and that we're going to pass the product ID, and we're going to push that. Okay, so we're going to push this to review. So let's push this review, and in that we have to pass all of the data: user, product ID, we have to product the rating, and we have to assign the comment. So that's what we are updating, and initial like is going to be 0. So if you come up here, this is the entire struct we are updating. We have reviewer, product ID, rating, comment, and likes. So things looks pretty fine to me. Okay, so that's the data we are updating here, and here we have 0 because this is the like which will keep counting. So once we have this one, now let's simply come down here. Once we have this, we'll take this user, and we're going to push this data into the user struct we have taken, the mapping. In that we're going to simply push that. So we'll say product ID. So once we have that one, now we're going to take this product, and we're going to simply update that product struct we have taken. So we'll pass this product ID, and we're going to simply take this. So we have the product ID. Now we have to take this total rating, and in that we're going to simply increment rating, and we'll take this product ID, and we have to simply increment the number of reviews. Hope you guys haven't forgot that, and we have to increment that. So that looks pretty fine. If you come here, this is the data we are updating: product ID, total rating, and number of reviews. So that looks pretty fine to me. Come up here. Now this looks good. Now here we have to initialize the event. So we'll take this review, and in that we have to pass all of this data. We have the product ID, and we have to provide the user, and the rest would be fine. So that looks absolutely amazing. And here we're going to simply increment the product review counter, because this will keep the track of that how many reviews like we are getting as whole. Okay, because we are using this particular variable to assign and build the product key. So that looks pretty fine. We are done with entire add review functionality. So okay, so I hope you guys have understood that what logic we have built and how we are updating that. Okay, so this is the first function, add review, and now we have to work on the second function, which is a get product review. So we have to fetch all the review which a user will give to a particular property. Okay, so first thing we have to take a couple of variables. So we'll take the product ID. So we'll take the product ID, and on the base of this ID we have to fetch the entire information, because when we're going to fetch the information about the reviews and the product in the product detail page, so where we're going to display all of this data. Okay, number of review, number of products, likes, user have liked the product, and all of this data. Okay, so we have to pass the product ID, and we are returning the entire review. You can see that we have the entire review struct, and now we have to simply return that. So first thing we have to do is we have to take this return variable. Okay, and here we're going to take this review mapping, and that we have to simply pass the product ID, and this will give us the entire review for that particular product ID. Okay, which product has got. Okay, So just a moment, you can see there is a lot of noise at the background. That's a regular stuff. So that's the product review function. Hope this makes sense to all of you guys. Now it's working absolutely fine, and this will give us the entire review for a single product. If you come up here, and here we are, so this is the one which we are returning from this one. So simply close this one, and now we have to build a function, work on this function, get user review. So with this function, we'll try to find out all the reviews a particular user have given in this marketplace, not related to the any specific property, but all the review. So this particular information we're going to display in his portfolio section, in the profile page. Okay, so let's come up here. Here we have to simply provide the address of the user, and once we have the address, we have to simply build the condition. First we have to take this variable total review. The same logic we have to follow here as well, because we have to calculate the entire review we have in the marketplace, and from there we have to match the address of the user, the particular user, with the review provider, and we have to match it. If the address matches, only we have to keep those reviews, so we can display in his portfolio, in his profile page. So we'll take this total review. It's going to be a user review, so we'll pass this one user and length. So this will give us the entire review we have in the marketplace belonging to the particular user. Okay, it will give us a length. Now we'll come up here. Here we're going to take this entire review array, we'll memory, and we'll take this user. After that, we have the user product, okay, review, and we'll take this new because we want to return a new array, and in that we have to simply pass a couple of things. So we have to pass the length, so we want to retrieve total review. Okay, so this is the one, simply copy and paste. So things looks fine. Now come up here. Now we have to run the for loop. In that we'll take a uint variable, I is equal to 0, I is less than the user reviews user dot length, and we have to simply increment that one. And that we have to simply come up here. We're going to take another variable. We'll take this product ID. Once we have the product ID, we have to simply take this user reviews, and we have to simply say user dot I. So that's the simple logic we have done. We have simply tried to find out the product ID. Once we have that one, we have to take this review memory product. So product review. Once we have the review, we have to simply come up here. We'll take this entire reviews, and in that we're going to simply pass the product ID, so we can have the review related to that specific user. And now we have to simply run another for loop to check. So we'll take this uint variable, and this time we're going to take this j because we have already taken the I. So we have to run another loops, because right now we have the length, we have the array. On that we're going to run this another one. So we'll say j, if j is less than the product, because that's the new length we have, product review, then we have to simply review, this is the one we have. Now we'll simply going to take the length, and we're going to simply increment the value, because we have new increment, that j. Okay, I'm getting error, I have to provide this. Okay, still I'm getting an error, so simply remove this one. And I have problem in the, okay, I misspelled the length. Simply come here, type length. Now look fine. So once we have that, we'll check for a condition. If product I review, product reviews j, then we have to take that reviewer, and we have to match the user, the address the user is providing, which we are interested for having it. Okay, so let's come up here. So that's the address we are trying to match with the user. So that looks fine. So once this condition gets fulfilled, we have to store this data. We'll take a user and user product review, we'll say I, and we're going to simply update this. So we'll say product review j. So that looks pretty fine. Once we have that, we have to simply return the data, the user product review. So this will keep the entire review for a single user, so we can easily able to fetch and we can render in the front end. So hope this entire logic makes sense to all of you guys, because we have two for loops, and then we are checking for the if condition. So first we are trying to run a loop on the entire review and try to find out the particular review based on the user. Then we are trying to find out his reviews on the product and the entire review, and then we are simply rendering. Okay, if it sounds complicated, just pause the video and try to rewatch it, try to understand that what logic we have built. And if it's still you have any confusion, let me know in the comment section, so I will explain on that. So that looks fine. That's all the for loops we have, and that's the product reviews we are returning at the end. Simply close this one. Now we have to work on the like review. Okay, so like if someone will give the review in a particular property, so this function will allow them to like the review. Okay, so that's the logic we're going to build here. We're going to take this variable, so we need the product ID because that's the unique identifier we have, and we're going to take the unt, the review index, and we'll take the address user. Can you guess why I have taken this review index? Because every single review will have a unique index value, and on the base of that we can easily able to find and give like or retrieve data for that particular review. Okay, so who liked that review, who given the review. Okay, so that's the entire logic. Every single review will have a unique index, so it will start from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. The more review it will get, this index will go up. So these are the 3 data we are taking in this function. So once we have the 3 data, first thing we have to do is we have to find the review, and we have to say struct reviews, and we have to simply find the specific one. So we'll say product ID, so we have that one, and we get the specific one, and we're going to simply pass the review index. Okay, so this will give us that particular review which user is trying to like. So once we have that particular review, what we can do after that, we're going to simply check this one. We'll take this review.like, and we have to increment that, because initially when someone will give the review, the like value will be 0. So this will allow them to increase that value. So that's why we have to do plus plus, means we have to increment that value. So we have this, and then we have to simply emit the event. So we have this event call, we are passing the product ID, review index, we have to pass the user. Instead of liker, we can pass the user. So we'll say come here user, and this will become the come here. So let's replace this one with the review and likes. So in this way we can easily able to have the data. Okay, that's what we have done here. So that looks pretty fine. All of this looking absolutely amazing. That's a very simple function. Okay, we are taking this 3 data, then we are finding that particular review, then we are incrementing the review count, and then we are initializing the event. That's a simple thing. So we are done with this function like review. Now we can start working on the last function, which is the highest rated product. And this one is a little bigger because we have to deal with the complexity. So this is how we're going to work on this function. First, we're going to find out that which product has got the highest like. Okay, let me code that one. So this is the one we have. In that, we're going to come here, and this function is not going to take any input because we want to return the highest engaged product. It will return the ID of that product. So we can use that ID to fetch the information of that particular product. So we'll take the unt variable, we'll take this highest, come here, highest, let me check the spelling, highest rating, and it will be 0, initially start from 0, and then we'll take this another one, we'll be saying highest rated product ID is going to be a 0. Now we'll come here, we're going to run the for loop, and we'll take the unt 256, I is equal to 0, I is less than, we have the reviews counter, because this is the variable which keep the track of how many reviews we are getting. Okay, then we have to simply increment that. Okay, if you come up here, this is the variable we have taken which keep the track of number of review we are getting in the marketplace. So come here, once we have that one, now we have to build the condition. So we'll take another variable unt, and we have to take the product ID, and this will come from I plus 1. Okay, so whenever this loop will run, it's going to increment. So we'll have that one, and we'll have to check for a condition. If product have the product ID with the number of reviews, means if the particular product has the number of reviews greater than 0, then we have to simply take a variable, and we have to say average rating, and we have to do the calculation. Okay, it's a simple mathematics. So we'll take the product's ID, so we have to take the particular product and the total rating it got, we have to divide that one with the product, and in that we're going to simply pass the product ID. So we can divide that, and we're going to divide this with number of reviews. So this will give us the average rating of the product. Okay, so here we are calculating the average of the product based on the rating and the number of review it got. Simple mathematics. So once we have the average rating of the product, what we can do, come up here, and the reason why we have built this logic, because one person can create multiple review. Okay, one person can create a multiple review, so that's the thing we have keeping in track. Here we're going to take this if statement. If average rating is greater than the highest rating, then we have to set the highest rating equal to the average rating, and we have to set the highest rated product ID to the product ID, the product which we want to return from this. Okay, so that's the if statement. Now we have to come up here and we have to simply return the product ID which we have got from this. So that's the entire logic for getting the product ID which got the highest rating and the average is high. So that looks pretty fine, very beautiful function we have which keep the track. Okay, so if it sounds complicated, I just want you to rewatch the video, try to understand that what logic we have built, how we are calculating the average, and how we are assigning the values and returning from this function. So that's the entire function we have for the highest rated product. And this is the two variables, this is the for loop, this is the if statement, then we are checking for the average, and at the end we are returning this product. So with that we are done with this entire function. So let's come up here, let me close this one, and we are done with this. If you come up here, let me check one more time, everything's okay. Yes, everything's okay. This is the property struct, this is the mapping, this is the event, this is the review section, this is the product, this is the mappings, the count, events, this is the first function, property listed, update property, we have the update pricing, we have the buy, get all properties, get properties, we have this get user property. So things looks pretty awesome to me. Get user, likes, and highest product. So things are looking fine to me. Things are looking fine to me, and that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. And finally we are done with the entire smart contract, and later if we find that we need to add more functionality into our contract, but definitely we'll come back and we're going to add it. I have a couple of ideas, and if you guys have any idea about the functionality, do let me know in the comment section so we can include in the later videos. Okay, so do let me know that what extra function you want to have this marketplace. I want you to write down in the comment section so I can build the design for that. But for the time being I will go with this approach. Okay, so now in the next video I'm going to test this smart contract in the Remix ID. We can do that in the test environment like hard hat is there, but I don't want to write unnecessary code. Ultimately we have to check the data we are retrieving from the function. That's the entire motive I have, to check when we are calling this particular function we are getting that or not, we are getting that output or not. So that's the only check I want to do, and that's what I'm going to do in the Remix ID. So make sure to watch the next video, in that I'm going to do the testing of the contract. So with that let's move to the next video. And if you're new to my channel, hit like and subscribe, and do follow this complete project which will teach you tons of things about the Web3 application and how you can write the smart contract. So let's move to the next video. Have a wonderful day. All of you, hope you guys are great. So welcome back once again to this complete real estate Dapp project. In the last video we have completed our entire smart contract. So if you haven't watched that, I'll link in the I button on the description so you guys can follow that, and tons of learning is coming from all of you guys if you are really interested in Web3 development. And if you're new to my channel, hit like and subscribe. That will motivate me a lot, and do type yes, I'm excited. In this video we're going to test the entire contract we have written using the Remix ID, which I already told you in the last video, so make sure to follow that as well, or you can continue it here from the testing part. So I'm going to simply copy this entire code, and I will open my Remix ID, and I'm going to create a new file I'll call realstate.so. In that I will simply paste. Okay, so you can see right now we have no error, everything is fine, our code is successfully compiled. So you can see this is the entire code we have written. It's pretty huge. We have written close to like 200 lines of code. That's a huge contract. So let's click on this deployed, and we have to deploy the contract. So this is the contract we have. So before we deploy, bring this up so we can see that our contract is getting deployed. Now click on this deploy. You can see that contract is deployed, and here we have the instant of the contract. So simply bring it up. Here you will have all the function we have declared. So if I bring this down, okay, now looks pretty good. You can see all of the function you will find here which we have in the smart contract. So that looks pretty good. Now the very first thing we have to do is we have to check this particular function list property, because on the base of this we have to check other properties. Okay, so first we have to list the property, then we can retrieve the data, buy, update, sell, all of the things we can do it. So let's come up here. Here we have this function called list property, and in that we have to pass all of this data, all of these inputs. So we have to pass the address of the user who's creating this, listing this property. So I will simply scroll up here and I will grab this address, my address, and I will paste here. Then I have to give the price. You can type whatever you want, but you have to keep one thing in mind, that the price you will provide, it will be in terms of way. So if you want to provide the price in terms of ether, you have to add 18.0, okay, which I will tell you extensively. Just go with a simple approach. So we'll give the price to 5 and we'll type the property title is going to be Hey Daulat. You can subscribe my channel and here we have to give the category. So I'll give the category to, let's say, we'll type this housing, and we'll give this call, what is we have, let's take the image, because right now we are taking the, like, we are having a functionality where we can pass the URL of the image, or I have decided to pass the image URL, or we can do one thing, we can use the Pinata as a Web3 provider to connect to with the IPFS, and we can upload the data to the IPFS as well. But for the time being, let's go with a simple approach. Okay, so I will simply type this pixel away, and from here I will get the image. Click on this and let me grab this image, copy the image, come here, paste the URL, and looks fine. So okay, I have 26% battery, not a problem. So simply grab this one, and that's what we're going to pass here as a string. Now we have to give the address. So we'll say, hey, for your address, let me check the spelling, your, and here we're going to provide the description. You can type whatever you want. So let me type this, hey, my property. That looks good. All of the data we have provided. Now let's click on this transaction, and you can see the transaction went through, and we have successfully listed our first property into a smart contract. We have no bug into the contract. So what we can do is, that looks pretty fine, and now let's create one more property. So let me change this to 7. Let me change the text, the title, and let me change this one and cut and paste here, and the transaction. So right now we have declared 2 properties, created 2 property into other contract. Now close this one, and now let's come up here. And if you click on this review counter, you can see we have 0 review because we haven't created any review into our contract in any properties. If we come to the property index, we have 2 property, and that's why you can see the index is 2. We have created 2 property and we have 2 indexes, and that looks pretty fine to me also. Everything's working so far good. And here we have this one, get all properties. If you click on that, it will give you all the properties we have in the contract. So if you click on that, here you can see we have all of this data. We have the UNT name and everything's looking fine. Okay, don't need to worry about the 0 address, just focus on this one. Okay, we have all of this property. Now what I can do is, if I want to find the individual property, I can do it very easily. So this is the function we have, this is the function we have. So let me do one thing. This is the function we have, get user property. So if I want to if you want to find the user who listed all the property in a particular marketplace, we can simply grab this address and we can simply paste here. So this will give us the address, the property is the user has listed. So simply paste the address here and call the function, and you can see this is the 2 property this particular user account has listed in the marketplace. Looks good to me. And this is the index we have, 1. This is the first property and its index is 1. So if I grab this one and if I come here, and where is the another one? Okay, so you will find somewhere here. Okay, so that's the 1 index and 2 index we have. So if I paste this index 1, it will give me the entire data of that individual property. You can see we have the index value, we have the address, we have the price, we have the name, title, category, image, the addresses, and the descriptions. Everything is working fine. You can see this is the index 1, and this is, if I provide the index 2, it's going to give me the second property. So let me type this index 0. You can see, right, sorry, my bad, the index is starting from 0. Okay, remember we have initialized no value to our property index, so it will start from 0 and it will go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so the first property will have the 0 index, the second property will have 1 index. So you can see on the 0 index we have this first property we have listed, and this looks fine. All of the data we have assigned, that looks fine to me. Everything is looking good. Now what we can do is, here we are. So this is the second index we have. Now if I bring this down, we have done with this product, and now we have this update property. So let's try to update the property. So what we can do, come up here and let me find the functionality. So this is the function we have, update property. Okay, we have this one, update pricing. In that we have to pass 3 data, owner, product ID, and the price. Okay, so let's come up here and let me try to get the one product. Okay, so this is the product, this is the property we're going to update. So you can see the index is 1 and the price is 7. So I want to change the price. Okay, this is the one I want to change it. So if I come up here, so this is the function I have to call. I have to provide the address. So let me type the index value, which is a 1. Okay, that's 1, and I want to change the price of this particular property. So I'll provide the address. So let me come up here and grab this address and paste here. We have to provide the product ID, which is a 1, and we have to provide the updated price. So right now it's 7. I have to give, let's say, 15. If I click on this transaction, the transaction went through, and if I call this function again, get property, it will see the data is updated. We have the pricing to 15. Okay, so means our update pricing is also working fine. So we can easily update the property pricing, and now we have to update the data. So let me come up here. Now come up here, and here we have to update the property details. So we have to provide the address, so we can check that the person is trying to update the property, he is the owner or not. Then we have to provide the ID, so ID is 1, and we have to update the data. Okay, so we have to provide the title. So let me come up here, and if I come up here, this is the one we are updating. We are updating titles, category, image, address, and descriptions. Only these 5 data we are updating. Okay, but we are taking the property ID and the address as well. Okay, so these are the 2 mandatory for identifying the property and checking the ownership. After that, these data is for the property update. So let me provide this web by. Category is going to be, let's say, lifestyle. You can type whatever you want, and here we have the image. I'm going to take the same URL and I'm going to paste here. We have to give this time bomb, and this will become the life is bomb. You can type whatever you want. So that looks pretty good. Now we have to change. Let me call this function transaction. You can see if I come up here, you can see that this is the property which we have changed all the data. Now if I call this function, you will see that all this data is updated. Means our update function is also working fine. All the logic is looking absolutely incredible. So we have checked the listed property, update pricing, update property, and now we have to check this one called buy one. So let me close this one and close this one. We are also checked this get all property. We have checked that one, and we have also checked this one get single property. So this all function is looking fine. Get user property we have also checked. Okay, all of this function we have checked. Get user property. Okay, now we have to work on the buy property functionality. One thing you have to keep in your mind that when we are making this transaction, when we are allowing user to buy the property, we are not taking any cut, we are not taking any commission. Okay, we are allowing to simply buy the property, and the entire fund will be transmitted to their wallet address. So that's the logic we have built. So that looks pretty good to me. Now looks fine. Come up here, and we have to provide the ID of the product and the user who are interested in buying the product. So let's come up here, and we have to come, let's find the function we have in the contract. So let me grab this one address, because we have used the first account to create the listing. Now we're going to use the second account to buy the property. So let me change that, grab the address, and we can come up here. So you can see 15, the amount should be 15 or it should be higher, but it cannot be below 15. So that's the amount I have to provide. Come up here, and we have to call this function. So in that I have to provide the ID. So ID is going to be the 1, and this is the address, and the value I have to provide is 15. Why should I pay extra? So that's the price, and now I will click on this transaction. You can see the data, this address will change. So right now it's C4, but the owner will change. So if I click on this transaction, the transaction went through, and if I come up here, now I'm the owner. So if I click on this, the address is changed. Now the owner is CB2. This is the wallet address, is the owner of the property. So this one is looking also fine. You can see everything's working fine, and you can see this amount is the amount the account 2 is provided is transferred to the wallet 1. That's a very small donation, that's why you can't see the difference, but the amount is transferred successfully. Now let's come here, let's check the review, because we have checked all the functionality for listing, update property, update pricing, get individual properties, get property, get all properties, buy property. So we have checked all of the functions. Now we have to work on the add review. Okay, So this is the function we have, add review. Let me close all the existing functions. So let me come up here, close this one. So we are done with this. Now we're going to work on the add review one, and we're going to add the review to the product property one. So this is the index property which we're going to add it. Simply grab the index, let me find the function. So this is the function we're going to call it. We have to provide the product ID, then the rating is going to be 4, and I will type my message to hey amazing, and let me grab the address, simply copy and paste here. So these are the four data we have to provide, and click on this transaction. The transaction went through, and if you come up here in the review count, right now we have 1 review in the marketplace. Okay, so this will keep the track of how many reviews we are getting in the marketplace. If you come up here and if you paste the address of the user, you will get the review. Okay, so if you click on this, get user review, and this is the review he has provided, and you can see that his review got 0 likes. So he has no like on his reviews, it's 0 like, and we're going to increment this number. Okay, so we're going to increment that. So let's come up here. This is we have get product review. So if I pass this one, it will give me the review of the product a particular product has got. So let me click on this, and this is the review this particular product has got. So all the function is working fine, both for the user, both for the product, and we can find that one. So this one is also looking fine. Now we have to come up here, and if I call this function, right now you can see that the product one, the index 1 product is the more popular because it has one comment. Okay, that's why it giving us that one. But you can just imagine that same thing in a large scale, where we'll have a lot of products, a lot of user will get the review. So that's all we're going to store, and it will give us that index, so we can retrieve the data. So that looks also fine. Now we'll come up here, update property, we have also checked that one. We have this also changed, this is also done. Now we have this one. Okay, now we have to like the review, and here we have to provide 3 data, product ID, and we have to provide the index. So you can see the review will start from 0 index, 0 1 2 3 4. Okay, so we can come up here and we can say that let's provide the address. So we'll provide the address of the user, we'll provide the product ID, and let me provide the index value. It's going to be, let's say, 0, because that's the index of that particular first review. And if I come up here, so close this one and let me open this one. So this is the one we have 1, and this is 0, and now I can click on this transit. So this, you can see this number will go up. If I call this transaction, you can see the transaction went through, and here we'll have the 1 like on this review. If I click, I will have 1 like, and I can give more like to this review. If you call this one, it will increase. So this logic is also working fine. Or you can do one thing, you can restrict this system where you can't allow user to like the same review over and again, but you can allow it because it's a decentralized application. Whenever they will do any changes in the state variable, you will make money. Okay, so let it be like that. Okay, we're not going to do any changes in that. So that function is also working fine. Now the user can like it and create a review and retrieve the data from the review. So everything is working absolutely fine. You can see we have checked all of this logic we have built, and that's absolutely incredible. So this looks pretty fine to me. Everything's looking wonderful, and simply grab that one, copy, and come back to the VS Code and simply paste here, because no need to paste because this is from where we have simply copied the code. So this is also looking fine. This is also looking fine, and I believe that you guys have understood every single thing we have covered so far into this contract, the way we have tested. If you are building a contract which involve the cryptocurrency and the tokens, in that context, I would highly recommend you to do the testing of your contract using Hard Mocha Chai library. Okay, that one is more accurate, and that will give you the real data, that how much it's going to charge when you will do the actual trade. So that's the only thing I want to talk about in this video. Hope you guys have liked it and you have learned that how this contract will work, and we have successfully tested this contract. Now in the next video, we're going to deploy this contract using Thirdweb to the Polygon test network. So don't forget to watch that video, because that's going to be a very important concept. We're going to do some couple of important configuration in our project to deploy our code. Okay, so let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video, we have successfully tested the entire smart contract for a real estate app. So if you haven't watched that, I'll link in the I button or in the description so you guys can follow that. In this particular video, we're going to deploy this contract to the Mumbai test network using Thirdweb. Okay, so this one is going to be a very interesting part of this project because you're going to learn about Thirdweb and how you can utilize in your tab. Okay, so we're going to use extensively Thirdweb right from this moment. So this is the smart contract we have left in the last video. Let me close this one. Let's come back to the header config file, and here we have to do some important configuration before we deploy the code to the Mumbai test network. So you can see this is how the config file look like right now. You will have, and you will also get the starter file, and that it will have the same structure. So this is how it will look. Come up here. What I will do, I will simply minimize this one, open my Chrome browser, and I'm going to open Header. So before I do that, I can just click on the MetaMask. Let me log into my MetaMask, and you can see right now I'm connected with this Polygon Mumbai because that's the network we're going to utilize it. And in your case, if you don't have MetaMask, that's a fairly easy process. Simply type MetaMask, go to the official website of MetaMask and install MetaMask in your browser. That's a fairly simple process. I have covered tons of time in my project. You can see I have already attached a lot of networks. So we have Mumbai, Ethereum mainnet, we have Polygon mainnet, we have Polygon Mumbai, we have Gorilla test network, we have Sofali test network, and we have Gorilla test network. So these are the networks that are depreciated now. You can't use it, but we can use Mumbai test network. So once you install MetaMask in your browser, you can click on the network section, and here you will have the multiple options, but click on this add network because at the very first time you won't have this Mumbai Polygon. You have to add it manually. So click on that, and it will open this one. Make sure to add your credential, whatever you have provided. So let me provide my credential, the passwords, and once I provide it, unlock that one, and you will have a similar dashboard like this. You can see right now I have this much Coin in my Polygon account. So this is obviously my not a real account, it's a fake one which I use for making tutorials, and right now I have this much Coin in my account. So what I will do, I'll click on this and I will come to the add network, and here you will find all the networks. So when you will install MetaMask, it will have a couple of network already defined, and some network you will not find here. So you can see that we have all of this network, but you will not find Mumbai, Polygon Mumbai or Polygon networks here. You have to add that manually. So if you don't find that, don't need to worry about that. Click on this network section, and here you can create the network. You can create that particular provider which you want to use. So you can see that I have already created this Polygon Mumbai, and these are the couple of information you want. So you can click on this and you can add a network, and you have to provide all of this information. So if you're using any blockchains, all you have to do is to add this credential and it will work fine. So you have to add come up here. So you can see we are on the Polygon Mumbai, and here you have to provide the name. You can give literally whatever name you want, but I will give this Polygon Mumbai. Hey, and here you have to provide the RPC URL. So you can find the RPC URL, like if you can type RPC URL for Mumbai test network, you will get that one, but I prefer to use the Acmeli for that. Okay, so to get this particular URL, all we have to do is, let me show you how you can do that. Okay, so this is the URL which you have to get, or I will provide this in the starter file, so you can simply copy and utilize it in the project. So simply open the new tab and let me type the Acmeli. Click on this. So make sure to come to this website and you have to create your account. So click on this and you have to create your account. So if you don't know what is Acmeli, Acmeli is a Web3 provider, node provider, which you can use it to fetch information, and that's what we're going to do it. So make sure to create your account. I'll sign in, and I already have an account. So you can see this is the entire dashboard I have, and I have already created a lot of keys, a lot of networks to connect with my project. So we have Ethereum mainnet, we have Gorilla, we have Polygon. So all of these things we have. So the most frequent one I have used is the NFT one. You can see I made a create app, and here you have to provide the name of the network. You can give whatever name you want to your project. You can type real estate. You can give the description. I'll type my real estate project, and from here you have to select the network which you want. So you will find tons of network like Ethereum, Solana, Polygon OSS, Polygon, Zeki, EVM, optimization, Astra, a lot of networks you will find. You can pick whatever you want which you want to deploy your contract. And if you click here, and here you have to pick the network. So right now we have chosen the Ethereum, so you will see all the variables method we have here to deploy the contract. Ethereum mainnet, Gorilla, Sofali, and the other Rinky Buy, Robsten, and Covin are depreciated, no longer in use. So we are interested in Polygon, so come here and we have to click on this Polygon POS, and from here you have to select the network. So you can see Mumbai mainnet, and we have to select this Polygon mainnet, and we have to select the Polygon Mumbai, this one. And once you select this one, simply click on the create app and it's going to create. And you can see in my case I'm not able to create because I already have a lot of keys generated, so I have exceed my limits, so I can create that one. But in your case you can simply create that one. Okay, it's telling me that I have to upgrade my account if I really want to create it, so I'm not getting this option. So what I will do, I'll simply come up here and I'm going to simply cut this one, and I'm going to use the already key which I have generated. So I have tons of key here, and I'm going to use this one. Click on this, and here you will find a similar dashboard, similar interface like this. So you have three methods to connect with the RPC URL. So you have this API key, you have the HTTP, and you have WebSocket. And down below you have a couple of methods: JavaScript, CLI, Python, Go. But the one we're going to use in this project is the HTTP. Okay, simply grab this exact URL, and that's the URL you will find here. So that looks pretty good to me. Simply grab the URL, and this is the URL which I'm going to provide in my MetaMask. Simply grab this one, come here, and that's what you have to paste here. And again, I'm telling you that this URL I will going to provide you in the starter file, so you can simply get it from there as well. This is the name, we have the RPC URL, and this is the chain ID. So this is the exact chain ID you have to provide, 8001, because this is for the Mumbai test network. We have the currency, and this is the optional one. So once you will fill out all of these data, click on the save, and you will have the network ready to go. Come to the general section, and here you will find bunch of options which you can customize as per your choice. Come back to the advanced one, and when you will install MetaMask in your browser for the very first time, you can see by default I have all of this test network is displaying, but in your case it will not display. If you really want to display that, you have to turn this option, show test network. So then it will show the test network in the MetaMask. So you can see I have already turned this one, so it's displaying. Okay, so make sure to turn it on, and once you're done with that, click on the save, and you will have the same, your MetaMask Polygon Mumbai test network is set up. So simply close all of this existing tab, and that looks pretty fine to me. And come up here. Now we're going to take a faucet. We need some Matic coin so we can deploy the contract. You can see I already have like this much Matic coin in my wallet, so I don't need to have it. But in your case, when you will installing MetaMask at the very first time, you will not have the Matic coin. So that's very easy to get it. Right now I'm not connected. So what you have to do is, first thing you have to get the private key of your wallet, because this is the key we're going to utilize this to deploy the contract. So click on this account details, and from here you have to export on the key. So simply pass the password of your wallet, the MetaMask, and it will give you the private key. Click on confirm, and this is my private key. So don't use mine, because ultimately I'm using for the test purpose, and you should use your own. So simply grab this one, come back to the hardhat config file, and here we're going to simply take it. So I'm going to take a variable, I'll say const private key, and I'm going to paste it as a string. So this is my private key. Now I have to get the RPC URL. So what I will do, I'll simply close this one and close this, not close it, open this new tab, close this one, and we have to type this RPC ANKR Polygon. So this is the exact command you have to type, and we have to get the RPC URL. So what I will do, I'll come to this website, and I'm going to simply take it. So I will simply copy this entire URL. So grab this URL. Again, this will be provided in the starter file, and here we're going to take it. So this is the RPC URL, we're going to take it. So we'll take this RPC URL, and we're going to paste it. Okay, you can use the both URL. You can use the Acme one, or you can use this one, but I use this one because this one is really very short, and if I use the Acme one, that's a huge one, and I don't like it. So we have the URL, we have the private key, and now the environment is set for deploying the contract. So let's come here. Here we're going to take this default network. So we have to define the default network in which we have to deploy our contract. So if you're deploying to the Ethereum mainnet, you have to define the network of that. If you are deploying to the Polygon, you have to define that, and if you're deploying to the Mumbai testnet, you have to define that as well. So let's define that. Default network is going to be the Polygon Mumbai. Okay, so remove this one. It's going to be our Polygon Mumbai. dash Mumbai. So this is going to be the default network. Once we have the default network, we can simply come up here and we have to take this one. So this default network is ready. Now we have to take the network, and inside the networks we have to define the chain ID. So this one is optional, but it's always better that you should go with a safer approach and define the chain ID as well. So I'll define the hard hat. In that I have to define the chain ID is going to be our 8001. So this is the chain ID we have. Now we have to define our network. So we'll define the Polygon Mumbai. Inside that we have to provide the private key and the RPC URL. So we'll provide this URL, and in that we have to simply provide the accounts which we're going to use to deploy our contract. So we have to take this one, and we'll take this template tutorial, and we're going to simply pass our private key here, and we'll simply take this RPC URL and we're going to simply paste here. You guys have seen me doing this multiple times, so I hope you guys are not confused what I have done here. So that's the setup we have done. All of the things looking absolutely fine, and this is the salty code optimizer which you have to keep it like it. Okay, so everything is looking fine. You can see everything is absolutely wonderful. We have no error, no issues, and now we can simply deploy the contract. So before you do, you need some Matic coin in your wallet. So that's a very easy one. So before I come to the Matic coin, let me give you a quick overview about the Thirdweb. You can see this is the platform we're going to use it. It's give you powerful pre-bid contract. It will give you powerful SDK for your contract. It will give you the API hooks which you can use it to communicate with the transaction, communicate with the RPC URL, and make an API request. So it's really powerful. I was not using earlier, but now it's absolutely amazing and mind-blowing. It will save a lot of your time, and you don't need to write a lot of custom codes for having simple functionality. Just imagine if I want to connect my wallet, I don't need to write a huge line of code for connecting with the wallet with the MetaMask. All I have to do is to copy, just simply call the function which created by the contract, by the SDK, especially for my particular contract. I have to call it and I can simply connect with the wallet. So this is the one we're going to utilize it. You can see it has really popular and it's really powerful. You can see this is how you can generate all of the code. It will save a lot of your time. So I must come here and read the docs, that what you can do, what are the options it provide you, and how you can utilize it. So that's the one we're going to utilize it in our project. So simply come up here, and this is the network we have defined. Now come up here, close this one, open up your terminal, and now we have to simply deploy our contract using Thirdweb to the Mumbai test network. Again, it's really hot in here. So first thing we have to do is we have to get into the Web3 folder. So right now we are into the main directory, real estate contract new. So I'm in my main directory. I have to go into the Web3 folder. You can see this is the folder which I have to go in. So if I come to the contract, you can see if I open this package.json file, inside that we have this script. So right now we're going to use this script deploy to deploy our contract. We have this build, we have deploy, and we have release. So let's go to the Web3 folder, Web3, hit enter, and now we are into this. Now we have to simply deploy, run the command. We'll type npm run deploy, hit enter, and this will deploy your contract very smoothly. Okay, you can see it's compiling the project, it's uploading the contract data, and this will happen very quickly. Sometime it will take a little bit time, but it's happened mostly very quickly. So looks fine. Just wait. The deployment is happening, and it's taking some time because our contract is really very huge. You can see we have written close to 300 lines of code, so that's why it's taking a little bit time. So just be with me, and it's happening. Why this cola berry D, and finally the contract is deployed, and you will get this particular endpoints, and it will automatically open your default browser. You can see I'm going to simply cut this one, and this is the URL which is very important. You have to simply grab it, and you have to open this particular URL as per your favorite of browser. Okay, I'll simply open this one. I'm going to open in the Chrome browser. Simply grab this one, come back to the Google Chrome, and I'm going to simply paste here. Cut this one, come here, cut this one, and I'm going to simply paste it. and we're going to utilize this Thirdweb to deploy our contract to the Polygon test network, Mumbai test network. So it asks me to connect my wallet. So you can see the chain ID is there, and make sure you have to tick this one. Sometime it will be in untick. Make sure to tick this one, because this will add your contract to the Thirdweb dashboard and you will have a visual representation. So make sure to do that. Click on this connect wallet and select the wallet of your choice. So I have this MetaMask. I have this much Medicoin in my wallet. In your case, if you have, it's good. If you don't have, you have to get one. So come up here, type Polygon faucet. So faucet, click on that, click on this, and you have to get the faucet for deploying the contract. So I'm into the Mumbai. Let me grab my address. Click on this, grab my address, paste here and submit. Confirm. So I already made a request in the morning, so right now I can't get it because I already have that token in my wallet. So in your case, if you don't have, you will get that token in your wallet. Once the transaction is confirmed, wait for 1 or 2 minutes, it will reflect. Okay, sometimes it takes more than that, but it's reflect very quickly. So that looks fine. Now once you have the Medicoin in your wallet, you can simply come back, check that you have. Once you have that one, now you can come back to the Thirdweb, and now you can simply deploy the contract. So you will have this button called deploy now. So I already have this Medicoin and things looks good. I'm connected to the wallet. I have this much Medi. I will click on this deploy, and it's going to make 2 transactions. So in the first transaction is going to deploy the contract. You can see we are deploying the contract. Now click on this confirm. So the transaction is taking place. We are deploying the contract. After that, we have to make one more transaction to add this entire into the Thirdweb dashboard. So just wait. Here it's adding the dashboard, and we have to make one more transaction. So you can see the request, all the chain ID, everything is looking absolutely fine. Okay, click on this @ sign, and it's going to attach to the dashboard. It will take a little bit time. Sometimes it take 2 minutes, 3 minutes, but it's happened very quickly. You can see we have successfully deployed our contract, and we have got this beautiful visual representation of the contract where we can do every single thing. Okay, even you don't need the front end to make the transaction or list property. You can do it right from here. Okay, it will give you the complete overview of your contract. So this is the entire thing which you will find, and here you will find where you will constantly listening for the event. So whenever any transaction will take place, any event will create it in the contract, that's all going to display here. So you can see this is the overview section. This is the entire address of your contract. So your contract is deployed to the network, and this is the address you have got it. So I want you to save this particular URL, this particular dashboard in your browser. Okay, so we have the URL because we're going to use this a lot. So copy that one, and you can keep it, but just leave it like it. So we have the URL. I want to save it because this is the contract we're going to refer again and again, and I don't want to lose it. So let's save it. If you come to the build section, here you will find all the methods which you can use to deploy, connect your contract with your front end app. So they have explained you that how you can use the SDK, how you can use with the JavaScript, all the API keys and everything it has provided. Okay, so we have this JavaScript, React Native, we have Web3 button we have. So we're going to use React.js, and the best part is that is going to give you all of the functions. So you can see that this is the function we have defined in the contract: add review, buy property, like reviews, like property, update price, update property. So all of these functions which make changes in our state variable. That's why you can see under the right category, and we have a couple of functions for reading as well. Okay, come back to the explore section. Here you will find all of the function. Okay, explore. So this is the entire write function we have. This is the read function we have, and you can simply literally pass the data to do the changes. All of this function. This is the entire read function. Read properties, read highest rated product, read product reviews, get property. All of this function you will find which read the data from the blockchain, from your smart contract. So that looks pretty fine. Let's come back to the events. Here you will find all the events will take place in your contract. Right now we have 0 event. The setting is not that important, and here you will have the source code of your contract. So you will have the entire source code of the smart contract right up here. You can see all of the code which we have written. That's pretty huge. And we will also have the ABI. If I close this one, we have the ABI. So this is the ABI. And if you don't want to use Thirdweb, you can simply grab this ABI and grab the address, and you can follow the normal manual procedure for communicating with the blockchains, the way we have done in the NFT marketplace or in other project. Okay, you can follow that one, because you need ABI, you need the address of the contract, and you can easily able to communicate with the blockchain. So that looks pretty fine. Everything is working absolutely incredible. This is the entire ABI. Now come back to the build one, and we're going to use this extensively because we're going to follow all of this guidance, all of the methods which they are recommending you, and we're going to build logic on top of this and customize the function to design the data as per our choice, as per the UI part we have. So we have the property, we have the events. So I will teach you every single method to retrieve data from the blockchain. So we have write, read, and event. Event is also really powerful. Okay, so this is the one we have. By, you can see automatically it will generate this function which you can use it. So there are some tricks you have to do, which I will show you later down in the video, in the project. So that looks pretty fine. That looks pretty awesome to me. Hope these things are making sense to all of you guys. This is the function we have to call for reading the data from the blockchain, and this is the event we have which we can use to read the data. So we can read the data based on the specific event, based on all event, and based for a particular event index you can read the data as well. So all of this function we're going to utilize and see how it's going to work in our front end and UI part. So that looks pretty fine. Everything is working absolutely great. So our contract is deployed. We have almost covered the first two part. We have built our smart contract, we have tested our smart contract, we have deployed our smart contract, and now left the final part for building the context, building the entire logic for retrieving the data. And once we're done with that, we're going to connect the data to our front end UI part. So that looks pretty awesome. Let me close this one, and that's absolutely incredible. Let's come here and let's create a file in which we're going to write the code for our front end UI part. So we'll call it client, and in this we're going to write the entire code for our front end, the front end UI part, the context management, the UI structure, all of the things we're going to do inside the client side, because we'll have a client side. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have found this video valuable. If you still have any confusion, any doubt, do let me know in the comment section. In the next video, we're going to start working on the front end UI part and building the logic and connecting with the contract. We're using the context management, but even in more optimized way. So that's the only thing I want to talk about in this video. Hope you guys have found this video valuable. If you are new to my channel, hit like and subscribe. That will motivate me a lot. And if you're watching me for the very first time, my name is Daulat. I'm a Web3 developer. I make this kind of project and I teach. I work as a freelancer, tons of things I do. So okay, so make sure to follow my entire projects to know more about me. And if you really like this project, do let me know in the comment section. Yes, I'm interested, I'm liking this project. I mean, that's the only thing from my end. See you in the next video. Have a wonderful day. Bye bye.
Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video, we have successfully completed the entire backend part of a smart contract. So we have written the smart contract, test the smart contract, and even we have deployed the smart contract to the Mumbai test network. Right from this video, we're going to work on our client side, and we're going to write the entire context code, and we're going to do the setups. Okay, so right from this video, things are getting very interesting because we're going to connect our front end and we're going to make some live transaction with the contract we have built in the last video. And I will simply open this particular folder. Right now I don't have anything into this client. Let's open up your terminal and let's get into that. So we'll type cd client, and this will take us into the folder. And now we have to initialize Next.js, because that's what we're going to utilize it in this particular project. And I want you to use Next.js. Don't use TypeScript or any other framework. Use Next.js, because I can see that a lot of you comes with an error and you say that your code is not working because you are using TypeScript, and there is a difference in TypeScript and Next.js when it's come to defining the variables. Okay, so I have seen you guys have made a lot of mistakes in the NFT marketplace project. So if you haven't built that, make sure to build that. So simply type npm create next app and give this dot. So it will create the entire folder and file structure in the same folder, the client folder. That's why we are giving this dot. Okay, now hit enter, and this will take a little bit time, but first we have to do the configuration. So we don't want to use TypeScript, we don't want to use ESLint, and hit enter. So this is going to create the entire folder and file structure, our next app. So just wait, let it be complete. And here you can see finally we have initialized the project, the next project, and we have zero vulnerability. Simply close this one and come here, open the folder. Inside that you will find the entire folder and file structure We have this git folder. Inside that you will find all the configuration, all the hooks. Then we have the node modules, then we have the packages and file, and we have to clean some of the files. Okay, so first thing I want to do is I want to delete this API folder because we are not making any API request. We have to delete this document, and we have to open this one, and we have to clear all of this pre-built, pre-written code. Select all and remove the type RAFCE. And if you don't know how I'm getting this RAFCE, because I have installed an extension called React Snippet. Okay, so make sure to install that, and I have explained that extensively in my other videos in the NFT marketplace, so make sure to watch that as well. So this looks pretty good. You can see right now we have this one. Close this one, come back in the public. This is the style folder. Inside that we have to delete this one, and we have to remove all the CSS. So that's the general setups we have done. This is the Next.js packages and file, and in this we're going to install couple of packages. Thirdweb would fetch all the information. So that looks pretty good to me, and close this one. Now first we have to get into the client folder. Actually we are in the client folder. Now we have typed npm run dev, and this will start our application on localhost 3000, and you can see every single thing is working fine. So we have no issues right now. Come back to the code editor, and now what we're gonna do is simply stop the application from running, and we have to install a couple of packages. We need Thirdweb's packages so we can interact. We need SDK, all of the things we need. So let's install one by one. So simply come up here. So this is the dev dependency we have, and this is the script we have. So what I will do, I'll come here and I will simply type, let's say npm I ethers, because we have to convert our pricing, and that's why we need to install this, because we have to convert the pricing into way. So that's what we need, and we want to use this particular version, and I would recommend you to use this particular version, because right now the moment I'm recording and the project I have built, it's more stable with this package. So just wait, it will take a little bit time, and finally we have ether.js installed successfully. Clear the terminal, and now we have to install the other package. So simply type npm I, and we have to type thirdweb dev / react, and we have to pick the version. So make sure to pick the exact version which I'm using. So give this one and 3. So this is the version we need in the project, and this will take a little bit time. You can see right now it's happened very quickly because I simply edited it. Okay, so it will take time. In your case it will take 1 or 2 minutes. Okay, now we have installed successfully Thirdweb React. This is the version, and I want you to use the same version, 3.11.11. Now we have to use another one, the SDK one, Thirdweb /dev SDK, and we need this particular version 3. Hit enter, and this will happen very quickly. So we have the 2 packages we need. You can see this is the 2 packages and the other one. So it looks pretty fine to me. Now what we can do is simply type npm run dev to check everything's working fine, and still things are looking pretty good. No error we have in the code. Come back in the code editor and bring this down. Now we are done with this entire packages. If we think that we need more, we can definitely come back and we can check. So that looks pretty fine to me. Come here, open this one, and go to the pages. Inside the pages we have to do the setups. So right now you can see that we have used the normal function. We're gonna change this function. So first thing, we have to import couple of things. So let's come up here. We have to import the Thirdweb. So let's change this one to a arrow function. Change this to arrow functions. Bring this down, instant return, cut this one and simply paste here. Okay, it's went back normally. Now what we can do is let's be export default app. So this will be good, and now we have to do the imports of our packages. So we have to import the chain ID, because Thirdwebs give you so much power to you as a developer. You don't need to build all the manual configuration. It has packages, it has function which can allow you to connect with any particular chain, any particular blockchains, and it contain this chain ID variables contain all the chain IDs and their value, and we need this one. So we need chain ID, and we need the Thirdweb provider, and this is coming from the Thirdweb React. So it's coming from here. So we got the chain ID and Thirdweb provider, and we need more. We need to configure our state, but we'll do that later because right now we haven't built that. So let's come here. We have to wrap our entire application with this so we can easily able to have it. So we'll say Thirdweb provider, and we have to simply cut this one and paste inside this. Now we have to configure our chain ID, and that's what we're going to do in the Thirdweb provider. So simply type active chain. It has a lot of variables, so make sure to check in the active one because right now we are dealing with the Polygon test network and it's active. So that's the configuration we'll do, active chain, and we'll take this chain ID, and it is an object, and it will give you all the chains data. So let me take the Mumbai and let me show you that what you will get in this chain ID variable. So now that looks pretty good. We have done with the setups. Now let me console log out the chain ID and let me show you what data we have into that. So come up here, reload the browser. So maybe you will get this error because we haven't connected with the MetaMask. That's why I'm getting it, but don't need to worry about that. Reload the browser, inspect element, and inspect element. Go to the consoles, and here you will find an object, and this object contain all the chain ID. So you will have Mumbai, Gorilla, Optimum, Binance Change, Test, Polygon, all of the network you will find here, and the chain ID which you can use to configure your application. And we are using Mumbai. You can see 8001 the chain ID we have, and that looks pretty good. So we have successfully configured our chain ID in our app.js. Now close this one, come here, and here close this one, and we have to come here. We're going to click on this client, and we're going to create a folder. We call it context, and in this we're going to manage the entire context of our application. Let's call it index.js, and in that we're going to write all the code. So let me do this RFCE, and let me import couple of things from React. So we'll need use effect, and we need use state and use context, and we need create context. So these are the things we are taking from React. Let me remove this code. So we have all of this: use effect, use context, and create context. Now we have to import the other packages. So we need to import let's come here, and we have to import the React, and in this we're going to import all the function we need, and all of these methods we're getting from the Thirdweb, and it's super power. You don't need to write custom code for having the functionality like connecting wallet, fetching the balance, disconnecting wallet, and interacting with the contract. Okay, it's so powerful. So just follow, and you have to be very focused, and you have to understand what are the things we are doing here. So the very first thing we're going to import is use address. So this will give you the address of the user who is connected with the application. Then we're going to use the use contract. We'll use MetaMask. We'll use contract write, and we have multiple variable. We can use contract write, use contract read, use contract event. So we're going to import all of this read, and we'll have this use contract event. And I'm getting this errors, no problem. Let's come down. We have to import the ethers package, and that's coming from the ether, and here we have to provide this from. So we have imported all these functions which we need in our application. So we have this use address, use contract, use MetaMask, use contract write, use contract read, use contract event, and these are the important functions we're going to use over and over again to interact with our contract for reading, writing, and event. Okay, that's a pretty simple thing, and I'm not coming up with this because there is everything available in the docs, and from there I'm getting all of this function. Looks pretty fine. We have done all the imports. That's pretty amazing. Hope you guys have understood. Come here, and now what we have to do is we have to build something. So we'll take the variable, we'll say state context, and it's coming from create context. So this is the state context we have. Now we have to export that. So we'll say export const state context provider, and we have to pass the children. That's a normal way what we have done in the other projects. That's the same thing we are doing for building our context, and that's the things are ready. Now we have to simply come up here, and here we're going to take a couple of variables. So first thing we need the contract, and In this, we're going to use this use contract, and inside this we have to pass the address of the contract. So I hope you guys haven't forgot, in the last video we have deployed our contract and I saved in my browser, and I'm going to simply get the contract address. Okay, now I'll come up here. I'm going to take another variable which is called address, and this coming from this hook. So this hooks we get from the Thirdweb use address. Now we're going to take the connect, and this will come from connect, this will come from use MetaMask. So they have bunch of methods, like if you want to connect to a specific wallet, like we have other wallets available. So if you want to go with that, you can definitely import their function. So that looks fine for connect wallet. Now we can come up here, we're going to simply return, and we have to build our context.provider, close that one, and inside that we have to pass the children. So let's come up here, we're going to pass the children, and here we're going to send all the values. This is the exact logic we have followed. So we have to send the address, we have to send the connect, and I want to send one more variable. So let's send the contract as well, because when any data is getting changed, we have to call our contract functions to fetch the information. That's why we are exporting the contract as well. It will make sense, just follow along with me. Now you can see the entire state management is looking fine. Now here we can come and we have to export our context. So we'll say const use state context, and we're going to use this one arrow function. We could say use context, and that we have to pass the context. So things looks pretty fine. So we are done with this entire setups. That's all looking absolutely incredible. Now let's take our variable to check things are working fine. So let's call this one real state, and in that we're going to simply type normal real state Dapp, and that's what we're going to simply pass here, and that looks pretty fine. So we are done with this, all the setups which you need to do into the index.js file for the context management. Now we'll come up here, go to the pages, go to the API, and here we have to configure our context so we can have the data in our every single component. So first thing, we have to import our context, and that's coming from the, let's come up here, what name we have given. So we have called context provider, will simply coming, and it's coming from dash context, and that looks pretty fine. And now we have to wrap our application. So come up here, take this inside it, and we have to simply wrap the application. Cut this portion and paste here. So in this way, the entire data which we will pass in our context will be available to us in our entire application. That looks pretty fine. Close this one, and now come back to the index and let's test this out, that whether our context is working or not. So for first thing, we have to import couple of things from React. We need use state and we need use effect. These are the two hooks we need. We'll come down here, we're going to import the context. So we'll say we have to import the ether, because we have to convert the pricing into ways so we can make the transaction. So we have the ether. Now we'll come here, we'll do the internal import, and under internal import we're going to import our, let's say, context. So we'll say dash context, and inside that we have to get the function. So we'll come here, come back into the context, and this is the one we have to call. Simply call this one, copy this one, and that's what we have to call here. So that looks pretty fine to me. Now come up here, we're going to take this variable, and from here we're going to receive all of the data: address, connect, contract. We'll take the, what is the other value we have? We have this one called real state. That's what we're going to receive, and these all coming from our data. So we'll say use state context, and this will give us the data. Now simply take this one and paste here, pass it here, and this will work absolutely fine. So open up your terminal, try to reload, start the application and reload the browser, and you can see, okay, that's something wrong we have in this. So our data is not displaying, and things looking fine. So here I'm into my context file, index.js context file, and I can see the problem. Here we have the problem because I have provided this insert bracket, so I have to simply remove that one and give this normal an object type of. If you save it, this will fix the issue. Reload the browser and you can see we have the data, real estate Dapp. So things are looking pretty fine. Things are looking pretty fine to me. So our entire state management, entire setup is absolutely working fine. And now we can start writing the bigger function. So I hope you are on the same page where I am right now. Whatever we have done so far, everything is looking fine. And here we have the use contract. So we have to get our contract. So come here, contract address, open a new tab and go to the, I told you in the last video that you have to save the one. Simply click on this and I will open the same contract which I have deployed to the Thirdweb, and this is the address I have of the contract. So right now we haven't made any transaction, so I will simply click on this and I will copy the address of the contract and I'm going to simply pass it here. So you can see when I will do this, I will have the entire contract into this particular variable and I can simply able to make calls on that. So what I will do, I'll simply come here and I will do the console log to show you that we have the contract, and in that we're going to pass the contract. So come up here, save it and inspect element, go to the console and reload the browser, and this will take some time. Okay, you can see first it's getting undefined, but it will come the contract address. You can see this is the entire contract we got. Inside that we have all of the ABI contract wrapper, and that we'll have this event. You can see we have the functions, all properties, all of the function we have here. Means our setup is absolutely working fine. Whatever we have done so far, everything's looking fine. Connect wallets, everything's working fine. So that looks pretty fine to me. We have amazing setups, and simply come up here, go to the index and simply come up here, remove this one, take a h1 tag, and in that we have to say real estate. We'll come down here, we're going to take a button and let me show you that how we can add the current wallet. So we can say on click and we're going to simply call the function we have for connecting wallet, and this will save a lot of your life this will save your life. I hope you guys have watched my previous project in that we have built custom function for connecting with the wallet, but using Thirdweb you can simply call this function and you will have the entire functionality. Let's call the function and we're going to say connect, save it, and you can see here we have the button. Simply reload the browser and click on this. Right now we are undefined and here we got the contract. Now click on this connect and it's going to open the MetaMask. You can see it's absolutely powerful. So here it's taking a little bit time, just let's give the time. Let me close this one. Why it's taking so much time? Let me switch the network to the Mumbai. Let me click on the Mumbai. Okay, finally it took. Let me pass my credential, unlock, and here you can see we are successfully connected with this application. And if you really want to see that whether we are connected or not, you can see we are connected, and now you will have the address of the user. So we have this user variable, we have the address. Let me paste the address. So we already have this variable called address, and that will have the address of the user. So if I refresh, you can see this is the address of the user who is connected, and that will automatically change. So if anybody changes their wallet address, it's going to change the address as well. So if I come here, go to the account one, you can see the address is changed. So you don't need to write a custom function which can look up the changes in the address. You can have that functionality. So that looks pretty fine. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys, how we have done the setups, because this is what we're going to do a lot, and that's the only thing I want to talk about in this video. If you still have any confusion, any doubt, do let me know in the comment section, and from the next video we're going to start working on the functionality of our application. So I don't want to make videos too big because many of you have said that the videos are too big. It's better to focus on one functionality at a time so you can easily able to understand in deeper level. So let's move to the next video where we're going to build the important function for our contract. Everyone, hope all of you are doing great. So in the last video we have done the entire setup for our context management with the help of using Thirdweb, and we have also fetched the contract, connect wallet, connecting addresses, passing all the data, everything we had done in the last video. So if you haven't watched the last video, I would recommend you to watch it, because that will make sense whatever we're going to cover right now in this video. So here we have this contract variable. Let me remove this one. And now what we have to do is, now we have to write the functionality for creating and listing the property, and that's what we're going to do from here. So in this video we'll focus only on creating property using the Thirdweb. Okay, so let's call this function, and from down below we're going to write the entire function. We're going to have a lot of function, close to 15 to 16 function we have, because this contract is pretty huge. So we are going to work on the very first function. So let's call the functions, and we'll call one, and this will be, let's come up here, what we have called the function. Let me come to the Web3, go to the contract, and which one the function we have to call it. So this is the function we have to call, and that we have to pass all of the data. Simply grab the name of the function, and that's what I'm going to simply pass here. So this is the function we're going to build. So come up here, we'll take a variable, we'll call mutate async, and again I'm not coming up with this, it's there in the docs, and from there we are getting it. So we'll call mutate async, and we have to give the name of the function, and it will also give you the loading state. So you will know that when you will do the transaction will take a little bit time to give you the data. So this will give you either false and true. If it's in the loading state, it will say true, but if it's not loading state, it will say false. So on the base of that, you can display the loader in your front end UI. So that's the one we have is loading. We'll say error, and it's coming from use contract write, because we have to write something into our contract. So this is the hook we're going to use it. We're going to give the name of the contract, then we have to give the name of the function we want to call inside the contract. Okay, taking this loading state, it will return true or false, and then we have the error. If anything goes wrong into the contract, it will give us the error. And then we are using the hook called use contract write. We are taking the contract and we are passing the function which we want to call it. So that's the entire setup we have done for writing. Now if you come here, if I come here, go to the explore build section, if I come, so this is the function all we have. So click on this list property, and this is in the JavaScript. So if I come here, this is the read, I click on this React, and this is the exact piece of code I've got it. Okay, this is the exact piece of code. So we have first imported the contract, so simply grab it one more time, and I'm going to simply show you, simply paste here. This is the exact thing we had written, and this is the exact function we have to call if we want to list the property in the on the blockchain in our smart contract. So get this contract, so get this function, and this is the exact thing which I have done here. I'm going to simply replace that code. You can see, and the best part of this Thirdweb is that it will give you that what are the inputs you have to parse, what are the argument you have to pass, how you have to call the function. So you don't need to build the functionality. Obviously we have to do the modification because we have to customize the data as per our requirement. So you have to do the modification, but straight away you can simply copy and pass the data and you will have the functionality. So you can see this is the mutate async listed property loading. We're not going to take the error object. Then we have this one. Okay, all of these things we have, and the same thing we have to do for all of the other functions. So this is the name of the function, it's given call, but we're going to rename this one to something else called create property function. So this will for creating property function, and now we have to pass all of this argument. So we have to pass the owner, price, property title, and this is the argument. So if I remove this one, you can do either this way, you can remove this one and you can send as a form of object. So if you do that, save it, so this will also work fine. So if I come here, close this one, and here you will get the data. Once the transaction went through success, you will get this data. Close this one and simply take the function, and that function we have to pass it here. So let's pass the function create property function and simply grab this particular function, and now this function we're going to use it in our front end to connect. And To do that, here you can see here we have the owner. So owner, there is no variable in our context as an owner, means we have to pass the address of the user who try to interact with the contract. So we have to simply pass the address. We have the address, so we'll pass the address, and we have to pass the price. All of this data we have to pass, and that's what we're going to take from the user. So to do that, what we can do is come up here. Here you can see we have owner, we have price, we have property title, we have category, we have image, we have property address, description. So we can come back here in the index, and here we're going to build that. So what I will do now, I'm going to take the function. So like some of the function I use over and over again in most of my Dapp, and I converted those function into a utility function, so I can use that whenever I want in my project. So I don't need to build that. Again, you will get this in the startup file, so you don't need to build that. Okay, so this is the file we have, utils. I will simply drag and drop into my client folder. I'll give you a quick overview. So I will expand that one. Come here and come to the utils. Inside that I have this file called index, and in this index we have this three function. One, we have day left, which will give you the time, that how many days are left. We have this check image and calculate percentage. So these are the three function I have into this utility because I use this in most of my application, so I converted that. So all we have to do is to pass a number, it will give us the percentage. If you pass a timestamp, it will give you the time left. And we have another function called check if image, so it check whether the image provided by the user or not. Okay, so we have these three images. So I want you to take a snapshot or pause the video and write it down, but I will provide you this in the starter file. Okay, so these are the simple function. We will take the URL, will take the callback function, and it's going to simply check that whether we have the image or not. On load, and we have the on error. So things looks pretty fine to me. Close this one. Hope it makes sense to all of you guys. Make sure to have this, not this two, but you should have this one, check image, because this is the function we're going to use in this particular project. Or maybe if we want to show the timestamp, we can take this as well, but we're going to focus on this. So close this one, and now come back to the pages index, and here we're going to import that. So let's import that, call check if image, and this coming from the utils. We have that one, so that's the one we have. Now we'll come up here, come here, and we'll take this state variable. So we're going to take this two state variable. So the one we'll take this, let's say, is loading. Initially it will be false. We have to take another one called state, and this will call properties. In this we're going to store all the properties which we're going to face from the contract in this variable, so we can display. So these are the two state variables we have. Now we can come up here, we can take a use state or the form, and it will be in form of will be an object, and in that we have to define all the data which we want to send into our contract. So the first thing, we want to take the property title. It's going to be an empty string. Then we have to take the description, then we have to take the category. After that we have to take the price. After that we have to take the images, and after that we have to take the property address. So these are the data we are taking, which we will pass into the contract. So this is the form object. Now we'll come here and we have to build the functions. So let's take a build a function. We'll call handle form field change, and this function is reliable for updating our form data. So it's going to take the two variables. It will take the field name and it will take the e. You can do normal update, but this one is the most clean way to update our state variable in the form object. So all it will do, it will take the sort form and it will update the data. So we have to deconstruct that, spread the entire object which is in the form, and we're going to simply pass the field name, and in that we have to pass this e target dot value. So this will automatically trigger and update the data. All we have to do is to call this function. So we are back. So I took a good 10-minute break, and after that I'm start again recording the video. Now let's continue where we left. So now what we have to do is, let's take a variable. We'll define another function, and this function is reliable for updating our data. So we'll call this function called handle submit, and in that we're going to pass this. It's going to be async function because again we are dealing with the contract function. We'll pass this e, and in that we're going to take this stop the default behavior, e dot prevent default. Once we do that, now what we have to do is come up here, and we're going to come here and we're going to simply call our function check if image. So this is the check we have to do, whether we have the image or not and the user providing or not. Okay, so it's going to take the form dot image, and it will also take be a callback function. We'll say exist. I hope you guys can see what we are doing here. In the utility function we have this call function check image, and it take the image URL and it will check a callback function. So here we have to check for a condition. We'll say if exists. So if we have the image URL, then we have to simply update our data. So we'll say set is loading to true, and we have to call the function, the contract function. We'll call the create. So this is the function we have to call, create property function, and that's what we're going to simply call it here. So let's come here, import the function, and that's the function we have to call and pass the data. Inside that we have to simply first we have to pass the data, the form data. We have to spread the form inputs, and then we have to simply update the pricing. So this pricing will come so this pricing will come in form of number. So we have to convert that into a way, because that's how the transaction take place on the blockchain. So we'll convert that. We'll use this ether dot utils dot parse units, and that we have to pass the form price and the decimal points. It's 18. Hope things are making sense to all of you. Once we do that, we have to simply set our set loading to false, and that's looks pretty good. Else we have to simply show the alert message that the URL is not a valid URL. We can say please provide valid URL, image URL, and this is the alert message we want to give. And we have to simply empty the image from the form. Okay, we'll say image empty string. So that's the function we're going to simply attach in our form. So things looks pretty fine, and now we can come here. So our functions are ready. Now we have to define the entire form from which we will take the data. Okay, so let's come up here. Here we have the address. Let's take h1 tag and we'll say create, and here we're going to take the form. It will have the on submit, and we have to simply call this particular function. Okay, this is the function we have. Now simply open this one, and we're going to take this div. Inside that we have to take the input field. It will have the type. So text placeholder will be the property title, and it will also have the function we have created on change, and we have to simply call this particular function handle form field check, and in that we have to pass the name of the field and the event. So we'll pass the name. So this is the name we have, property type, and we have to pass the event e. So that's how we will pass the data into our handle form field change, and it will automatically fill out the data as per the data we are passing, the field name we are passing. So that's the first input we have, and this will simply update it. Simply grab this piece of code. So now we have to work on all of this field. So simply grab this piece of code and repeat couple of times. So here we have 6 times. Now the second one we have is the, let's say, description. Simply grab that one, and we have to simply, here we have to pass description. Now we have to get the category, get that category, and here we have to pass the category. So that looks pretty fine. Now we have to work on the price. Simply get the price, and after category we have the price. Simply replace this one and change this to category, and this will become the number. After category we have to work on the image. Simply grab that one, and we have to simply change this portion URL, and this will be the number. And now we have the last one is the property address. Simply replace this one and the property address. So this is the entire form field we have, and now we're going to take a button on which we're going to attach the submit function. So we'll take this type is going to be submit, and we'll call this submit. So whenever someone will click on the button, it will automatically trigger the function we have attached into the form. So that's our entire form component for creating the data. Now simply close this one, come up here, and you can see it looks absolutely incredible. Reload the browser and things are looking fine. Do the inspect element, go to the consoles. Right now we don't have any issues. Now we can have to provide all of this data. Okay, so what we can do is come up here. So this is the data we are sending. So where we are, so here we are. So all of this function looking fine. Let's come back to the context, and here we have to receive the data. So we'll type form, and this will have all the data. Let me comment this out to show you that we are getting the data. And here we're going to console log with the entire form. Okay, looks pretty fine. Now reload the browser, simply pass this text $, property, pass the description, hey Bob, give the category to housing, the pricing would be 5, the image URL. Now we have to go back to the Pixabay. Let's go to the Pixabay, get the fair, click on this, and we have to get an image URL. So as I told you that you have two options. One, you can simply grab the URL of your property, or you can simply upload that into the smart contract with the help of IPFS. I'll show you the both way. Okay, so just follow for the time being right now. So if I paste here, you can see this is the URL of the image, and that's what I'm going to provide here. Let's give the address. So we'll say no, and click on submit, and here you will have all the data of that particular function which we are getting: housing, descriptions, image, pricing, title. So everything's looking fine. You can see everything is working absolutely incredible. If I don't provide the URL, you can see our error message will display, please provide valid image URL. So this one is also working fine. You can display a custom model in which you can display this message, or you can use this alert pop-up. Both are same for you. So that looks pretty fine, and the image is not there. So now let me provide that one. If I click one more time, I will have the data for that one. So this looks pretty fine to me. Now what we can do is, it's better to deconstruct this form data. So I'll simply remove that, and I'm going to deconstruct that, and this all data is coming from the form. Okay, come back here. Now let's come here in the index file, index page, and we have to grab this one because this is the exact thing we have to provide. Come back to the context, and here we're going to simply provide it. We have to remove this one. Simply remove, select all of this and remove it, save it, and this looks fine. And that's the exact data we have to pass inside this function here. So let me uncomment this one, and we have to get all the properties. So we have to pass the data in the same order. That's the one thing you have to keep in mind, that the data we have to pass in the same order. We can't modify it. So it's asks the address, price, property, title, category. We have to pass this data in the same order. So let's provide the property title. We have to provide the description, and after the description we have to provide the category. Simply grab that one, category. After that we have to provide the image, and then we have to provide the property address. So that's the one we have to provide it. So that looks pretty fine. So this function is almost ready. We will get the data, and then we'll pass into the contract, and it will make the transaction. So now we are ready to test this out. So come up here, reload the browser, and let's try to make the transaction. Before we do that, let's check that whether we are connected. Yes, we are connected. Let's clear my history. I don't want to get into an error. So sometime your previous history in the MetaMask create a transaction fail. So make sure whenever you change your wallet address from one to another, you make sure to clear all the history, so you won't have any issues. Reload the browser. Now let's pass all of the data into this fields. So what I will do, I'll pass the thanks giving house. You can type whatever you want. Okay, welcome to my new property. Category is going to be housing. We'll have the price is going to be 15. We have to provide the image URL. Simply grab this one, come back here and paste here. Now we have to give the property. You can type whatever you want. No. Okay, let's type no. That looks fine. No time. Click on this submit, and something's went wrong. Come here, and we are getting this error message that it needs 7 argument, but it's getting 0. Why so? We are provided all the arguments. Why we are getting this error message? Okay, the data is fine, but it's there's something with the argument. So here we have the issues in the list property. I think argument keyword is mandatory. So let's do this one. Object, convert this into an object and do this. Now again we have to provide all the data. So let me quickly type it. Hey Shweb, buy, give the category to is something. This is, they give the 16, paste the image URL and type the address whatever you want. So let's type home, click on submit, and still we are getting an error. It needs 7 argument, but we are getting 0. So there is something wrong. Let's come back here in the Thirdweb and let's have a look. So this is the function we want to call it, and this is the exact method we have to call. So simply grab this entire code and come back to the VS, and now what we can do is, let me do one thing. So all of the data is looking absolutely fine, but still I'm getting the error message. So the best thing we can do is simply close this function and simply replace this one and the function. Simply remove this and paste here whatever we have copied from here, and now we have to do the modification here. Simply grab the function and paste here. So don't need to do changes in here. Let's paste the function name and open this one. We have to get this entire data, copy this one, and that's what we have to call it here. So that's the form. Now we have to pass the form. So that looks pretty fine. I guess the problem, I know what is the problem is happening. So simply remove this one, and the problem was there in the argument. Okay, we have to provide this argument keyword. That was the problem we have. So now simply pass the data. Here we have to pass the address of the user who's interacting. Now we have to pass the property title. We have to pass the description. We have to pass the category. We have to pass the images. We have to pass the property addresses. Okay, so make sure to make these changes and it will work fine. Okay, so argument keyword is mandatory. You have to use the argument and then you have to pass the variables. Come here, reload the browser, and let me provide all of this data, random data. I'll say buddy, category, whatever you can give, housing. Let's type the pricing, copy the URL and paste here, and you can give the address whatever you want. Click on submit, and this time we have still got an error. It says that the action required a connection wallet. Okay, so we are not connected with the wallet, that's why we are getting this error message. Now what we can do is click on this. Okay, first we have to, let me disconnect because maybe there is some problem. So simply disconnect that one and reload the browser, and now try to connect the wallet. So once you click on that, here we have the MetaMask. Now we have to pass the credential to log into the application, and here we are connected. You can see we are connected, and now we can easily able to make the transaction. Sometime we get this kind of error. So let me pass the data, random data. We'll pass the pricing, image, copy, paste. We have to paste the address. Now click on the submit, and you can see this time we are not getting an error, and it's take a little bit time to open the pop-up. And here you can see the MetaMask is open now, and we are making the interaction with the contract, and the network is busy, gas prices are high, and estimated are less accurate. Okay, so now what we can do, we can simply make our transaction. Click on confirm, and the transaction is happening at the background, and you can see it's taking a little bit time, and that's why we have that loading state. So you can see it's happening. Just wait, soon we'll get the log, and here you can see our contract is successfully triggered and we have successfully created one property. This is the receipt we have got. If you open that one, in that you will have all the detail about the transaction you have done right now. So we had all of these data. We have the events. This is the event we have initialized. This is the from, gas used. All of things are working fine. Now if you come back to the Thirdweb, you can able to find all of the data. So we have come to the overview and you will see that we have run one event. So this is the property listing we have created just now, and this is the event we trigger. If you click on that, you can able to have the details. This is the block number you will have, and inside that you will have all of this data. So these are the data we have passed in the event, which we can retrieve very easily. Okay, so things are looking absolutely incredible. Honor, we have the pricing. So tons of things that we have. So come back here. Now what we can do, click one more time and create one more property. Here we have the property. Click on confirm, and I have one pending transaction. Click on confirm. Okay, somehow I made two transactions. Okay, so the transaction went through, and you can see we have this 3 transaction because there was a transaction at the initially because I double clicked it. Okay, so we have all of this transaction. You can see this looks absolutely fine. If you click on the overview, you can easily able to see the event. So things are looking absolutely incredible, and now we can easily able to create property into our contract. So let's come back to the code. Now you can understand that how you can use this Thirdweb hook to write something into your contract and how easy it is. So that's why I wanted to give you so much emphasis on this, because once you understand these entire things, later it will make more sense. Okay, so this is the first function we have created, and that's the only thing I want to cover in this video, because I wanted to show you in brief that how you can create property using Thirdweb, utilizing the hooks. You can see everything's working fine. In the next video, we'll have one more lengthy and well-focused topic which we're going to cover, and that we're going to focus that how we can retrieve data using Thirdweb. Video will build the function to read the data from the contract, and we're going to optimize that in our way, which we're going to utilize it for displaying the data into the front end. Okay, so let's move to that. All of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video, we have learned that how we can write something into our smart contract using the use contract write hook by Thirdweb. So if you haven't watched the last video, make sure to watch it, because that one is a very important concept which you have to clear when it's come to writing something in the contract using the Thirdweb. In this video, we'll focus only on retrieving data from the contract using the Thirdweb and it's one of the hook, and how we can modify the data as per our requirement to display into our front end. So here I'm into my context file index.js, and in that I'm going to write the functions. We are done with the very first function. Let's call this get property data section. Okay, now what we can do is we're going to create a variable, create a function. So we'll say get property data, and it's a functions. It's gonna be an async function, and that we're not going to pass any argument because we are retrieving the data. And here what we have to do is we have to create this try and catch block, so we have to catch any type of error is happening in the code. So we'll say error while loading data, and we'll log the entire error object. Now what we have to do is let's take a variable, we'll call it properties, we'll say await, we call this contract dot call, and in that we have to pass the function name, the contract name, the function we have in the contract for getting all the properties. So we have two methods to call the function. One, the one we have used in the last video, and this is the second one, using the contract and calling the call method and passing the function. So let's call the function. So this is the function we have. If I come here, go to the contract, so let's come here, go to the Web3 inside the contract, and this function, this particular function get all properties, will give us the entire property we have in the contract. So that's the one we're going to simply call it pass here, and this way we can retrieve the data. Now what I will do, I'll simply come here and I'm going to simply console log out the entire data to show you things are working fine. Now we have the property, simply take that and pass here in the value, so we can call in the index page. Let me give this comment, read property data. So come here, and now we're going to simply call the function. Simply close this one, close this one, close this one, and here we're going to take a variable. So let's define a section called read data or get data. So we'll say const, we'll call the function called fetch properties. It's going to be an async function, and we'll take this set is loading to true when the data is coming, and after that we'll define that one data wait. We'll call the function, so let's call here get the function get properties data, copy that one, and that's the function we're going to call it here. Once we have the entire data, we have to simply set that data to our state variable called set properties, and in that we're going to pass the entire data. After that we have to turn off the is loading state, well, sorry, false. So this is the function we have, and we're going to call this function whenever someone reload the page, the index page. Okay, so let's come here, take a use effect, and we have two things. So whenever any changes will take place in the contract, at that time we have to call the function, and whenever someone change their wallet address, at that time we have to call this function. So we'll say if contract exists, then we have to call the function. Okay, and here we're going to pass the argument. So we want to call this function like whenever the address change and the contract change, and this will give us the data. Hope this entire things makes sense. Just a normal JavaScript logic, nothing related to the smart contract. So we are ready to go and check this one. So we have the property. Now let me console log out the properties. We'll pass the property and save it. Come back to the browser, and you can see we are fetching the data, and it will take time, you can see, because we are fetching the data from the contract, and we have created this 3 property, and here we have it. If you open that one, you will have the entire properties in arrays, and if I open this one, you can see that this data is not in properly arranged. So we have to rearrange this data in such a way so we can display into our front end. So right now it's getting repeated in terms of index and in terms of category, in terms of field name. So we have to rearrange this entire data, and I hope you guys can understand that how powerful it is to read the data from the contract using Thirdweb. Now things are looking fine, everything is working absolutely incredibly well here. Now what we can do is close this one and come back here where we are fetching the information in the context, and now let's modify the data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variable called parsed properties, and that we have to pass the properties map. We're going to loop over it, properties I, and it will be an object return. We'll take the owner, and we'll have the property dot owner. Okay, we are simply modifying the data, whatever data we need. We'll take the another title, property title. We'll have the description. We'll say property description. After that we'll have the category. We'll have the property category. Then we'll have the price, and we have to convert the price in ether. So format ether, in that we have to pass the property price, and we'll pass the toString, so it will convert that into a ether. Now after that we have to pass the product ID, so it will be the product ID with capital D, and we have to convert that into a number. After that we'll take this reviewer, because our property will contain the reviews and those who have given the review, and this information we need when we'll display the user interest. So we'll call reviewers, and it will return an array. So we'll say property dot reviewers. After that we have to get the reviews, you can call it comments. We'll say property dot reviewers, and after that we have to take the image, property dot images, and the last one we have the address, property dot property address. So all of this information we are taking, we are formatting in a better way so we can display in our front end. So that looks pretty fine, and at the end we're going to simply return the parse properties. That's the one thing we have to return. So this will give us the data the way we want it. So looks pretty fine to me. Now come here, reload the browser, and you can see it will take a little bit time, and finally the data is here. Open that, and now the data is in well formatted object. If you open that one, you can see we have the address, category, we have address, category, description, image, honor, price, we have the honor, price, product ID, reviewer, reviews, title. Everything's working absolutely fine. Everything's working fine. So we have the data, we are getting all the properties in our front end parts, and that's what we're going to utilize it for rendering the data. So please remove this one. So we are done with this two function. Hope you guys understood that how you can read data from the contract using the Thirdweb, and that looks pretty fine. And this is the first one, create properties, and this is the one. So I think I want to cover in this video. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys, and you guys have understood the way we have built the logic for retrieving data. In the next video we'll go a little faster, and we'll try to build the entire function for making calls, updating, pricing, review, all of the things. So the next video is going to be a little huge, because in that we're going to cover all the function we have in the contract, and we're going to write in our context. So let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So welcome back once again to this real estate Dapp project. In this video we're going to build the entire functionality which is left in our context. And the last video we have learned that how we can read the property from the contract, how we can modify it, how we can fetch that and display in the front end. So hope you guys have watched the last video or all the other videos we have covered previously before we reached at this place. In this video we're going to cover all the functions in this one video. Okay, so things are looking pretty fine. We have this one. So let's start with the function for writing the function. So let's start with those functions which allow us to write something in the contract, like update pricing, update property data, we'll add reviews. So all of the function which make changes in our contract, write something. Let's work on the other functions. We'll call it 2, and this time we're going to call this function come here. What is the name of the function? Let's go into the contract, and this is the function we're going to call it update property. So that's the function we're going to call it. So let's build the function. Simply grab this one and paste here, and we have to rename this. Okay, so simply grab this one and paste here, update property, and it's going to be called update property loading. Okay, so we have that one. Now we have to build the function. We'll take a variable called update property function, and this is the method I'm going to follow. Update property function. I'll give this function extension to every single function which are making changes in our state variable contract. It's going to be async function. It will receive the form inputs, the data from the user, and now we're going to simply deconstruct that data. We'll deconstruct the product ID, because on the base of the product ID we have to do the modification. So we'll have the product ID, we'll have the property title, we'll have the description, we'll have the category, we'll have the image, we'll have the property address, and it's coming from form. So this looks pretty fine. Once we have that one, now we have to take this try and catch block, and we simply console log out the entire array. So we'll say error while updating, and we will pass the error object, and in that we're going to simply call the function. So we'll say const data await, we'll call the property. So this is the name of the property we have given. Simply grab that one and paste here, and inside that we have to pass the entire argument. So it's gonna be in form of object. It will take the argument, so we'll give this argument keyword, and then we have to simply pass the data. So we'll pass the address, it's await, so we have to provide async. I forgot that. Simply okay, I'm getting this error message. Why? Okay, I've written this in out of the function, so simply cut this one and paste inside the function. Okay, so that's happened. If I make any spelling mistake, if I make this kind of mistakes, don't need to worry about it, because this is a part of development. So this looks good, and we have to pass all of the data. So we have the address, we have to pass the product ID, we have to pass the property titles, we have to pass the category, image, property address, descriptions, and make sure this is the exact order you have to pass, the order you have defined in your smart contract. If your order is mismatched, it's going to throw you an error. So order is very important. So we have the data. Once we have the data, we have to simply console log out that the transaction is went through successfully. So we'll say contract call successfully, and we'll pass the entire data, the success. And that's the only thing you have to do if you really want to update anything into our contract or the property. Simply grab that function and we're going to simply export it here. So we are done with this function. Simply close this one. So we are done with this update one. Now let's work on the third function, which is going to be update price. So let's come here. This is the function we're going to call update price, and we're going to pass all of these argument: honor, product ID, and the price. So we'll say update price. We'll simply grab that one, paste here, and copy, paste, and replace this one, and we'll say update price loading. Once it looks fine, now what we can do, come here, let's build the function. We'll say update price functions. It's gonna be an async function, and that we have to receive the data from the form, and we'll receive the data. So we'll take the const, we'll receive the product ID, we'll receive the price, and it's coming from form. So once we have the data, we take this try and catch, and we have to follow the same footstep. So we'll console log out the error if anything goes wrong. So we'll say fail transaction and the error. You can display whatever you want. And in that we have to log the error message, transaction successful, and the data. And here we're going to simply call the function. So we'll say const data await, and we have to call the name of the function update price, and in that we have to pass the argument. So we have to pass the argument. So what we'll do, we'll take this array and we'll pass the address, price, product ID, and the price. So this is the exact order we have to pass into the function. So this will give us the success rate if the transaction went through, and simply grab the function, and that's what we're going to simply export from here. So things are looking pretty fine. So this is the update price function we have. So we are done with this three function: listing, update property, update pricing, and get properties. Let's work on the fourth function call. So come back to the contract, and in that we're going to work on the buy property. So simply grab that one and paste here. So the exact method we have to follow here as well. Simply copy and paste here. Let's rename this one, all the three places, and now we have to work on the function const. We'll say buy property function. It's gonna be an async function, and async function, and in that we have to receive the ID. So we'll say form. We'll say form, and first thing we have to get the product ID, because on base of that we have to simply make the buying functionality. So we'll say ID, and it's coming from form. Try and catch, we have to console log out the error buying fail and the error message. We'll come here, we're going to take a variable, we'll display the success message, buying successfully, and the data. We'll come up here and we'll take a variable called data, and we have to make the transaction. So what we can do is come here, we'll take await, and we're going to call the function buy property, and in that we have to pass the argument. So let me provide this one, and the argument is going to be something like this. So we have to pass the argument, and we have to pass the ID of the product and the address who's calling this function. So these are the two arguments our function need to make the transaction. Looks fine. So this is the entire buying functionality. Simply grab that one and paste here. So we have all of these functions. Looks absolutely incredible. Now what we can do is come here, this one is fine, this one is fine, and now let's come here. Now we have to work on the review function. So we'll say review function, and we have to create the review. So come here, and this is the function we have, get property. We'll call that later, because we have to call this add review, because right now we are working on those functions which make the changes in our state variable in the contract, means writing. Let's count this 5 and comment the 5 review, and we have to do the exact thing. Simply grab that one and paste here. We have to rename the function's names. Now we have to build the function. We'll say const data review function, and it's gonna be an async function. It's going to receive the data. So we'll have this try and catch, and we have to display the error message. So we'll type the error message. You can type whatever you want, but I'll go with simple message. Adding review fail and the error message. Come here, we have to console log out the success message. Successfully added review and the data. Now we have to receive the data from the form, and we have to deconstruct that. So we'll take the form, and from there we have to get couple of data. So we have to get the data for the product ID, we have to get the data for the rating, and we have to get the data for the comment. So these are the things we need, and the user. And actually we don't need the user. Come here. So that's the information we need, user, and we need to remove this one because we can pass the address of the person we have. Now we'll take a variable const data await the function name, and we have to pass the entire argument. So we'll say argument, and argument we have to pass the product ID, rating, comment, and the address of the user. So that's the add review function. We have simply come here and export this function. Looks pretty fine. Come down. Now let's write on the 6th function, which is the, come here, what is the function we have? Like review. That's the one we want to work, because this function will also write something in our smart contract. So the exact logic we have to follow. So let me go a little quicker here. So I'll simply copy that one, paste, replace that one, and let's build the function for that. So we'll say like functions, it's gonna be an async, and it's going to take the ID. It will have the form, and this form will contain couple of variables. So it will contain the first variable is the product ID, and it will also contain the review index, because these are the two data we have to provide if we allow the user to like their comment. And we'll have this try and catch, and we have to log the error message. So we'll say liking fail and the error message, and we have to display the success message as well. So we'll say successfully liked, and we'll the comment, and we'll add the data. Let's come here, take the proper variables called data, and we have to make the transaction. So we're going to call the function await. The function name is like review, and we have to pass the data argument, and we have to pass the data in form of product ID and the review index and the address of the user who is giving that like. So that's the entire for liking. Simply pass that function. Things looks pretty fine. So we have all the function which can make the changes in the contract. So we are done with this 6th function. Now what we can do is, now we're going to start working on the read function. So we have already read the properties data, all the properties. So we are done with this entire function. I'm simply copy, and I'm going to simply paste here 7, and that looks good. So we have the 7 function we have written. Now let's come here, and now let's work on the 8 function. Come here, and now we have to work on the get highest product. That's the function we're going to call it, and this function will return the ID of the product which has the highest comment or highest engagement. So let's build the function. We'll take a variable const and data, and we have to rename this highest rated product, and it's going to have this loading state. We'll say loading, and we're going to call this hook use contract read, and in that we have to pass the function name. So we'll pass the contract and the function name. That's the exact thing we have to do, and it will return the ID of the highest product. Okay, this is the one way of reading data. So hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys, and that's what we are doing here. Simply grab that one, and that's what we're going to simply pass here. And this is the read one, this is the write one, and this is the event one. Now what we can do is, It's better to convert this into a function so we can return something out of the function. So let's come up here. So let's leave it like it for a time being. Now let's come to the 9 function, and the 9 function we're going to call get product review. And in that we take a function. We'll say get product review function. It's gonna be the normal function. It will have the product ID, and we'll have this try and catch. We'll console log out the error message. We'll say fail to get product property reviews, and the error message will console table data, and we're going to rename this. So we're going to say property get properties review, and is loading is going to be get property loading review loading, and this one is coming from this use context read, and in that we have to pass the name of the function with an argument. So the argument we have to pass the function name, and that's what we are passing here, and that looks pretty fine, and that's what we're going to simply pass it here. So hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys, that what we had doing here. This function allow us to get the get product review function. Okay, this will give us the entire review, and now we're going to simply pass this one as well. So things are looking fine. Things are looking pretty good to me. Okay, that's the get product review, single product review. Now we have to return something from this function, so let's call return, and we want to return the get product review and the loading state. Get product review and loading passed here. Looks pretty fine. Get product review. Building the function, we're going to fetch all of this information in the front end. Okay, done with the 9 function. Let's come here, number 10, let's come to the contract and let's see what are left. So we have to get the individual property. We're going to simply follow the same first step. So we'll take a create a function called get property function. It's gonna be the normal function, and it will take the ID because we have to find the particular product, and we have to simply console log out the error. So we'll say error while getting single property, and we have to display the error message. If we can come here we're going to take a variable data, and we're going to rename this get property. We'll have this is loading, and we're going to rename to get property loading, and in that we have to use this hook, pass the contract, pass the function name, and we have to pass the ID. So this will give us the individual property, and we have to simply return that get property and get property loading. Hope things are making sense to all of you. Simply copy and paste here so we can get it. So this is for get property function. So far things are looking good to me. We are done with this function. Now let's come here. Let's work on the 11th function, which is what is the name of the 11th function we have? We have the get user property. Let's build the function. We'll call const get user property function. It's gonna be normal function, and we'll have this try and catch. Let's display the error message. So we'll take this error, and while getting user property, and we'll have the error. Now we'll come here. We'll take the const data. You get user property is loading, get user loading, and it's coming from use contract read hook, and we have to name of the functions, and we have to pass the address of the user who's listed the property, and we have to simply return the data get user properties and get user properties listing loading. Okay, so properties loading, and that's the function we're going to simply export here. So we'll have the data of that. We are done with this 11 function. Now what function we're left in this? So let's come here. Let's work on the 12 function, and let's come back to the contract, and this is the function we have to call get user review, individual user review. That's what we're going to call it. We'll build the function, and it's going to be a normal function. We'll have the try and catch. We'll display the error message. We'll say error and error message. We'll come here. We're going to take the variable data, and we're going to rename this get user review, and we have to rename the loading, and we have to use the use contract read, pass the name of the function, and we have to pass the argument. So we have to pass the address of the user who's reviews that we are fetching. Okay, so this will give us the data. Now we have to simply return the data. We'll say get user review and this one. This looks pretty fine. Simply copy the function and pass here. So that also looks good. So we are done with the 12 function. Now what else we left? Let's come here. We have to work on the 13 function. So we'll say total property function. So how many property user have listed, that's one we're going to build it. So we'll say const total property function, and we don't need to pass any argument into this. It's going to be a normal function because it will return a number. So we'll say error and we'll say const data, we'll say total property is loading is going to be total property loading. We have to pass the hook. Inside the hook we have to pass the name of the function, so contract slash, and we have to pass this particular one. So if I come here, you can see this is the variable we have which keep the track of how many property we have. Simply grab that one, and that's the one we're going to simply pass here. So this will give us the data, and at the end we have to simply return that. So we'll return the total property and we'll return the total property listing, and that's when we're going to export it. So that's the for the total property number. And now what we can do, we have to create one more function for the review. So what we can do is, this is the 14 number function, total review, and this function is going to be quite similar to the last one. So we'll say total review function, and it's going to return the number. So we'll say console log dot, it's going to be an error message. We'll come here and we'll say const data total reviews count is loading is going to be total review count loading, and we have to simply pass the argument use contract write, and we have to pass the contract and we have to pass the name. So we'll come here, we'll take this review count and we're going to simply pass that one. So that looks pretty fine, and we're going to simply return that one. We're going to simply pass that one, and we're going to pass this as well. So we are done with this function as well. Simply export that one, simply close this one. So we are done with all the function which are there in the contract for fetching all the information. So this is the normal pattern which you have to follow when you are working with the Thirdweb, and as you can see, it's very easy to make the transaction, to write something, to get something. And now we have built all the function for reading and writing, and now let me show you that how you can retrieve the data with the help of events. So let me give this comment, how to read data with events. Now we can come here, and before I write something, so let's fetch the data. We'll say get specific event. So right now in our contract we have multiple events for sold, properties, review. So if you want to get a specific event, this is how you can do it. You can say const data, you have to call whatever name you want to give. I'll call it events, and we'll call this particular hook use contract event, and in that you have to pass the contract and the event name. So if I come back to the contract here, you will find that this is the event which I want to call, because this event we are triggering in the create list property. Call this one, and that's the name of the event we're going to pass here, and this will give the list of that name. This will give the all the events which taken place under this particular event. So now we have to work on the get all events. So if you want to find all the events in the contract, that's how you can do it. So you can give the name, you can call the same hook, and you can pass the contract, and that's the only thing you have to do. This will if you don't pass any argument in the event, if you give only contract, it will give you the entire event. So that looks fine. Now let's show you the Thirdweb, and this one is quite similar to the last one, but you can set a specific argument. You can set a default value. So here we can build this argument. So we'll take this data and we'll call whatever you can call to this one, events with out, or we can call the hook, and we have to pass the contract, but we have to pass a couple of argument into this. So we'll pass this undefined, and we can set an object. So in this we can set this subscribe to false. Again, I'm telling you nothing from my side, it's all there in the in the documentation, and we are doing just a little bit modification as per our requirements. So these are the way which you can use it to get the event. So let me show you the console log. So right now we have created 3 properties and we have created 3 event in our contract. So if I want to get the event, the property listed, so I can simply call that one console.log, and we can give the name of the event. If I reload the browser, and here you will see that I will get data, and here you can see we have all of the 3 events. If you open that one, you will find that the events, so you can see the event name, property, and you will have the data. If you open that, inside that you will have the data, and in the data you will have the ID, owner, and the price, and these are the exact data we have passed in the event. So you can simply use this data to display in your front end, and events are really powerful. It saves a lot of your gas when you will actually work in the Dapp section. So this is the event we have. Now simply grab that one. Now let me show you all events. So it's going to give you the same thing, because it generally give you all the events, whether it's review, sold, but right now we have this 3 events, so that's why we are getting the same result here, but it will give you this all the events in the contract. What we can simply grab that one and we can simply paste here, and if you call this event without listener, it will give you the same result. So just wait, and here you can see we got the events. So you can see we have tons of data here which we can utilize to display in our front end. Okay, comment this out, and things are looking absolutely fine. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys. Finally we are completed the entire context. Okay, so we have imported this, we have imported the Thirdweb hooks, then we have ether.js, then we have build the context, then we have the contract and pass the address, then we have this variables, then we have all of this function, listed property, update price, buy property, review, like, get property data. We have this one, get product review, get property functions, review, total property, and total review. So everything is working fine, and this is the event we have. So we are done with this entire functionality with the context, backends, smart contract. Every single thing is working absolutely fine, and this is the last thing we are updating, our simply exporting our context. Simply close this one, and here we have done all of these things. We have simply configured the chain ID. Everything is looking absolutely incredible, and this is the entire index for this one. Okay, this one, so that looks pretty awesome to me. Everything is looking fine. Close all of this, and that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. You have seen that we have built the entire smart contract, we have built the entire context. We are easily able to call the functions and writing something into contract, fetching the data, so everything's working fine. In the next video we're going to take the template we have already designed. We're going to take the template and we're going to simply retrieve all of this data, all of the function we're going to simply attach into our front-end UI. So that's what we're going to do in the next video, so make sure to watch, because now in the next video things are getting very interesting, because we're going to have all of this function in the UI, and which you can use it to make all the transaction. With that, let's move to the next video.
All of you, hope you guys are great. So as you all know that currently we are working on our real estate Dapp project, and we have built all the functionalities, smart contract, context. So in this video I'll show you that how the final project would look like, so you will have a better understanding that what step you have to take and how we're going to navigate into this entire project. So here I have opened my VS Code Studio, and you can find that I have 4 folders. So the very first folder I have is the final code, the second folder we have in the final testing, the third folder we have is the starter file, and the last folder we have is the template. So I'm going to give you a walkthrough of each one of these folders, that what we will have inside that and how you can get this entire code so you can continue this project. So let me show you the first, run the final code, and let me show you that how it's going to look exactly. So what I will do, I'll click here, I'll come up here, and I will simply open up my terminal. So this is the exact folders you will get when you will download the code, and I will tell you at the end that how you can download the code and how you can deploy the final code, okay, if you don't want to use the contract which I have deployed. So what I will do now, first thing I have to do is I have to get into the final code folder. Okay, I have to get inside that. So I'll say cd final code, and here I am into the final code. Now I have to get into the clients and I have to install all the packages. So cd clients, and now I have to install all the packages, because when you will get this code, we don't have node mod, we haven't installed any packages, so we have to install the packages. So what I will do, I'll type npm install, and it's going to install all the packages which we have used in the project. So you can see it will take a little bit time. In your case, it will also take a little bit time because it depends on the internet speed and the package. So if I open this one, you can see right now we have installed all the dependency, and we have this node modules folder inside that. So I'll simply clear up my terminal, and now what I will do, I will simply get out of this folder and I have to go into the web3 folder and install the packages there as well. So I'll say cd ... and here I am. Now I have to get into the web3 folder, and here I am into the web3 folder, and now I have to install the dependency for that. So npm I, and it will install the packages. So you can see here we have the packages, the node modules. So we have done the installation both in the client side and the web3 side. So looks fine. I will simply clear the terminal, and now what I will do is, the contract is already deployed. Okay, the contract which I'm using in the final code is already deployed, and I have also created couple of properties into that. So I'm going to use the same contract. So I'm not going to deploy, I'm going to use the same contract, and when you will get the code, you will have the same structure and the same contract. So all you have to do is simply type, go back, and then you have to type, go inside this client, and then you have to start the application, npm run dev, and the application will start on localhost 3000. So it's starting. Now what we have to do is come back to the browser and click on this localhost 3000, and that's how it's going to look. So right now we are getting this error message, failed to auto connect to wallet. So this error is happening in development. When you will deploy on the production, you won't have this issue. So simply reload the browser and this will fix the issue. You can see we don't have the error and everything is working fine. I have already created a couple of properties to this marketplace, and you can see here we have the property. Some of the properties have the interest, some of the properties has no interest. You can see we have all of the properties here. We have different categories. So these are the demo data. You can fetch the final data, which I have explained in the upcoming videos when you will completely follow the project. Here we are displaying the top property lister, so those who will create their property and will display their address and their price. And here we are displaying the top categories. Okay, so what I will do now, let me show you that how the detail page would look like. So what I will do, I will simply come up here, I'll click on this, and this will take me to the detail page of the property, and here we are fetching the information about the property. So you can see we have the image, we have the name, we have the ID, we have the comments. So, and here you will find all the comments of the users and how many likes they have got on their comments. So you can see all of the information you will find here. So now you will find all of the users, all of the people who are interested in this particular property. So it looks fine. Here you will find the details about the property, name, descriptions, address, ID. And now what I have to do is I'm going to simply connect my wallet. Click on connect wallet. Is going to open my MetaMask. I will simply pass my credential. Okay, here I'm into my MetaMask and I'm connected with the application, and you can see we have the avatar, and here I'm displaying my balance. This is the balance I have, and this one is the demo one. You can remove that one. And the best part of this is that you can easily able to disconnect. Click on this and you will be disconnected. Then connect and you will disconnect. It's working fine. Click on that. Now what I will do is, here you will find all the comments details. Now what I will do, I'm going to simply create the comment. So click on this and let me type the comment. Thanks Daulat for this amazing property. You can type thanks Daulat for the project, or I'm subscribing to your channel. I'll click on this add review and it's going to make the transaction. So it will open the MetaMask, and here I'm going to confirm the transaction. So just wait, click on confirm, and here we are confirming the transaction. So you can see the loader is working absolutely beautifully. So it's taking a bit time because blockchain, when you do transaction on the blockchains, it takes times. And finally we have done the transaction, and you can see the browser will reload and it's going to fetch the information. So right now you can see that we have this hash in the URL. So maybe I have attached this hash in the button, add button, that's why we are getting that one, but you can easily able to fix that. So I will simply remove that and I will hit enter, and it's going to reload the browser and we'll have the data. So just wait, it's loading, and here we have the data of this property. And if you come back here, if you click on this right now, you can see we have 5 comments. Click on this comment, and here you will find the comments we have created just now. So this is the comment which I gave just now. Thanks dollar for this amazing property. And the best part of this, that you can easily able to like their comment. So if you find that someone have given good comment, you can like their comment. So let me like it. Click on this. Okay, it's taking a little bit time. What I will do, I'll try to click, let's say one more time, and it's going to open the MetaMask. So here you can see, here we have the MetaMask, and we have to make the transaction for liking this particular comment. Click on confirm, and it's going to make the transaction. So just wait, it's taking a bit time, and it's happening. And here finally the transaction completed, and it's going to reload the browser. You can see the browser is reloaded, and here you will have the and here you will have this, and you have like this particular comment. You can see the one like it got. So it's working fine, and here you will find all the users have interest in this particular property. So that's also looking fine. Here you will find the recent comment, and here you will find the property stats, the time, the comment, the interest, and the price. So all of this is working fine. Now if I come up here, if I want to buy this property, so I can simply buy it. If I click on this, I will click on this to buy this property. So right now the property owner of this, so right now the owner of the property is account number 3, and I want to buy from account number 1. Okay, so here I have to make the transaction. So right now I have to send this much ether, confirm, and then I will simply buy the property. So just wait, the transaction is happening, it's in pending, and very soon the transaction will happen, and it will reload the browser. So the transaction got completed, and here it's reloading, and now you will see that I bought this NFT. So I bought this property. So if I scroll down, here it says that you cannot buy your own property because we have purchased this property. And the best part of this buying and selling, that whenever someone will buy your property, we are not holding their fund into the contract. We are directly sending their fund to their wallet address. So if I bought the NFT, I bought the property, so whatever amount I paid, that amount will go straight away to that particular user who have listed their property for selling. Okay, that's the logic we have built. So this one is also looking fine. Add, comment, buy, and here you will find all the properties which we have created to this marketplace. Now if I come back to the author, here you will find all the property for the authors who have registered. So if I come here, and here you can see it's loading, so just wait. Here you will find all the property which I have listed, and the pricing and all, and here you will find all the properties to the marketplace. So come back here, and the best part is that you can easily able to update the data of the property. So right now you can see we have this update button. So if I come here, and if I click on this update, I can simply update the property. So it will take me to this particular page, update, and here I can simply update the property. So I can change the title, I can change the image, I can change the category, and all of this thing. So I can simply update the property. So that looks pretty fine. Now I'll come back here, so I'll come back to the author page. That looks good. It's fetching the information, so we have that one. If you click on this, you can redirect to the detail page, and there you will find all the information about the property. So you can see everything is working fine. We don't have any bug into our project, so that's looking pretty fine. So just wait. So here you can see we have all the information about this property. And now what we can do is, if you want to change, so just imagine that you are owner and you want to change the price of the property, you want to charge higher amount or a less amount, you can do that as well. So if you click on that, here you will have this button, click on this update price, and it's going to open this model, and from here you can update the pricing of the property. So earlier it's 0.2, now I have to upgrade to 5, and click on, it's going to make a transaction, and it's going to update the pricing of the property. So you can see it's working fine. Click on confirm, and the transaction is happening. So just a moment, the transaction is happening in the background. You can see that the transaction went through, and you can see, you will find the updated price. You can see the price is changed from 02 to 05. So we updated the price. So that one is looking fine. And if you come back to the create, so you can also create the property. So here we are on the create page, and here we have two options to create the property, mainly the image. So if you allow the user to upload the image right here on the marketplace, you can do that. So for that we're going to use Pinata service, and we're going to upload that image to the IPFS. So that's the service we're going to utilize it. Or you can do one thing, you can allow user to paste the URL of the image. So just imagine that they have the image somewhere else and they have the URL, so they can paste the URL and they can create the property. So we're going to provide these both options, but in this video I'll show you that how someone can paste the URL and upload that, create the property. But when you will get the final code, in that we'll have the entire functionality. All you have to do is to get the private key and secret key from the pinata, which I will tell you that how you can get it in the upcoming videos. Okay, and we're going to allow user to add the property images right from here. Okay, so what I will do, just for the time being, let's ignore that one. Let me show you. If you do the inspect element, it's not going to work because we have to get the pinata secret key or the private key. So if I click on that, you can see it will open up the pop-up and it will have the image. So I will click on that and you will see that. So you can see we have that one, and if I click on this upload, it's going to make the transaction. It says that unable to open because we have to provide the IPFS key. So here I'm doing 2 checks. So if I click OK, it will say image uploaded successfully, but the image is not uploaded. Okay, so make sure to follow the upcoming videos. That will makes more sense that how we can get our private key and how we can allow uploading, which I will cover in detail. And that's why I try to make a separate video on this particular topic, because many of you don't have the credit card or a debit card, and because of that you guys not able to create your account in Infura. So that's why I thought let's make a video on the pinata and show you in a specific way that how you can utilize it. So it looks pretty fine, don't need to worry about that. Uploading image we can do by pasting the URL. So I will simply click here and I will go to the pinata, simply open a new tab, and what I will do, I'll simply type pinata IPFS. I have already created my account, so make sure to create your account. Simply open up this particular website and I have my account, so I will simply log into my account, and here you can see this is the exact dashboard you will find. I have already uploaded a lot of images to the pinata IPFS, and that's all you will find here. So here I'm into the file section. Here you will find all the files. You can simply copy and you can view. So you can see you can simply copy the hash of the image, which again I will tell you that how you can utilize it in the upcoming video. And you can simply click on this and you can view the images which you have uploaded to the IPFS. So I will click on that, and this is the image I have uploaded to the IPFS. Simply copy that one, and that's what I'm going to paste here. So simply paste here. So I will give the name of the property. I'll say government. So say government housing, and I will paste the image URL. So this is the image URL. Then I will select the category, so it's going to be office, and I have to type the description. So for that I will open the blockchain coder, because you will get the complete source code. So whatever folder and files we have in the final project, like the testing one, the final code, the starter file, the templates, that's all you will get here. So come here, click on this. Here you will have the resource. Simply come up here, and from here you can click and get the code. Okay, you can get it by making a small contribution to our team. I will simply grab this one, copy this one, come back here. I will simply paste here, and I will simply give the price to our property. So I'll say 56.56, and here I will give the address. So I'll simply come up here. I will grab this particular one, copy, come back here, and I will paste here. Now you have these 2 buttons. You can preview the entire data you have provided. So click on that, and here you will have the preview, the images, and down below we have display the demo images. You can take more images from the user, it's totally up to you. And here we have this pricing. Now click on create. Here you can see the transaction is taking place. It will open up the MetaMask, and we have to make the transaction. So just wait, the transaction is happening, and here we have, simply click on confirm, and right now you can see it's saying that 2 transactions. So right now we are in the development, that's why it's saying 2 transaction, but when we will go into the production it won't say that. So make sure to reject the second transaction, because you don't want to create 2 property with the same name, same data. So here you can see the transaction went through. We have successfully created the property. If you come back to the explore author, here you will find the property which you have listed just now. So what I will do, it's fetching the information, fetching the data. So just wait, and that looks fine. So here we have all the data, and this is the property we have listed. This is the one. You can click on that, you can have all the details. This is the property ID, and here you have all the information about this particular property, pricing and all. Everything is looking fine. You can see all of the data we have. So this is the final code, Okay, it's 100% working. You can do almost everything. You can able to have all of these pages like activity, author, create, creator, explore. So you can able to find all the data and it will be there in the pages. Again, I'm telling you that we're going to have a separate video and that we're going to attach the Pinata IPFS and we will allow user to upload the image right from here without pasting the image URL. Okay, so make sure to follow that. So that looks pretty. You can see that this final code is working absolutely fine. So when you will get the code, this is how you can test. This is how you can test. Simply bring it down, and what I will do, I will simply open this one, and I will simply open this one, go back to the context, and here you can see this is the entire final context we have written with all the modifications. This is the address of the contract we have deployed to the Polygon test network, and if you don't want to use this particular contract, you can deploy your own contract and you can paste that address, which I will show you live in the end of the video. Okay, so you can see this is the address of the contract, which looks pretty fine to me. Now I'll simply close that one, and here we have this Web3, and this is the final code of the contract. So this particular contract has no bug, but the code we have written earlier, we have a lot of bug in that, which I will cover in the upcoming video, and I will show you that what are the bugs we have and what kind of problem it's creating. Okay, but this final smart contract is absolutely working fine. We have no bug, and I have already fixed all of the bugs in this final one. So you can see we have all of this. We have the buy property, we have the all properties, add reviews, get product reviews, highest product, and all of the things we have. So we have also included functionality like if you want to charge money from the users who are listing their property, you can do that by calling this function, but I would not recommend you to do that. Okay, but we have this function I have included into this in case if you want to take money from them for listing, so you can charge. So that looks pretty fine. So this is the entire smart contract, updated smart contract. Now if I come back here in package.json file, these are the packages we are using, and if you come back to the hardhat config file, this is the exact setup you have to do if you want to deploy your contract. So you have to get your own private key. So you can see you have to paste your own private key, and then you have to do the exact setup. You don't need to do any changes, just paste your private key and deploy the contract. So close this one. So this final code is absolutely looking fine. We don't need to do any changes, and at the end I will show you that how you can simply delete the artifact, delete the cache, and redeploy the contract if you want. Now let me show you that what you will have into this template, because what I'm going to do is I'm not going to code the entire template, the UI part from scratch, because if we do that, it's going to take a lot. I'm going to provide you the entire template which we're going to use and plug that into our UI, and we're going to connect the functionality to make it live. Okay, so if I come back, if I simply come here, so you can see this is the entire final code we have, and let's open up your terminal first, and let me stop this because the application is already running. Now I will simply out from this final code, I will go out of that. Okay, not so first I have to get out of this final code file. I'll say cd dot dot, so I will come to the main directory, and from here I have to get into the template folder. So I'll say cd template, and here I'm into the cd template, and now I have to install all the packages. If I open that one, you can see we have all the folder and file, all the templates, all the codes which is already there. So this particular template is 100% ready with the demo data. All we have to do is to feed the actual data. So I'll say simply I have to install the packages. So you can see we have all of these packages. Let's install that. We'll say npm I, and here we have the packages. So we have the node modules working absolutely fine. So this will take a little bit time depending on your internet speed. So just wait. Here you can see we have installed the package, and now we have to simply start the application. Simply create npm run dev, and here we have the application is running on localhost 3000. Now come here. What I will do, I'll simply click on this logo, and it's taking a little bit time. So what we can do is simply close all these open tabs. Come here, close this one, and click on this localhost, and here you can see it's working fine. Here we have the entire templates. So this template is working absolutely fine. It has all the demo data. You can see this is the entire UI. All we have to do is to feed the actual data of our property. If I click on this about, this one, click about reload the browser, and that looks pretty fine, working fine. If I come back to the collection, so this is how the collection would look like. We have this collection, If you come here, if you go to the activities, that's how the activity section would look like. If you go to the connect, so this is how the connect section would look like. You can allow user to connect with multiple wallet. This is how the create page would look like. They can simply click and they can upload the images. It's working fine. Okay, if you come to the creator, so here you will find all the creators who have listed the property into the marketplace, and here we have the details. So this is the detail page. You can see this is the exact detail page. We have to do the modification. You can simply switch and you will have all of this property. We'll come to the product and we'll have the product section. Here you can display all the property. Then we have the block, so we have included the block section as well. You can have that one as well. This is the block details we have, and here you will find all of these things, all of the information. Now come here in the contact, so here we have the contact form. Okay, you can simply add that feature, allow user to contact you. Then we have the explore. This is the explore section we have in the project. You can see they can completely come and explore all the different categories property, and they have the forget one. So if you want to allow a backend part, you can do that as well, login and emails, all of the things. And this is the 404 error we have. If you come back to the forum section, so it has the forum section, so you can include where you allow user to talk about this property and some ideas. Okay, here we have the login. So if you want to add a centralized functionality, you can do that as well. Come back to the news. Here you will have the news section where you can allow user. Then we have the privacy and the policy which you need to have when you will make this application live. Then we have this ranking. So here you can display all the ranking of the properties. Okay, you can do the comparison that which one is getting more sale, which one is getting more highlighting. Okay, this is the sign up, again centralized feature, then you can include that one. And here we have the upcoming. So if you have any upcoming project, upcoming feature, that's one you can include. Come back to the editing. So here you can provide, allow user to update their profiles. Okay, so they can change the cover image and they can change their profile update. And here you will have different tab which can allow them to update the information, so they can edit the name, all of the things. This is the block section we have, and reload the browser. This looks pretty fine. And if you come to the contact, reload the browser, and we'll have this animations and all. They can contact you, so it looks pretty fine. Let's come back to the VS Code, and you can see, scroll it down, stop the application from running. And this is the exact template. We're going to use it, we're going to modify it, and we're going to simply add in the project. So first we have to get out of this template folder, and what I will do is simply stop this one, and this is the starter file. So if you want to start it from scratch, you can simply come up here. You can find that we have nothing in the context, it's absolutely empty. And we have this page components. Inside that we have all of this component, but none of this component has the code. None of this component has the code, but here we have this index, and in that we have imported all the components. So this is the entire starter file, all of the components we have. This is the files, all of the things which you have here. So you can see so many components we have. This is the loader we have, all of these things we have here. So this is the entire component which we are using, and here you will find all the pages which we have created in this project. And this is the category. This is the reusable component which we're going to use for display different data. So that's one we have. You can see this is the app.js normal. We haven't done any configuration because it's a starter file. This is the 404 about it, activities, all of the things. So none of this pages has any code in that. Simply close this one, and here we have the public. In this public folder you will find all the assets which we have used in this project. In the template you have seen that we have a lot of images, a lot of data, and that all data is coming from this public folder. So inside the public you will have the activity. In that you will have the images related to the activities. We have the banner, all the different banners you will find here, big, small. This is the background, and this is the blog images. So all the images you will find here. So when you replace the images with your images, keep that one thing in mind, that you have to follow the same naming conventions. Okay, otherwise it will throw you an error. So we have the clients images, we have the collections, then we have the contact, this is the connect, this is the icons we have in the project, all of the icons. and this is the JavaScript. So all the JavaScript we have written for the project in terms of animations, open model, closing, pop-up, responsiveness. So that's all JavaScripts coming from here in this JS folder. And the reason why you have to provide any external JavaScript files which you want to call in the Next.js application, it's always better that you have to put into the public folder. Okay, so we have this JS folder. In that you will have all the custom JavaScript we have written, Bootstrap, all the features we have imported here. Okay, you don't need to do any changes in that. You don't need to worry about it at all. These are for animations, all of the things for pop-up, and this is the mini.js we have written. So you don't need to worry about that. In the project, I will show you in the next video. I will show you that how you have to utilize it, how you have to do the setups. So everything would be covered. So don't be confused that we're going to cover every single thing. So this is the entire JavaScript. This is the main file. So all of these codes are looking fine. Here we have the logo, we have the portfolio, we have different images. That looks fine. All of the images we have, and this is the profile. So all of the assets we have keeping inside this public folder, and here we have the assets. In the style folder we have this assets folder. Inside that we have the entire CSS file. So we have this CSS folder. In that you will have this two folder, plugins and vendors. So if you open the plugin, in that we have this two CSS file. That's two CSS file we have, and here we have the vendor. So we have all of this CSS file. Okay, that's a huge line of code we have written for this. So we have this, and this is the custom CSS file we have written. So you can simply scroll and you can able to have, like, it has close to 27,000 line of code we have written. This is the font, which again don't need to worry about that, and this is the images. So you don't need to worry about that because we're not going to call the images from this asset folder. We're going to call it from the public folder, and this is the same JavaScript we have here. So I have provided you guys, and here we have the mapping. So it's also given in the SAS. So if you want to use the SAS CSS, you can take it. And this is the global.css. So what I'm doing in this, I'm importing all the CSS file which we have in the project. So if you come back to the asset, inside the CSS, inside the asset folder, we have this CSS, and in the CSS we have this plugin and vendor. And these all CSS we are importing. You can see we have the plugin, we have the vendor, and that's all we are importing, and that's what we are exporting from this global. So that's the setup we have done. I hope it's making sense to all of you guys that what we are doing. And here you will have this utils folder as well. Simply come here, and this is the util function. So as I told you that there are some function which repeated over and over again no matter what application you build. So these are the couple of function which I'm going to use it, which again I will going to provide you once you will download the code. So this is the day left, this is the calculating percentage, this is the checking for the image, and this is for getting the top creators, and it is going to return the address and the amount of property they have. So that's the starter file, and this is the Next.js config, which you don't need to do anything in that. And this is the entire package.json file, and this is the entire package.json file, all the packages which we are using in this project. Okay, which you don't need to worry about that. Okay, so this is the entire starter file. This is the entire starter file. Close this one, close this one. And here we have in the Web3, you can see that we have this artifact and cache. You can simply delete that one. It's no need to keep it like it, because when you will deploy the contract, it will automatically get created. Okay, so I will simply come here and I'm going to delete it. Simply let's cancel this one, and what I will do is I will simply come back to the contract. You can see this is the empty contract, so you can start creating from scratch. And this is the artifact. Simply delete that one, I don't need that. And this is the cache, I'm going to delete that as well. So that looks fine. And this is the entire node module, and this is the exact setup you have to do. So if you want to do with the, so if you want to start with the starter file, you have to paste your private key, and the rest would be fine. You don't need to do changes in that, just paste your private key. So it's looking pretty fine. Now to get a private key, come here and make sure to connect it with the Polygon Mumbai. I'm already connected with that. Click on this three dot and click on this account details, and click on this here, type your credential and click confirm. It will give you the private key. Simply select that one, copy, and that's what you have to paste here. Okay, you have to paste your private key. Okay, this is the error. Simply go back and paste one more time and come and cut it and paste it. Okay, so this is the private key, and you are ready to deploy the contract. That's the only thing you have to do here in the hardhat config file. Close this one, and I believe all the things are making sense to all of you guys. So I hope you guys have a better idea that what we have inside the template, what we have inside the starter file. And now let me show you that what we have inside the final testing, because this is the entire piece of code. This is the exact contract which we have inside this folder we're going to use in the upcoming videos. And at the end, we're going to change the contract and we're going to use the final contract, the updated contract. Okay, so if I open that, you will find a similar architecture. You can see similar structure. We have all of this function in the context, but it's not properly optimized. We have a couple of bugs which we're going to fix, and I will show you in the upcoming videos that what are the bugs we have and why we have to fix in such a way and how we can optimize it. Close that one. This is the all component, but each one of these component had this pre-built code. Okay, all of this code we have already divided. Okay, all of this is the pages. All of these pages has the code. Okay, all of the things are looking fine. So it's working absolutely amazingly. This is the public folder we have. This is the client we have. Now let me show you that how you can start and deploy it. Okay, you have seen that how final code is work. You have seen that how template is work, how the starter file is work. Now we are testing with the final testing. So simply stop the application from running, and we have to get out of this particular folder. So we have to get into this final testing folder, and then we have to get into the client and we have to install the dependency, because when you will download the code, this is the exact you will get, and you will have no node model. So first thing, you have to install the packages. So let's type npm I, and we have to install that one. And here we have installed the package. It's happened very quickly, but in your case it will take some time. So simply clear the terminal, and now we have to get out of this folder and we have to go into the web3 folder, and we have to install the packages. So it's happened very quickly. We have the packages. Now we'll come out of that folder and we go into the client and we have to start the application. So the one thing you have to keep in mind, so let me open up the application, then I will tell you what you have to keep in mind. So let's come up here, and what I will do, I will simply close this one, open a new tab, and let's start the application localhost 3000. And you can see the application is working fine, but the contract we are using in the final code and the contract we are using in this final testing, both are the two different contracts. That's the thing you have to keep in mind, that the code we are using in the final one, that one is the updated one, the advanced one, and this one is the testing one. And we have already created a couple of properties here. You can see we are fetching the information and it looks pretty fine. You can see we have all of this property we have listed, and it looks almost like the final one, but there are two problems we have in the contract. So you can see you can easily able to get the data of the property. You can easily able to get that. You can see the data is loading, and here we have the data of the property. All of the things are working fine. You can simply buy the property. No, and the problem we have in this contract is that when you will try to buy the property, it will throw you an error. The buying process will not happen. Okay, so what I will do, I'll simply do one thing. And the problem we have also here in the like. Okay, so if you try to like this one, it's not going to work. It's reloading the browser. That's the one bug we have. And if it's not reload, it will not like the actual comment you want to like it, because we have bug in the contract. Okay, which again I will show you in detail in the updated contract in the upcoming video. Okay, and the rest would be fine. If you come back to the created section, here you will find all the user have created the property. That's all you will find here. You can see currently these are the demo data we have, but just wait, and here we have the two user we have created the property and the pricings are displaying. So it's looking fine. So in this particular code in final testing, we have 3 to 4 bugs. You can't buy the property. When you will try to buy the property, it will throw you an error. You can't buy, something like that. And the second problem we will have, that when you will try to like the comment, it's going to reload the browser, and when you will like the comment, it's not going to like the comment which you want. If you like comment A, so the comment like will go to comment B. So that's the problem we have, and there is more problem in the context page as well. So that's all I'm going to cover extensively in detail, and I'm going to show you the optimized version of that code as well, that how you can find the bug, how you can optimize. That's all coming in the future videos. So don't be confused. Okay, so this is the entire folders and files you will get once you will download that. I hope everything is making sense to all of you guys. Once you will download the file, the zip file, and once you unzip that, you will find all of these 4 folders. So you can test the way we have done all the testing of the template. You can see everything is working fine. We have no error in the code. Everything is optimized. Now let me show you that how you can deploy that one. So what I will do, I'll simply come up here I will open up the terminal and I'm going to stop the application from running. So what I will do, I will simply cd dot dot, I will go back again, I will go back, and now I will simply go into the final code, and I'm going to delete the previous artifacts, previous contract, and I'm going to redeploy the contract. So in case if you want to redeploy the contract and you don't want to use the contract which I have already deployed, okay, so let me redeploy the contract. So let me open that one, and what I will do, I will do cd inside the final folder, final code, and the very first thing you have to do is open up this one, and first thing, when you will download the codes, you won't have this node module. Okay, so let me delete that one, so you can be in the same footstep. So as you can see, when you will get the code, you will not have the node modules. So the very first thing, you have to install the node modules, all the packages we have to install. So to simply type npm I, and it's going to install all the packages. But here you can see that I'm getting this error message because I have to get into the client folder, and right now I'm into the final code folder. So let me go clear the terminal and let me go into the client folder, cd client, and now I have to type npm I. So it's going to install all the dependency, all the packages which I'm using. You can see which we have in the packages file. So it's installing, and here we have installed the packages. It's happening very quickly because my net is super fast. I'm using 5G. So here we have the packages installed successfully. Simply clear the terminal, and what I will do, I'll go back and I will get into the web3 folder, and now I have to install the packages. So let me come here, let me open this one, and let me delete this node module to show you one more time. And here you will have this basics one. So let me install the package. I'll type npm I, and it will install all the packages we have. It's looking fine, so just wait. The installation is happening, and close this one, come back here. So we are installing all the packages, and finally we have installed all the packages. Now the very first thing we have to do is, after installing the packages, so first step is to download the code, unzip that, open in your Visual Code Studio, and now you have to follow the same step which I'm explaining you here, so you guys will not have any confusion. Okay, so now what I will do, we have this web3 folder, we have all the packages installed. Now we have to deploy that. So I'll come back, I'll go to the come cd to the client folder, and if I type npm run dev, you can see that everything's working fine. So like if I come here, open up the browser, and this is the contract which I already deployed previously, and you're going to find all of the assets which are listed in that particular contract. If you click on that, you can have here in this category page, and here you will find all the properties in the respective categories. So you can see this is the old contract. You can click on this and you can able to have the entire data. So every single thing is working fine. We can able to have all of these details, and it's very important that you have to know. That's why I'm repeating the same thing over and over again, so you guys can have complete understanding. If you come back to the activity section, you can see we have all the activities, all the data related to the activities. So everything is working fine. Okay, because after you have to know all of this thing, because after that we have to do a couple of things. We have to deploy the contract. So this looks good, so things are looking fine. These are the creators we have. Every single data is coming, and we can easily able to have a look, and things looks fine. So now let's come back to the code, and now let's deploy the contract, new contract. We're not going to use this existing contract, we're going to deploy the new contract. So what I will do, I'll come here I'm into the context index, and here I'm going to change the address of the contract. So first we have to deploy the contract, and the index we'll get in return, that's what we have to paste here. So that looks fine. Now this is what I have. I will simply bring the terminal up, close this one, and first thing I have to get out of this folder, and then I have to get into the web3 folder. So I have to delete this artifact because this one is the old one. Delete this one, and in your case you have to delete as well, and you have to delete this cache as well. So here we have the entire contract, the updated one, and this is the one we're going to deploy that one. Okay, so I want you to have a look, and you have to check that what we have done here. So things are looking pretty fine to me. We have used all of the things, looking amazing. Let's have a final look before we deploy. Okay, things looking good, and this is the old code, the previous contract, which has couple of bugs. That's all we have fixed in the above one. So that looks pretty fine, and this is what we're going to deploy that one. So I will come here, I'm going to simply clear the terminal, and now we have to get into the web3 folder, open the package.json file, and this is the command we have to write. So make sure if you deploy, you have to get your private key of your wallet, and that's what you have to get. So this is what you have to get. So what I will do, I'll come here, I have to get the private key, simply grab the account details and click on export and paste here. Let me type my credential, confirm, and this is what I have. Simply copy and paste here, bring it up. So this is the exact thing you have to do. You don't need to do anything else. Only thing you have to do is to paste your private key. And once you have the private key here, you need to have couple of Matic coin, because we are deploying to the Polygon. So right now you can see that in my MetaMask I have close to 3 Matic coin, 0.3. so make sure to select the Polygon and come here, and you have to get couple of Polygon faucet. So simply type Polygon faucet, not formula, faucet, yeah, click on this, click on that, and here you have to paste the address of your wallet. So click on this and save your address, copy the address and paste here, and so click on submit, click on confirm, and this will send you couple of Matic coin in your wallet address, so you can deploy the contract. Right now in my case the transaction failed because I already done in the morning and I already have enough Matic coin in my wallet to make the transaction. But in your case, if you have no Matic coin, then this is the process which you have to go with. So I'm already having, so that's why it's failed. So what I will do, I'll simply come up here. So make sure you have to paste your private key, you have to get some Matic coin in your wallet, and then you are ready to deploy the contract. So what I will do, I'll simply come up here. Things are looking pretty fine. I'll bring the terminal up, and now I have to get into this particular one. So here we have a script deploy, and this is the one we have to call to deploy the contract. So we'll type cd, we'll go into the web3, then we'll say npm run dev and deploy, hit enter, and this is going to deploy the contract. So here you can see that it's asking for a specific Thirdweb version, so make sure to type yes if it's asking, but if it's not, then you can simply proceed ahead. So I'll say hit enter, yes, and it's going to install that particular version of the package, Thirdweb 0.10.18, sorry. So it's taking a little bit time, so just wait, and it's installing the package. So just a moment, and it's going to happen very soon. Just a moment, Mr. Lower, and you have to say yes, okay, hit again, and here you can see we have successfully installed the packages, and now it's checking for update and it's compiling our contract. Once the compilation is get completed, it's going to, and here you can see that as soon as the contract is gone compiled, we have the artifact and the cache get generated. So we have the artifact and the cache get generated, which is very important. You can see in that we have the entire ABI of our contract, and this is what we need. Okay, so things are looking fine to me, and here you can see we got back this particular URL. So our contract is successfully listed. So you can see it will open up this browser. Simply close that one, because our contract is not deployed yet. So to deploy our contract, we have to get this particular URL, copy that URL, come back, open and paste here. So we're going to use Thirdweb to deploy our contract, and here we have to make the transaction. So my wallet is automatically connected. So if your wallet is not connected, so make sure to connect that one and click on this. I already connected with the Mumbai. Make sure to tick mark this blue, and now click on this deploy. You can see the transaction taking place here. It's going to make 2 transactions. So first it deploy the contract, and the second is going to add it. Click on confirm, and here it's deploying the contract. This will happen very quickly, just wait. So it's deploying, and here it's adding to the dashboard. It's going to make another transaction. Click on confirm. So just wait. Here we are, click on this sign, and when the transaction get completed, we're going to have a visual representation of the Thirdweb dashboard. I hope you guys have watched the previous video, in that I've explained extensively about the Thirdweb. And here you will find the entire contract. You can see all of the things which you will find. So we have newly deployed our contract You will find the ABI, you will find the source code of the smart contract. That looks pretty fine. All you have to do is to get the address of this particular contract which you have deployed to the Polygon. So click on that address, come here, and I will close this one, bring this down, close this one, open the client, go to the context, and all we have to do is let me type this new address, and we have to simply paste here, and we have to say old, and I will simply grab this one and grab this one. Here we have the address, and the one thing I want to tell you guys that once you delete the old artifact, the artifact which I will provide when you will download the source code, if you delete that, then no longer you can use the contract which I have deployed, and you're not able to call the property which are listed because you have to deploy the artifact which I have provided, and you have a new artifact, so you can use the new one, but you cannot use the old one. That's the thing you have to keep in mind. So I will take the new contract address and I'm going to simply paste here, and that's the only thing we have to do. And now we have to simply start the application. So we'll simply go out of this folder and we have to go into the client folder, and we have to simply start the application. npm run dev, and here we have the start of the application. Click here, start the application to the localhost, and here you can see that our application is working absolutely fine. We have no error, you can see, and we have no property listed to this marketplace. It's absolutely brand new. We have no user, no property, no category, nothing at all. If you do the inspect element, you can able to find that we have 0 array, means no property we have listed. Now what I will do, I'll simply connect my wallet first. You can see I'm already connected, and here I have the balance. So the very first thing I want to do is I want to list the property. So to do that, what I will do, I'll come back to the create, and I will click on this. I will go to the Pinata because I have already deployed the images to the Pinata, and that's the address that's the image URL I'm going to take, and I'm going to simply provide it. Click on this and let me log in. Here I'm into my dashboard, and let me come here, and this is the logo which I'm going to take. Click on that, copy the URL, come back here, and here we have, let me give the name. So I'll say the blockchain coders. Here I have to paste the URL, then I have to select the office category, and I will come to the blockchain coder. I'll click on this, go to the, you can come here, recent, click on that, and from here you can get the source code. So again, feel free to come and get the source code, and your contribution will help our community to bring this amazing tutorial. So I'll simply grab this entire intro, and I'm going to simply paste here, and come here, I will take this one, and I'm going to simply paste here, and you can give the pricing to your property. So I'll say 0.3, not minus, so I have to simply change to 0.3, 0.2, sorry. Click on preview, you can see it's working fine. Now click on create, and it's going to make the transaction. Here we have the MetaMask. Here again it's saying 2 transactions, we have to make only 1 transaction. Click on confirm, and we have to click on reset, so it's going to make 1 transaction. It's looking fine, it's happening, and you can see, click on this, and the transaction is still pending, and here the transaction went through. So we have successfully listed the very first property. If you come back to the home, and here you can see it's going to fetch the property, and here you have the property. Click on that, and here you will have the information about the property which you have provided. So every single thing is working fine. You can see all of the information, category, this is the comment, and all of the things are working absolutely fine. You can add comment, you can simply grab this one, paste, and add review, and you have to make the transaction. Again, there's no error we have in the code. You can see everything is working fine. It's making the transaction. Once the transaction will complete, it's going to reload the browser. So still the transaction is happening behind the scene. So click on this, contract is pending, and here the transaction went through, and here the browser is reload, and we have 1 comment in the application. If you come here, if you click on this like, you can easily able to like his comment. So it's going to open the MetaMask. Here we have that MetaMask. Click one more time, and here we have the MetaMask. Now make a confirm, and the transaction is happening, it's pending. You can speed that transaction by paying extra gas fee, but I don't want to do that because I already have a very less gas fee, and this looks fine. Now simply reload the browser, it's automatically reload once the transaction will complete, and it's fetching the data. So these are the demo images. We are only taking one image. You can take multiple images, it's totally up to you. And here we have the one like, and you can simply can't buy your own property, and you can simply update the pricing. So I want to update it to 0.5, update the price, and here we have to make the transaction, and that looks good. Just wait, it's reloading. Reloading. Why this collaborate, and the final transaction is completed, and here you have updated the price of the property. Just wait, and here we have the updated pricing. So these also looking fine. Now what we can do, come back to the author, and here you will find all the property which author have listed. So this is the one property we have in the marketplace listed by you. So this is the one if you come back to the properties, the same property you will have here. And now if I want to update, I can do that very easily. Come here, let me give the name. So this time I will call Daulat Hussain, show you the update function. I'll come back here, come back to the Pinata, and let me give the image. So this time I'm going to take my image. So let me take this Daulat one, click on that, grab the URL, paste here, select the category to housing, and let me get this text, copy and paste. Let me get the demo text. You can type the address, paste, and here you can see that we are not allowing user to change the property pricing of the property by updating the data of the property. Okay, we have a separate function for updating the pricing. Now we have to simply make that update, and it's going to make the transaction, and the property data will be updated. So here we have to make the transaction, click on confirm, and the transaction will complete it soon. So just wait, the transaction is happening. You can open the MetaMask and you can see the transaction is happening very smoothly. So that looks pretty fine, and here the transaction is completed, and the browser will reload. Come back here and go to the authors, and here you can see that the data is changed, and here we have the new image, the new details about the property. The name is changed, the address is changed, the description is changed, and we have also changed the property. So everything is working fine, look fine. Okay, this looks good, no issues we have in the code. Let me bring this down. So this is the exact code you will get once you will download the zip file, and that looks fine to me. Simply come up here. So if you really want to get the code, all you have to do is come up here and click on this get code, and you can type that real, or you can simply come up here, select the recent one, you will get this one. So make sure to come and get your code, because in that you will have the template, and that template we're going to use it, and we're going to modify everything from scratch. So I hope you guys have followed the previous videos. What we have done in that, we have built all the functionality, including the smart contract which has bugs. We have written the context which has bug, and that's all modification, that's all update we're going to do from the next video. So make sure to download this entire zip file, get the template, because we're not going to build the template from scratch. We're going to simply take the template and we're going to connect the template, and we're going to make this application live. So make sure to come and get. I'm going to attach this particular video here, so you guys can come and you can watch anytime, and you will know that what you have to do once you get the source code. Okay, so make sure to come and get the entire source code. Once you get that, then you can follow the next video. That's the only thing I want to talk about in this video. Hope you guys have understood that how you can get the source code, how you can test the source code, because a lot of cool things are going to be in the upcoming videos, and we'll talk about the advanced topics. We're going to update the context, we're going to update the contract, a lot of things I will explain in the upcoming video. So make sure to have these starter files, which will save our time, and we can focus on the core functionality. Okay, so that's the only thing I want to talk about in this video. In the next video, we're going to do the setup of our project. We will take the template, we're going to connect the template, and we're going to do all the configuration. So there is a lot of work we have to do, and that's all we're going to do in the next video. So let's move to that.
All of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video I show you that how you can download the source code and what are the folders and files you will have once you will download the source code. We have provided the complete project code. So you will have the final code, you will have the startup files, you will have the template which we're going to use in this project. So make sure to watch the video. In that I've explained every single thing, which I will link in the I button or the description, so you guys can follow that. And right from this video we're going to utilize the template which I have provided, and we're going to build and connect the smart contract in the project. So this is where we left in the last video. Now you can see this is the client folder, and this is the get, this is the next context, and that we have already written all of these context functions for creating, for fetching all of these things. So this is the listing property, updating property, we have update price, we have buy property, we have review, like get all properties data, we have product review, all of this function we have written. Okay, so if you have missed this video, make sure to watch, go back to the previous lesson. We have close to 9 video. As per now I'm recording this video, we already published 9 videos, so make sure to follow that one. So this is the context. Now this is the pages, in that we have these 2 pages. So we have this imports, and this is the configuration we have done, and this is the index. So this is the sample code we have written for connecting and testing the create function. So you can see this is the check handle, submit, get, all of these things we have done. So it looks pretty fine. Now if you come back to the public, so right now we don't have anything in the public. If you come back to the style, so we haven't done anything in the style, so it's totally empty. And this is the util folder we have, and in that I told you that you can simply pause the video and you can write down the entire function which we have here. Okay, or you will get this util folders, because we're going to add one more function into this util folders, so you can get it from the complete source code. Okay, once you will download it. So that looks pretty fine. This is the day left, and this is the check if image. So that looks pretty fine, and that's the entire client side. If we come back to the package.json file, so right now we are using all of these packages, we don't need to install any other packages. So this is the client folder. And if I come to the Web3 model, so we have already written all the smart contract, and we have done this configuration. So we have already deployed the contract to the Polygon test networks, and this is the configuration we had done. So hope you guys haven't forgot that. And this is the entire smart contract. And the one thing I want to highlight, that once you will get the complete source code, in that you will have an updated smart contract, and you will have the same old smart contract as well, because this smart contract which we have built right now, which you can see right now, it has little bit bugs. So I have fixed that bug in the final code, so make sure to get it from there, and I will show you that how you can do the fixing. Just follow the tutorial. This is the mapping we have, this is the reviews, this is the product, and this is all the function we have written in the contract. So that looks pretty good. Hope you are at the same stage where I am right now. And now what we're going to do is we're going to come back into the package.json file. So what we can do right now, so we have to get into the client folders. So let's cd clients, and we have to start the application to see things are working fine. So you can see localhost 3000, our application is running on that, and you can see here we have, so this is where we left in the last video. So this is the connect wallet and create. And if I come back here, if I simply log out from this, if I connect on this, I will easily able to open MetaMask, and I can simply connect my wallet. Click on unlocks, and I'm connecting with the wallet. If I do the inspect element, so we have already created couple of properties, and that's what you can find here. You can see all of this property we have created, and the contract right now we are using, it has some critical bug. That's why you can see that this is the address is coming 000, and we're gonna fix this one. Okay, so just follow along with me. So this is the image we have, simply grab that one and paste here, remove this one and remove this one, hit enter, and this image is also working fine. So every single thing is working fine, whatever we have done. Now let's create a property. So we'll say, hey, you can type whatever you want, and we'll say no. You can type the category, we'll say housing, and we'll give the price to 4. We'll paste the image. So this is the exact image I'm going to take. Or we can do one thing, come here and we can go to the Pixabay, because we can get the free images from there. So we'll type Pixabay, hit enter, click on the very first link, and from here we have to get the image. Click on this, and we have to simply copy the address of the image, come and paste here, and you can see this is the image address we have. Simply grab that one, come back here and paste, and you can type the address. That's it. You can see right now we have this much ether, so I will switch my account. So you can see, make sure to check the Polygon, and I have to switch to account number 1 because that has a higher MATI coin, so I can make the transaction. So it looks pretty good to me. Now what we can do, click on this submit, and it's going to make the transaction, so we can easily able to create the property. If you can see, MetaMask, click confirm, and the transaction is happening. So we can display the loader as the transaction is happening. Okay, so you can see the transaction went through and we got this receipt. In that you will find all the data about this particular transaction hash to all of these things. If you reload the browser, you can able to find the property we have listed. So earlier we had 3 and right now we will have 4. So just wait, and you can see here we have the 4 arrays, and this is the one we have created, not this one. So you can see this is the price we have given. Let's come to the 2, and you can see this is the housing, no, and the images we have provided. Grab the image, come back here, paste here, remove this, and hit enter, and this is the image we have provided. So things are looking fine, everything is working fine. And let me minimize this one. So in the last video we have got this zip file, so I told you how you can get that. So make sure to get this zip file. So to get it, let me show you how you can get it. Click on this Chrome and come back to the blockchain coder resource section, and here you will find the source code of that complete project. So simply type the project name. So we'll type real estate, and you can filter that, and you can able to find the source code. Simply click on this to watch and click on this to get the code. So come and get the code, or you can do from filter here, you can type the recent project and you will have this recent project. So make sure to come and get your source code. Once you get that, you will have this similar zip folder, and in that you will have the 4 folders. So all you have to do is simply unzip this particular one, double click on that, and it's going to unzip. So just wait, it will take a little bit time because this folder is quite huge. And here we have unzipped the folder. Now let me bring it down. If I open this one, in that we'll have 4 folders. So you will have the final code, you will have the template of this particular project, pure template, then we have the startup files, then we have the final testing which we are doing right now, and then we'll have the final code which will have the updated smart contract. So you will have all of these 4 folders. And if I open this one, in this you will find all the templates we have already built, all the pages we have already designed. All we have to do is simply import all of these pages and add the functions to each one of these. If I come back, if I go to the startup file, if I go to the final testing, in that you will find that we have this. And if I go to the page components, so this is the page component we have, and we need this one, and inside that we will have all of these pages which we have already done the testings. Okay, so if you stuck anywhere, make sure to come and just simply follow the files, the folders which are already provided to you to fix an issue. And this is the starter file, in that you will have all the folder and file structure is already designed. All you have to do is to import the code and you will have the features. So everything is provided to you in this zip folder, all the folders and files. So make sure to come and get it. And now we have to work on this. So we need this public. Inside the public you will have all the images we are using: active, banner, blog, client, collections, connect, contact, icon, JavaScript files, logo, portfolio, profile, all of the things you will find here, all the images. Okay, so things looks pretty fine to me. And here we have the activities. Inside that's JavaScript, and we have this vendor, and in that we have written huge amount of JavaScript which you don't need to worry about it, because all of this JavaScript for the animation and sliding functions, open up models, so all of this thing we have used for that. So this is the public folder we have. This is the pages component, so we need these 2. So we'll come back here, we're going to minimize it. Now let me bring this down and let me cut this one. Now what I have to do is, here we have the package. So what we can do, so we need this page component, so simply drag and drop here in the client. If I open this one, you will find we have all of these components which we have inside this page component. Okay, after that we need this public folder. So we already have a public folder, so simply drag and drop here and we have to replace it. So I will simply cancel that one, and first thing I will do is I'm going to delete this one. Okay, it's better to delete this public folder, and we have to simply drag and drop here. So inside this public you will have all the folders and the JavaScripts. You can see this is the image we have for the project, and this is the logo we have. You can add your logo. This is the JavaScript and all of the things we have. So inside the vendor we have all of this JavaScript for this project. So that looks fine. So that's the public folder. Now let's come back to the pages, and right now we have these two pages, so app.js and index.js. But if you come back to this pages, here we have a lot of pages. So we're going to import only those pages which we don't have here. Okay, so you can see this is the page we have called index old, and that's what we're going to call this one as well, because we have to rename this one. So what I will do, I'll come back to the rename section. I will say index old. So we have this index old, and now we have to simply drag and drop all the files. So let's come here and let me rename this one to index old. So we got this one and looks fine. We have written all of this function. Okay, I'm not removing this particular page because you guys can refer back. That's why I'm not removing it. So close this one, and now we have to open up and we have to simply drag and drop each one of these files. So simply select, come back, go to the starter files, go to the client size and go to the pages, and from here we have to simply drag and drop all the files. So what we can do is, so we're not going to import this index old. We'll take this entire one. No, actually we don't need the entire one. So what we can do is, we already have this app.js and index old.js. So I'll simply come here and not bring it down right now. We have to simply close this one, and this is the page we have. So we already have this one. So this is the entire configuration we have done in the app.js. Okay, so you have to keep this as same. So what I will do, I'll simply select this portion, entire one, and I'm simply drag and drop here, and I have to replace. So click on this replace. So it's going to replace our app.js folder, and it's going to do it. So click on replace and replace. So you can see it has all the codes. If you come back to the app.js file, this is how it looks right now, because we haven't done the configuration, because we have replaced the file. So this is what we have, and app.js. So let me do one thing. Let me just uncomment this. Okay, we have to remove all the files. So I simply remove all the file from this pages, and it's empty now. I made a mistake, and that's part of the development, because when you will take the template and when you're going to connect, this kind of mistake you will do. So let's bring the, so this is the files we have right now. We don't have anything in it, and what I can do is come here, go back to the distix, and let me find the folder. So this is the one, real estate source code. I'll click on that, and here I have the starter file. I have this pages component. So I will simply drag and drop, because I have already also deleted the pages component, and simply drag and drop here, and here I have the pages component. And we also need the public one, because I also removed the public, and that we'll have all of these folders. So things are looking fine. So come here, and we have to drag and drop the public folder. So that's the public folder we have, and that we have all of these folders. So we got the page component, we got the public folder, and it looks pretty fine. No breaking changes happen. So this is the banner, BG, blog, client, collections, logos, all of the things we have here. Connect, contact, and we have the JavaScript, and that we have all of this thing. Okay, so we are not missing anything. This is the logo, this is the portfolio, this is the profile we have. So make sure you have to import the exact file which we have imported here right now, and This is the page component. You can see we have all of this, and right now we don't have any piece of code into this action.js. This is the banner, this is the blog, and what we have done is we have simply imported all of the component into this index file. So that looks pretty fine. That looks pretty fine. So you can see we have built the entire architecture. All we have to do is to simply add the code and it will work absolutely fine. So this things looks pretty good to me. Now I'm going to close that one and I'll open this one, come back to the pages. Right now we have these two pages, so I will simply come here and I'm going to copy only those pages. So I need this one, these four, simply drag and drop here. Now we're going to take this one. We're not going to take the index old. We'll simply drag and drop here. And let me bring this back, and we have this. We're not going to take that. We'll take this indexed, and we have all of this. We'll simply grab all of this and drag and drop here. And we have this. We're not going to take this app.js and drag and drop here. So right now we have all the files, and we're not going to take this index old. So these are the two files we are not importing, but we are importing others. So we have done all of these files. You can see right now we don't have anything in this app.js. We have this configuration, okay, and this is all the files which are empty, and the actual code we're going to write in each one of these pages. We're going to simply import the components and we're going to add the functionality. You can see all of these pages are empty, and this is the old one. I'll keep it like it so you guys can come and refer to that. So everything is empty right now. We have done all the setups, and right now you can start working and coding the template as per your choice, but we're going to import all the codes which we already have. So you can see we have all of this. We have 3 pages. That looks pretty fine. We don't need to do anything in here. And if we come here, so we need a couple of more things. So if you come back, let me expand this one, and if I go to this, if I simply open up the terminal and let me check things are working or not. So what I will do, I will simply type cd and I will go into the clients and I will check that things are working and fine or not, because we have done some major changes. So the application is running on local 3000, and I'm going to open the applications. Simply come up here and reload the browser. You can see things are working absolutely fine. We have no more error in our code, so it's already looking good. Now we'll come back here. We'll go back to the pages, and here we have the index. So let's double confirm it. Yes, this is what we have. We can simply come here and we can say Dapp and save it, and we have Dapp. So things are looking pretty fine. So that's working good. Now the thing we have to do is close this one, come up here and bring this down, and we have this style folder. So we're not going to write a single piece of styling because we already have the styling. All we have to do is to import that folder. So what I will do, I will simply come here, minimize my VS Code, and if I come back to the code, so this is the folder in that we have, and this is the starter file. Go into that and go into the client, and here you will have the folder called style, and this is the one we're going to simply drag and drop because it has all the setups. So first thing, we have to delete this one. Let's come here, move to the trash, and we don't have that one. And now we're going to simply drag and drop into this. Simply drag and drop in client main directory. If I come here, and here we have the utils, so I have add one more function into this utils, so I will simply take that as well. So I will come here and I will going to simply remove this one, and I'm going to simply drag and drop here. So in that we have all of these functions. So you can see this is the day left function we have, and this is the one more function I have attached into this, and this will calculate that how many users will have, and it will give the amount of the property they have listed in the marketplace. All of this function we have written, so you will get that in the utils files, so you can make sure to get it from there. So that looks pretty fine. So this is the day count, this is the image check, and this is the top creators, okay, and their worth. So make sure to pause if you want to type it, or you can get it from the utils file. So that looks also good to me. Now I'm going to simply close that one. What I will do now, I'll come back to the style folder, and in that we have all the CSS files and the assets. So if you click on this assets folder, inside that you will have this folder: CSS, fonts, image, JS, JavaScript, map. So if you open this CSS file, in that folder, CSS folder, in that folder you will have two folders. So you will have the plugins, you will have the vendors, and you will have the style.css. If you open that, we will have some features, stylings. This is the font, this is the images. So the same images we have provided here are the same images we are providing in the public section, because in Next.js, if you want to display any static data, that's you have to transfer from the public folder. Okay, so here we have the entire JavaScript, and here we have the mapping, and here we have the global CSS. So what we have done, we have simply imported all the CSS into this global folder and global file, and from here we are exporting that CSS. So you can see all of the file we have imported here in the global.css. So if you come back to the assets, inside that assets you will have, you can see we are in the main directory and we have this asset folder. Then we are getting into the CSS folder. Inside that we have plugin, and then we have the features and all the files we are importing here. So you don't need to do anything. All you have to do is to simply copy and paste the folder, and it has all the setups. And if you want to do the custom settings on the color side, you can do here in the style.css. You can see all of the custom styling, the color we have defined here. So you can simply make the changes. It's pretty huge. So we have close to 27,000 line of CSS. 27, that's a pretty huge amount of CSS is there. So close this one, and this is the asset. So we have the styling. Now come back to the public, and we have all the images, and this is the JavaScript, the same JavaScript we are keeping it here. So that looks good. And if I open up the terminal, everything's working fine, and these are the pages we have. Let me check one more time, and this is what we have. Save it. Okay, nothing wrong in this. And you can see we have the color is already applied, and we have this dark screen background. So the styling is also working fine, the font size is also working fine, and the reset is also working fine. Now what we have to do is we're going to start writing the code right here. But before we do that, I'm not going to code the entire template. So now what we can do is we're going to simply remove this particular folder. I know you guys are confused at why I'm importing and why I'm removing, because I'm showing you the possible ways in which you can do the setups if you want to add custom styling, or if you want to import the pre-built component. Okay, so this is the entire folder we have, and in which we don't have any code. So all of these components are empty. We have imported this, but these components are empty, and we don't want it to be empty. We want to just import the components so we can start working on the functionality. Okay, so I will simply come here and let me have a look. So this looks fine. This is also looking fine. Collection section we have, and public, let me look, that's good. That's the utils we have, and that's the style we have, and that looks good. Now I'm going to minimize that one, and this time what I will do, I will come back here. I'll go back to the source code folder, and in that I will go to this is the starter file we have, and this is the template, and this is what we're going to import it. Okay, this is what we're going to import it. So what I will do now, so we have all of these components which has code in it. So the very first thing I want to do is so this is the folder we have, about page, and in that we have all of these files, the same structure we have here in this will. And let me find out. So this is the one we have, and if I open this one in the VS Code, you can see this is the exact setup I have done in the template section as well. So this looks good. Close this one, and this is the folder we have. And if you come here, I'm going to simply delete this entire folder, because we're going to import the component. So let's create a folder by the name page component. So the same name we have given, make sure to give the same name, and now we have to simply drag and drop all of these folders, all of this component. So select all of this. So we have all of this, simply select and drag and drop here, and let's come here, simply select this one. You can see we have all of this one, simply copy and drag and drop here. Now we have to select these pages, these component, come and drag and drop here. Now we have these two more, so actually we have more, so simply select this two, privacy page and product page, simply drag, select and drag and drop here. And we have more, so we'll drag and drop this upcoming, and we'll drag and drop this sign up pages, and that looks good. And we have this ranking, and that looks good. So we have all of these components and the code is there. So I think we have imported all of these pages, there's nothing left. So let's have a look. Let's close this one, and this is the folders, this is the component we have. And if you click on that, you can see we have all of this code is already written. All we have to do is to feed the data. All of this component is already built. If I start coding this template from scratch, it will take close to 2 months, because you can see how big this particular UI part is. And I want to show you the core functionality, that's why I decided to just take the templates and add the functionality into that. And this is the page in which we're going to work together. Okay, right now we don't have anything into the pages, you can see it's absolutely empty. So this is the absolutely empty page we have, nothing in there, and we're going to simply work on it. So let me come here, and what I will do, I'll simply minimize this one, and let me come here. So things are looking fine, I will simply make it big, and now we're going to start working on the pages. So you can see this is the exact configuration you have to do in the app.js file. Okay, now this is the exact setup we have to do, and here we have to do a couple of things. So you can see we have imported the React, we have the global CSS, and we have the chain ID and Thirdweb and all of these things. Now we'll come back to the styling, and from here we are getting this. You can see this is the one which we are importing in the pages here. Then we have the Thirdweb, which we have already done it. We have to configure our store and the context with the network, so everything's looking fine. And this one is really very important, that you have to know each one of these things to make things work. Now we have to wrap this, so simply bring it down here, cut this portion and bring it here. And now what we're going to do is simply come here, let me expand this one, click on this, and inside that we'll go back to the public folder, and in that we have this JavaScript files. So we have to import all the JavaScript files which we are using in this project. You can see the list is quite huge, and we're going to simply import all of this JavaScript file. So what I will do, I'll simply come up here, and this is the place where I'm going to import. So you have two options, you can use the script tab, but I'm going with the normal script. Okay, so let me give this comment to JavaScript, and let me comment this one, and let me import that one. So we'll type JavaScript, and we have to define the source, and it's coming from the public folder, so we don't need to provide the public folder name. We have to give the slash, and that will denote that it's coming from the public folder. Inside the public folder we have this JS folder. If I come here in this JS, and inside the JS we have this vendor, we'll say vendor, and in that we have this all the files. So if I open this one, we have all of these files, and we have to import all of these files. So let's import the very first one. I'll call it jQuery. So we'll say jQuery.js. okay, so this is how you can import all the file one by one, but I'm going to simply copy and paste because we have already have all the imports. So I will simply minimize that one. So come here, and if I come back here, let me go to the final code client, and inside the client you will have this call components, not the component. I have to go into the pages, and inside the pages we have this file app.js, open in the VS Code, and here you can see we have already imported all the files we have imported. Simply select all the files till here, copy that one. Okay, make sure to copy the entire JS file, and here we are. Simply close this one, and here we're going to simply replace and paste it. So we have all of this JavaScript, and actually we don't need this 3.1 because these are the customs hooks, custom JavaScript for interacting with the with the smart contract, but we are not using the custom hook, we are using Thirdweb. So I'll simply uncomment this one, simply comment this one, and that looks pretty fine. These are the things you have to do here in the app.js. So things are good here. Simply close this one, and let me now, what we can do, reload the browser and see things are looking absolutely fine. We have no issues in it. Close this one, and now we can come back in VS Code and we can start working on it. So we have to go back into the index details, and here we're going to start working on the code. That's the only thing I want to talk about in this video. Hope you guys have got the idea that how you have to do the configuration, how you have to do the setups. So I don't want to extend this video because this video is already more than 20 minutes, and I want you guys to understand that what we have done and how we have simply configured our entire template. And that's exactly what happened in the real world project, because you're going to work on the smart contract, you're going to work on the backend part, or you're going to work on the UI sections. So you're going to build the functionality, and then everything will come together, and all you have to do is to connect and arrange that. So right now we have done very vital setups. I hope you guys have done the exact thing which I have done. If you still have any error, any issues, the codes are provided to you. Make sure to just have a look and try to understand. Okay, so that's the only thing I want to talk about in this video. In the next video, we're going to start working on our index page for the very first page. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have done some important setups in our project. We have imported all the components, all the pages, all the CSS file, all the JavaScript. If you haven't watched the last video, so make sure to follow that. In this video we're going to start working on our index page. So here we are in the index.js page. So the very first thing we have to do, that we have to import a couple of things from React. So we have to import the use state and use effect. So these are the imports we are doing. We have to do the internal import at builds. So we have to import the, let's come here, we have to import all the components which we already have. So we'll import the header, banner, live, we'll import the service component, we'll import the product, and we'll import the top seller, we'll import the collections, footer, and the copyright. And all of these components are coming from, so we have this components, and all of these are coming from the components, page component slash component, and that looks good. This is the entire component we have imported. If we come back to the page components, inside that you will have this component, inside that we'll have all of this component. So this looks good. Simply copy this one and you can simply paste here. So we have all of this component. Looks fine. We'll come here, we'll have to import the other things. So we come here, we're going to see the form, and this time we have to import the context. So if we come back in the context, we have this use context. So if you come back in the context, here we have, and that's one we are importing here. So we have our context is ready, and we have to import. So we'll bring it down, and we have to import the couple of things. So we have to import the utils page, because here we have to calculate the top sellers, top users who have listed their properties. So if you come back to the utils, let me close all of this. Inside the utils you will have all of this function, and this is the one we are importing, get top creators. Simply grab that one, and that we have to pass the entire array, and it will return us the top creator and their balance. So that looks good. All it does, it will return the owner and the total amount they have listed, and we have to import that one. So that looks good. These are the internals import we have, and now we have to come here and we have to define a couple of state variables. So the first one we'll take is the, let's say, use state, and this will call the is loading. So we have to capture the loading state. So when the load data will come from our context, it will take a little bit time. So we have to display our loader. So we'll say initially false, then we have to take the entire properties. So we'll have the property, it will be an array. Then we'll come here, and here we have to build the functions, and here we have to import all the data from our context. We'll say use state context, and in that we have to import all of the functions. So we're going to import the address, we'll import the contract will import the get property data function, and these are the three imports we are doing from our context. And we'll come here we're going to get the function, so we'll write the function get data, and we'll say const fetch property, the same function we have built in the last video, the same function we are building to fetching the data from our context. So we'll say fetch property async, and first thing we have to set the loading state to true because we have to display our loader. Then we have to say const data, and we'll say await get properties data, and once we have the data we have to simply set the data into our property state variable, and then we have to simply turn off the loading state. So this is the fetch function we have, and now we have to simply call the function at the time of page reload. So we'll use this use effect, and inside that we have to simply do a couple of things. So we have to check for if contract exists, then we have to call the function, and if there is a change in the address and in the contract, then we have to call the functions. So that will give us the data. If I console log out the property, you will find that we'll have all the properties. So simply console log out the properties, and this is the imports we have done. This is the internal imports, this is the state and the top creator import, and these are the state variable we have taken, and this is the function we have written for retrieving the data from the context. So if I come back in the browser, if I do the inspect element to the console, and if you find that here we have the data in well formatted, and if you open this, in that we will have all of these 4 properties we have listed. Okay, it's coming from 38, and that's what we have here, 38. So now we have to write the data function. So we'll say divide category, because generally what will happen here is that we're going to have multiple category in our project. So one property will have housing, rental, country, it will have official. So we're going to divide the data, because the data we are getting right now, it has all the property, and now we have to run we have to write a small script which can filter the data, and it will store into an array. So let me show you what I mean by that. So come here, and we'll take a variable called housing. Actually we'll take a lot of variable, so we'll say housing, and in this we're going to keep all the property related to the housing category. We'll define one more, is going to be a rental. We'll take another one, this will become the farmhouse, and we have to take another one, this will be called office. So we have this 4, and now we have to take one more, is called commercial, because we are providing close to 6, and this one is going to be the country. So we're going to have 6 different categories which user can list their property in. So once we have all of this variable, now we have to simply store the category in each one of these variable as per their category. Okay, so we'll build a function. We'll say if the loading is true, then we will take the properties, and we have to loop over it. So we'll say element I, and in that we're going to say that if element dot category is equal to the specific category, so we'll say the category would be country. If the properties belong to the country category, then we have to push that particular property into the country array. We'll simply push that element into that, and that's the same thing we have to do for all the properties. So let me do it very quickly. So we'll say element dot category is equal to the commercial, then we have to simply push that to a commercial, Once we are done with the commercial, now we have to work on the other one. So if I come back to the browser and reload it, and let me do the console log, let me show you the category. So here you can see, here we have 4 properties, and each property will have this category, and on the base of this we are filtering the property. So right now you can see we have passed the random data, but we're going to modify all of these data, and we're going to assign the right category. So that looks fine. Each property will have this one, and we are simply looping over it. Now come here, let's check for the third condition. If else element dot category is equal to the office, then we have to push that into an office array. Push an element. Else if element dot category is equal to the farmhouse, then we have to simply push that to the farmhouse element. After that, we have to simply say else if element dot category equal to the rental, then we have to push that into a rental dot push element. So we have all of this, and the final one we have is the element dot category is going to be the actually housing, and we have to push that into a housing array. So here we are filtering all of the data and we are storing into the respective arrays, and here we have to change is commercial not country twice, and now looks fine. So we'll have the data and it's going to store into that. So now we'll come here, we'll write a function for get creators and amount. So we have already built the functionality. We'll say creators, and we have to simply call the function and we have to pass the array properties. It will automatically filter all the data and it will give us the seller and their total worth of property listing. Okay, all of this logic we have built, owner and total worth of property listing, it will return, and that's what we are getting here. So let me come here. Now what I will do, I'll simply come here, let me console log and let me show you that what data we are getting in return. So we'll do console log dot creator, save it, come back to the browser, and here you will find, so just a moment, it's taking a little bit time, and here you can see we have all the properties and we have this too, that's the creator. So this is the property and this is the creator, and we have only one creator right now, and you can see the address and the amount, and we have this 00 because we have a bug in our contract which we will fix. So things looks good, and this is the bug we have which you don't need to worry about it, we're gonna fix that very easily. So that's the setup for the creator. Let me comment this, and now we have to work on the entire component. So we have the functionality, we have the data, now we have to feed the data. So we'll come here and we will take a div and we have to assign a class. So all of these classes is coming from the style component. Okay, so we are simply importing the classes. So this is the class we have to use, and we'll say template dash color dash 1, and we'll say NFT body, and this will become the connect. So this is the main classes for our component, and inside that we're going to simply import all the components. So if I come here, if I simply minimize this one, and if I go back here, so let me minimize all of this, and this is the CSS. Here we are getting all of this thing we have imported inside the assets. We have all of these CSS files, we have the CSS, the custom ones which we have written, so you can easily able to have a look. Things are looking fine. Close this one, and now we can start working on the component sections. So what we have done, we have done all the setups, and now we have to simply import the components. So the very first component we have to import is the header, and then we have to import the banner, then we have to import the live, and we have to send the props. So inside that we're going to send the entire properties. After that we have to come here and we have to send the product component, and in that we have can simply pass the property, the entire array, and we can come here we'll attach the services component, and we'll come here and here we have to attach the top seller, and in that we're going to send the top sellers. We'll type S, and creator, let's make it S because obviously it's a creator, not creator, only one creator. Okay, let's type and let's pass here creators, and at the end we have to simply pass the last two components, which is the collection, and that we have to send the data. So we'll have to send the length of that particular category. So housing, we'll say housing, we'll give this question marks because it will the data will take time in loading, so we have to prevent any kind of error, and we have to get the length of the housing array, and the same thing we have to do for all the categories. So rental dot length, then we have the farmhouse rental, farmhouse length, and the last one is going to be the office. You can take all the different categories, it's totally up to you. Okay, so for the time being I will just go with this 4.1 and I leave it other on you guys. Okay, now we have to import the footer components and we have to import the copyright components, and this looks fine. So we have all of the component and all of the data is looking absolutely incredible, and you can see the entire UI is displaying and it's looking absolutely beautiful. All of the component, all the animations, tabs are absolutely working fine. So all of this data is a dummy data. We're going to feed our own data. It looks absolutely fine. So all the components, all the data is absolutely working fine, and we can easily able to redirect, but these pages are not exist, so we have to do a lot of modification. So all the navigations are look fine, animations are okay, and now we have to feed the actual data. So we're going to start working on the header component first. So let's come back to the header component, and this is the entire JSX we have written for the header components. So let's come up here. Now what I will do is I have to do a couple of things. So here we have this link tag, and actually I don't want to add the link tag because whenever someone will click on this links, the menus, I want them to reload the browser because our animations are dependent on the reload. Okay, if you don't reload the browser, the animation will not work. So we're going to reload the browser whenever they will switch from one page to another. So for that, let me remove this one. So I'll simply select all of that, all of the link tags, and I'm going to replace with the normal anchor tag. So let's see how many we'll have it. Okay, so we have so many. So I will simply come here. No, not like that. Let me replace it A and replace all. So we have successfully replaced, and we have to remove this one. So now the reload will work fine. And what we have to do is here we can come, and here we have to import our context. So we'll say internal import, and once we have the internal import, we have to simply import the context. So we'll say it's coming from dash dash, we'll go up and we'll come and import the context, and we have to import our context, use state context, and then we have to receive all of the data. So we'll say contract data, and we'll take a variable inside that we're going to import it. So it's coming from the use state context. So we need a couple of things. We need the address, we have this disconnect, and we need the connect, and we need the use balance. And you might be thinking that we don't have these functions like disconnect, addresses, connect, and use balance. So we have addresses, we have connect, but we don't have the disconnect and the use balance, and that's what we have to create in our context. So you can see it looks pretty fine. So what I will do now, for the time being, what I will do is we'll come here, we'll go back to the context, and here we're going to modify this entire context file a bit. Now here we are in the context, and here we have to do the modification in our context, the function we have built, because some of the functions are not 100% optimized, very lengthy, and that can create some critical bug into our system. So for that, we're going to optimize this entire function once again in the context file. So that's why I made the tutorial in this way, because I can show you the normal way and you can show you the optimized way of doing that. So here we are into the context, and now we're going to simply do that. So here we have this use effect, and we have to import the one more use state. So these are the imports we are doing, and here you can see that we have done all of this import from the Thirdweb, but we're going to import couple of more hooks. So we'll call this, let's say, new hook, and we'll have this new hook, and the first hook we want to import is this use called disconnect, and this will allow us to disconnect with the application, from the application. If you click on the button, you can disconnect from the MetaMask. Then we can take this use connection status, so this will give you the status of your application, of the user, and then we'll take this use signer, because we have to display the balance of the user. So we'll have this new hooks, and this one is looking fine, we don't do any changes here, and this is the entire context we have here. Okay, so this looks pretty fine. Now here we are, and here we have to take couple of new variables because we have new hooks. So I will simply remove this demo, and I will remove from here as well real estate. So now we have clean environment, and now we're going to simply work on it. So we have these two hooks and their value values. We'll come here, we'll call this front end, and here we have to define the hook. So we'll say const disconnect, and it's coming from the use disconnect. Now we have to take the other one, which is the connection status, and this coming from connection status. So we have this this is the two hooks we have, and now we have to take the another one, well, signer, and it's coming from use signer. Now we'll come here, and here we have to define the state variable, and we'll say use state, and the value we have to define is the, let's say, user balance, because in that we have to keep the balance of the user, and initially it will be empty. Then we'll take another variable. This will call the is loading. This will keep the track of loading state of each function. Initially it will be false. So here we are. Now what we have to do is, here we are getting this error message, so we have to simply remove this loading, because we are repeating this loading variable twice, and now it looks fine. So this is for listing property. We don't need to do any changes in here because this function is also working fine. You can optimize this one, but I'll try to keep it like it, so you guys can refer back the methods which you will have to call the data. Okay, so I'll keep it like it. So this is the listing one, and here we have the update properties. So I'm going to remove all those variables which is not necessary and which we're not going to use it. So what I can do is, I don't need this loading state because we're going to manage this loading state in the page. So we'll simply remove that one, and here we have the update function. So it looks pretty clean, and this is the update property function we have. We are receiving all of this data from the users, and then we are simply passing into the argument in the contract functions, and that's what we are simply consoling. So this one is also fine. We don't need to do any changes in here. Here we have the update pricing, and we have to simply remove this one. This looks fine, and this one is also looking good. Update pricing. Now we're going to simply do one thing. We're going to open this one, and here we have the data from product ID and the price. That's the two information we are taking, and we're not going to use this method to update the pricing. So simply remove that. We're going to take the another method. So we'll say const data, and we're going to simply call this await. We're going to use the update price, and in that we have to simply pass the data object. So we have to pass the argument. In that argument we have to pass the simply the product, so the address of the user, and we have to pass the product ID, and we have to pass the price. So the price we're going to simply pass the converted price in terms of way. So we use ether.utos.parse ether, and that we have to simply pass the price. Okay, so here we have to make it capital T, and here we have to make it capital D. So this is the entire function. So we have passed all the argument, and that's pretty good. Okay, so this is update price function. Now let's come down and let's work on the other function. So we're done with that. Now we have to work on the buy property. So we have to remove this extra variables, and that looks fine, and open this one. And in this we have to do a little bit modification, because we're not going to use this hook method to call the contract. So first we're going to call this buying, and here we're going to take the product ID. So we'll say product ID, and we have to take the amount, and we have to replace this to buying. So that looks fine. Now what we're going to do is, now we're going to simply take all of this. So what I can do is, let's pass the argument. So let's come here, and we're going to pass the values. So the value we have to convert it into a way, and then we have to pass the amount. So we'll say pass ether, we have to pass the amount, and that looks fine. So in this way we can easily able to buy the property. Simply copy and paste here. So that's the buying function we have. That looks pretty fine. So we are getting the data, then we are reconstructing, then we are passing the argument, and then we are passing the value. So that looks fine. So this is the buying function we have here. Close this one, and that's okay. Now come back to the other one. So add review. We have to remove this extra variable. So let's clean, and we can take the document. So open this one, and here we are taking all of this data: product ID, rating, and comment. and make it capital D. So that looks good. Once we have the rating, when we have the comment, and we are deconstructing that, then we are passing that into an argument, and that's okay. That's the argument we are, and this looks also fine. So we are done with this entire function. There is no changes we need to do into this. Now we have this like, remove this one, open this one, and here we are deconstructing the product ID and the review index. Make it capital D, and we don't need to do anything in here, so these are fine. We need to pass the argument, and that looks pretty awesome to me. So close this one. Now we are done with this like function. Now let's come back to the get properties, and this one is also working fine. We have already done all the changes, but the one thing we're going to do into this is that we're going to fetch the balance of the user. Okay, so that's what we're going to do into this particular function, because this function is going to be called every single time someone will open the application. So it's better to call the function. What we can do is, let's give this comment. So this section is for getting the data, get all market properties, and here we're going to fetch the balance. So the thing we have to do is, we'll call this get user balance, and we can come here. Here we're going to call the function. So we'll take a variable const balance, and we have a weight and we have a signer, and on that we're going to simply call this method get balance. So on signer is an object, on that we have all the methods, and the methods we are using it's get balance. So it will give us the balance of the user in terms of big number, and we have to convert that number. So the problem we will have here is, we'll take a variable. Let me show you what I mean by that. So we'll call user balance, and here we have to build a logic. So first thing, we have to simply take this address. So if the user is connected, only then we want to get his balance and display in the front end. If user is not connected, then we can't able to get the balance, because the signer will have the get functions, and it will automatically assign the address of the user. So if there is an address, then we want to get the balance, otherwise we don't. So we'll say ether dot utils dot form ethers, and in that we have to simply pass the balance, and we have to simply convert into a string. Okay, if address exists, then we want to get the balance, otherwise we will do empty string. So in this way, we'll have a dynamic balance based on the condition. So once we have the balance, we have to simply update that into a state variable, and we'll pass the user balance. Hope you guys have understood that why we have done this. Okay, because when the user will open the application at the very first time, he may not like to connect his wallet, and we don't want to run this function when he open the application, because if we don't connect that, he will get an error and our application will crash. So we have to be little productive here. That looks fine. So this is the balance we are setting up here, and we can do one thing. So all of these things are looking fine. So we have this pricing, product ID, and everything is we are comparing here. So review, property, image, things are looking fine, and here we are passing the entire property. So that's the only thing we have to do in get all properties, and here we have the highest rated. So we don't need the loading state, simply remove this one, and now we have this clean one. So this is the number of the product is very hot, that will it display. And here we have the get product review. If we open that one, and here we have to remove this variable, and here we have this one. And now what we can do is, let's remove that one, and we have to use the other method for calling the functions. So we'll say get product review, we'll say await, and we have to call the contract, and then contract, and we have to call, and we have to pass the name of the function. So this is the function get, and welcome here, and this is review. This is the exact name we have to give, because this is what we have in the function, and here we have to make it async. So it will give us, this is the name of the product review, and at the end we have to simply dispatch the data, and here we have to pass the product ID, so we can easily able to identify that which product review we want to get. So that's the very simple thing. Okay, so once we have that one, once we have the data, we have to simply format the data, because the data will get in unformatted form, so we have to format that. So we'll say parse and review, and we'll simply follow the same old logic. We're going to map over it, loop over it, and we have to construct the entire data. So review, and we have to make it an object return. So here we have to say review, reviewer, so the one who's given the review. So we'll take his address, so reviewer, and then we're going to take the likes, that how many likes that particular review has. After that, we have to convert into a number. Then we have to take the comments, so we'll take review rating, and after that we have to take the rating. Then we'll say review dot rating, and here we have to say comment. So these are the 4 data we are taking, and we can come up here and we'll say the product ID, because that's also we need, because someone can like that comment. So we'll have the product ID, and we have to convert it into a number, yes. So that looks fine. So these are the data we are simply taking. I hope these things are making sense to all of you guys, and we can simply return this data from here at the end. We'll say pass review, and that looks fine. So hope you guys have understood that what we have done. We have taken the simplest way to call the functions and simply get the data in a well formatted. So we are done with this. Now we have to come back to the get properties, open this one, and here we have to do the same thing. So what we will do is we're going to simply copy this function name and remove this entire code. Now we're going to follow the same structure which we have followed above. So first thing, we have to take the product ID. Okay, let's say product ID, and we have to convert that into a number, because this ID will come in form of string, so we have to multiply with 1, so it will be number. And then we have to simply build the logic. So we'll take a variable called property item, and we'll call the await contract call, and we have to pass the name of the function. It will be async, and we have to pass the ID, the product ID. So this will give us the data of that particular product property, and then we have to simply follow the same logic. We have to pass the data. So we'll say property, and we have to simply construct it. So we'll say that property item, and we'll say property item is going to be on the 0 index. Okay, so I hope you guys can understand. So when you will console log out this data, it will come in the form of indexing, and that's how we are returning the data in the smart contract. So we can easily able to access all of this data based on the index, and that's what we are doing. So we have the product ID. After the product ID, we have to take the owner of the property. So we'll have the property item, and this is available in the index 1. Then we'll take the title, and we'll say property item, and it's available in index 3. After that, we have to take the category property item, and this will we have on index 4. After that, we have to take the description, and property item, this is available on 7. After the description, we have to get the price. We have to convert the price, so we ether utils and format ether, and in that we have to simply pass the price. So it is available in index 2, and we have to convert into a string. So we have the price. Now after that, we have to take the address. So property item will have it 6. So, and the last one is going to be the image, property item, and the image is available on index 5. So you can see how beautifully we have formatted the data in a proper order, so we can easily able to render in our front end UI component. And here we're going to simply return the entire property. So I hope this and I think makes sense to all of you guys, that this is exact modification you have to do here. And here we have already called this function, and that looks fine. Simply close this one. So we are done with this. Now let's talk about the get property. I think we are done with that. Now we'll come here and get user properties, and we have to find the user property. Simply copy the address function name, and then we have to follow the same logic here. So here we'll take a variable called properties, and we'll call this await. Here we have to type a async function, then we'll say contract.call, and we have to name the function, and then we have to pass the address of the user. So in case we want to have our properties. Now we have to simply, once we have the properties, and this properties will come in form of array, so we have to follow the same old logic, parse properties, and we have to loop it, and we have to rearrange the data the way we have done in our get all properties. So we'll say properties and it will be index, and let's rearrange the data, rearrange this data. Now simply come here, remove this one, we'll have this property, and we'll say honor property dot honor. Then we'll take the title, we'll say property dot property title. After that we'll take the descriptions, property dot description. After that we'll take the category, property dot category. After that we'll take the price, and we have to convert the price into ether utils format ethers, and we have to pass the price, property price, and we have to convert that into a string. That looks fine. After that we have to take this property id, and we have to take the property dot property id, and we have to convert that into a number, so to number function. So we have all of this data. After that we can come here and we can retrieve the review information as well. So we'll take the reviewers, and we'll have the data in here, property reviewers, and we have to get the review as well. Review property dot reviews, and then we have to take the image, so we'll say property dot image, and at the end we have to take the address of the property, so we'll say property dot property address. So this is the entire data for user properties, and that's what we have to return it from here. So we have formatted the entire data, and hope you guys can understand that what we have done and how we are arranging the entire data. So that's the function we are done with. Now get user reviews, this is the one we're going to work on. So what I will do here, we're done with this. Now I'll come to the 12 one, and here we have the get user reviews. Simply come here and remove this one, and that looks fine. So that's the only thing we have to do here, close this one. So we are done with this function. Now we have to work on the total property function. So here you can see that we have to simply remove this one, and we'll take this variable called total property await, and we have to say contract dot call, and we have to pass the function name, and this will return the number of property we have. And once we have that property, we have to simply send that property. So remove this one, and that's it. That's the only thing we have to do here. So we are getting the property index number, and that's what we are returning from this function. Do the same thing for the total reviews. So what we can do is simply open up these functions, and it's going to be async. We have to copy the function name and remove this entire one. Then we'll take a variable called total property, or review you can call it, await, and we also contract dot call, and we have to pass the function name, and it returns the number of reviews. And simply grab that one, and we're going to simply replace it here, and we have to convert it into a number because it will be in big form. And that's the same thing we have to do on other function, the total property. So come up here, close this one, and come here, and here we have to do the same, so to number. So these are the entire modification we have done in the contract. So things are looking fine, and we don't need to do any changes in here in the event section. And this is the console log, and this is all the function we are exporting from our context. Address, connect, contract, everything's looking fine. So select this all, and let me type one more type so you guys can understand. So we are exporting address, then we have contract, then we have connect. After connect we have this particular function, it's called create property function. After that we'll have this update property function. After that we'll have this update price function. After that we'll have the buy property function. So these are the all function related to the property. So it looks fine to me. Now come here, let me get this comment for the review section, and here we'll say add review function, we'll say like review function, we'll say get property review functions, and we'll have the get property functions, and this is the get user property function, and this is the property function. Okay, I imported this right, so yes, I imported this right, so I can simply remove that one, not a big deal. Select this, remove it. So we have this one. Now we have to get the get user review functions, then we have the total one, and then we have the total review. After that we'll get the property data, the highest one, and after that we're going to pass this comment data, and in that we'll have couple of functions. So like get property, all the properties data, we'll take the user balance, and we'll also take the disconnect. So that's the entire export we are doing from our context. Okay, so I believe that it entire thing makes sense to all of you guys, that whatever modification we have done here, it's very important to make things work. Okay, and here we can see that we don't need this loading variable. We can remove this one, and we can also remove this one. If you want, you can utilize it because it will have the status whether the user is connected or not. Okay, so you can utilize that, but I'm not going to use it. So that looks fine. All of these things are looking really great, and that's working fine. Now we're going to start working on it in our header component. So whatever we have done so far, that's just a setup. We have done the modification in our context file, and we are build all the functions, all the balance, the disconnects, everything's working fine. Now we can start working on our header component. So these are the imports we have done here. So user balance, disconnect, and now we need this two as well, address and contract and connect 3, and paste here. So we'll have all of these 3 data which is coming from the context. Now what we can do, simply close this one and come here in the index file, and now we're going to start working on the header component. Okay, so this looks pretty fine. Now scroll all the way down here, and what we can do, let me bring this one, and everything is working fine. If you reload the browser, you can see things are looking fine. All the animations are working absolutely great. So let's scroll down and let's find the connect wallet here. Okay, here is it is wallet connect. So we're going to build a dynamic block, and we're going to display the menu. Okay, so let's give this command connect wallet, and that looks fine. So we'll say that, come here, we'll say if there is address exists. If there is no address, then we have to say empty, otherwise we have to display this dynamic component. Simply come here and cut and paste here, and here we have to do the changes. So we're going to remove this one, so it will be a button tag, and here we have to remove this particular href, and we have to remove the id. We add a on-click function, and we have to simply pass the functions connect. Okay, so if there is no address, then we have to render this particular component wallet connect. If we have the address, then we want to simply hide this. So that's the thing we are doing here. So if I save it, it will also work fine. So let's come here, and here we'll say end connect wallet, comment this one. So that looks pretty fine. We are done with this, and this is the notification we have. You can see this is the notification we have, and here we are connected actually in the application. That's why you can see the button is not displaying. If I open the MetaMask, you can see we are connected. If I logged out, reload you can see I logged out, and there is a button called wallet connect. If I reload the browser, you can see we have the button. If I click, and I can simply open MetaMask, and I can pass my credential, and I can log into the application. The button is not there. So this logic is also working fine. So this one is good. Now what we can do here, come here, we'll take another dynamic block, and this will say the same logic we'll check from here. If so, like this is the entire big one, so we'll remove this entire class. Okay, remove the entire class, close this one div, bring this one. We'll say if address is not there. So okay, I'm getting this error message, so simply minimize this one, cut this one, and paste here. So if we have the address, then we want to display this, otherwise we don't want to display this. Okay, all of these links are looking fine. So if we have the address, then we want to display this component, otherwise we don't want to display that. So look good to me, look good. Just a moment, things are looking good, so let's have a look. And here we have to change, here we're going to display the actual balance of the user. We have to slice it down, so let's say I want to take only, let's say 6 digit, and I have the balance. Now this is the second one, we have two different balances. Remove this one, and okay, and these are the looks good, no more issues we have in it. And here we have this sign out, we can say disconnect. Looks good, come here, and we have to type disconnect. And we can simply do one thing, we can remove this href, we can simply add this hash, and we have to attach on click function, and we have the function already with us, so we have to simply call the disconnect function, and this will disconnect the wallet. So let's type disconnect, and that looks good. So it looks absolutely amazing. And now we can come up here, and what else we need to highlight. So if we come here, you can see here we are getting the avatar of the user because the user is connected, and we can easily able to fetch the balance. So his balance is 0.3.25, and we have this one more balance. I'm going to remove this one because we can have one, and we have to attach the address as well. So let's find the user. Okay, here we have to display the user address, well address, and we're not going to display the entire address, we have to slice it down to 15 characters. So we have the user wallet address, and now we can scroll down, and we have to simply remove the balance. So this is the first one, the user balance, and we have one more balance here, this one. So this is the entire one. So let's come here, this ending here, and we have this content, remove this entire div, save it. Okay, we have to remove the image as well. So this is the one we have to remove the entire one and save it. And now we can find it looks good. Now we have to click on this disconnect, and you can see we can disconnect, it's working fine. And we have to remove this light and dark mode because I don't want to display that as well. So let's find out where it is. So this is the div setting options we have, and what I can do is, and this is the div we have, simply close this one and delete this entire div, delete that one and save it. You can see this is the one we want to delete it, save it, and it's gone. Now it's looking perfect. We have the notification, and we have this disconnects. So our entire navigation header section is all working absolutely fine. Okay, so this one is working fine, and I think we don't need to do any changes in here. So these are the pages we have, all the pages are looking fine, and this is the mobile section, and this is the desktop sections. So if I scroll up here, if I close this one, and close this one, and close, go all the way up and close this one. So we have this two section header, and this is for the mobile device, so you can easily able to do the changes in the mobile device. So just do it from your end. So we are done with this. If you do the inspect element, you can see that's how it's going to look like in the mobile device. And I want you to do the changes in the mobile device, attach the function called connect and disconnect, and here we are redirected to the next page. So we have to change this behavior, so a lot of changes we have to do. So we are done with this entire header component. You can see every single thing is looking fine. I would suggest you don't try to experiment from your end, just build the entire project. After that, you can simply do the experiment, and you can include the functionality which you want to add as per your choice, as per your business plan. Okay, but for the tutorial sakes, just follow the way I'm doing. So we are done with this. This is looking absolutely fine, and now we're going to start working on the other components, the banner components. So that's the only thing I want to talk about in this video. In the next video, we're going to start working on the banner components. So let's move to that. Hey all of you, welcome back once again. So in the last video, we have built the entire context, we redesigned the entire context, and we have also made our header section workable. So if you haven't watched that video, make sure to watch it. I will link in the I button in the description so you guys can follow that. In this video, we're going to start working on the banner section. So here we are in the index.js page. We'll click on this banner, and we're going to start working on it. So here we're going to take a variable. We'll take a, let's say, category, and it will be an array, and it will type of our object. So we'll have the name of that particular category, housing, and we'll have the link, housing. Let's format that properly. After that, we'll have the worth. So this one is hardcode data. You can simply build a simple script which can calculate the entire worth of property in particular category. You can build that logic very easily. So like the way we have built the logic for the top seller and their addresses and their wallet, you can build the same logic here, but I'm not going to do that unnecessary work. So we are going with this hardcode data. So let me give this hardcode data, simply replicate it couple of times. So we'll have these 6 different categories we have, and that's all we'll display here. So we'll say office, this will be office, this will be, let's say, housing, let's say farmhouse, small f, and this will be the rental, let's say small r, and the last one is going to be is the commercial, and we need one more, the country. So simply grab this one and we have to paste here, and this will be the country with small c. You can change this value. Okay, that looks fine, no issues we have in this. So that looks good. So the entire category is ready. So we have all of this category. Let me find out, this is the extra one we have, remove this one, and now it's good. So we have the category, and all we have to do is to render this data. So we can come here. So like we have designed this template in such a way that, just imagine that you want to run a ad system, you want to promote any particular property on this particular marketplace. So that's what you can do, and this is the section we have built for that. So what we am going to do, I'm going to promote a specific property. So what I will do, I'll call this the blockchain coder. So just imagine that you have a property name, that's not name, you're going to provide it, and here you're going to provide the options. Okay, so I'll say join membership, and here I'm going to display the actual property name. Okay, so this is the entire, I will remove that one. I have to get into the property, a portfolio folder. Inside the portfolio, I have this particular image, portfolio 11.jpg. Save it. Okay, the image is broken. Come here, go to the public file folder. Inside that, I have this portfolio. Inside that, I have this 11 number. So maybe I have done some spelling mistake, that's why I'm getting this error. So what I will do here, still I'm getting this error message. So okay, I will simply remove that one, and I'm going to simply say rename. I'm going to simply copy that one, and I'll come here. I'm going to simply provide that. So I'll say property/property and jpg. So this one is going to be a promotion tab. Whether you want to promote any particular property, that's what you can do it here. So that's the promotion tab we have, and here we're going to render the entire there. So we have built the array, category array. Simply come here, this is the one we have, copy that one. Simply come here, remove this one and paste category, and we have to simply change the images. So this is the one we have, simply remove this one and we'll take this href, and we have to build the URL because we have the category component, and in that we're going to use this particular page for as a usable one. So let's build that. I know it sounds complicated, but just follow along with me. So we'll take this category, and in that we have to pass the query. So we have the category, and let's do in this way. So what we can do, come here, we have to import the link tag because we have to send the query as well. So this is coming from the next slash link. So we have the link tag, simply grab that one, and that's what we're going to paste here, link, and simply remove this one. We'll take the href attribute, we'll take this href, and we have to pass the path. So come on, path, and the path is going to be like this. So we'll take this template literal, we define the category, and then we have to send the link. Okay, and we have to send the query as well, because on the base of this query we have to filter the data because we have multiple categories. And here we have to send the query, so which is element.name, and we have to provide this one. So in this way we'll have the query in the URL, so we can fetch that query from the URL and we can filter the data. So that looks pretty fine, and here we have to change the images. So simply copy and paste here, and here we're going to convert it into a template literal. So take this one and take this one, and here we're going to simply change this one. So we'll say I plus 12 or 15, whatever you can see all the images are changed, so looking fine. And here we're going to display the particular category name, so which will have element.name, and here we're going to display the worth element.worth, and we have say the Matty coin. So you can see it's looking absolutely fine. If you click, we can easily able to redirect to the category page, and we'll have the query in the URL, and we're going to fetch this particular query from the URL and filter the data. So that's the entire logic we have. So looks fine. So that's absolutely looking incredible. You can see this is the one we have and where we are passing. So looks fine. Now we can start working on the other section of our application. So if I reload the browser, you can see here we have the bidding section, and this is the one where we're going to display our components. The only thing I want to talk about in this video. I hope you guys have understood that how we are receiving the data into the component and rendering. That's a very easy one, and that's really powerful. So you have to understand these components, structure and data transferring system in applications, so that will save a lot of your life. So let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have completed the banner section. In this video we're going to work on the live section. So here we are in the index.js. We'll click on this live component, and here we're going to receive the props. We have sent all the properties, and now it's time to receive the data and render the data. So let's come up here. Here we have to render, so simply get the property, and that's what we're going to simply rendering. Simply remove it here and pass the property, and you can see we have 4 property right now, and we are displaying 4 property. It's working fine. Now what I will do, I'm going to simply rename this to property, and now we have to just simply feed the data. So this is the link we have. I'm going to simply remove this one, and we have to simply take this href template literal, and I'm going to simply redirect this to the detail page with the query, and the query would be the product ID, property ID, sorry. In that we have to send the property ID. So when we'll go to the product detail page, property detail page, in that the ID will be available in the URL. So we'll fetch the ID in the URL, and we're going to render the data. You can see it's looking absolutely fine. So we'll have the property ID. So that looks fine. If you click on that, reload the browser, and you can see it's reloading, and it's taking a little bit time from getting the data, and we can display the loader. And here it's not displaying because we have some sort of animation going on. So I'm going to remove the animation. Simply come back here. So here we have an animation called slide up. This is one. Simply remove both one and save it, and you can see here we have that one. If you reload the browser, you can see it's working absolutely fine. It's taking a bit time, and here we have the data, and I don't want to display this bidding time counter. And this is the one. Simply remove this one, save it. Okay, not that one, we have to remove. Simply come and bring it back, and we have to remove the counter component. Okay, this is the one we have to remove. Simply remove this one, save it, and come back. You can see now it's looking nice. If you click on that, here we are on the detail page, but the property ID is undefined. Why it's so? Detail property, and it's undefined. So maybe I'm doing something wrong. So let's come back here, and let me console log out the entire property, and let's see what the name of the property ID we have given. So we'll have the properties, come here, do the inspect element, and let's try to have a look on the data. So console log, and here we have the data. Open this one. Here we have the property ID. Okay, small d, not capital D. That's the mistake I have done. So it'll come here and small d, and this will fix the issue. So if I come here, close this one, and if I click on this, it will redirect to the property details, and I will have the ID of the property, and on the I can use this ID, and I can simply render the data. Looks fine, no issues we have. So this one is working fine. Now we have to simply display the data. So I'll simply remove the image, and I'm going to fed the image which we have in the property. I'll say image. All of you, so I had a good 10-minute break and let's back to coding. So this is the data we have passed, property image, save it, and this is the alt tag. You can define the name of the property. We have the title, and that's what we're going to feed into this. Looks pretty fine. So we have the image, we have the alt, and we can come here, and here we can come and simply go back to the page, and you can see it's taking a little bit time to come. And can you guess why it's happening? Because there is an animation is going on, and it's also taking a little bit time because we are fetching the data from the contract, and there is a 1 and 2 second delay. So you can display the loader, but for the time being we go like this, and at the end we're going to fix all of this thing. So you can see the image size is not up to the mark, because in this particular UI we're going to use a particular ratio image. So we'll use 500 to 500. Okay, but this one is close to 16 to 19, the ratio of the images. So we're not going to use this image. You can use that, but I'm not going to use this one. I'm going to use 500 to 500. So we're going to update all of these images. Right now we have this demo data, but we're going to feed the data of the property with all the variables. You can see everything is working fine, and on over of it we're going to display the address of the users. So we can come up here, and here we have the anchor one. So we'll simply come here, we'll take this dynamic block, and we'll say if property, and we have the review, and that will have the address of all the users who have given the comment and shows their address. Okay, so we're going to display their data. So we'll take that review, and we're going to simply loop over it, element I, and we have to make it instant return. And in that we're going to simply take this block, cut this one and paste inside this, and here we're going to display the client name and the thing. So remove this one, and we can come up here, we can display the address of the user, so instead of name. So we'll have the element, so we'll take a template tutorial, and we'll say element dot slice, because element is the address and we have to slice it down to 15 characters, and that's the address of the user. And here we have the client, and we need to display different images for the client. So we're going to simply change this particular data, and this will be the dynamic one. So we'll have this block, we'll say I+1, and it's going to change the value, and we'll have the images. So if you save that, you will find that the images will display. So just save it. And now what we can do is, here we have this one hard-coded data, so we're going to simply remove this. So let's come up here, let's close this one, and try to remove this one. And we have this bidding, you can keep it or you can improve it, but I want to keep it, but I want to change the text. So we'll say property dot reviewer dot length. So if there is a length, means if anybody has given the review on that scenario, if it's not equal to 0, okay, that's the check we are doing. So if there is a review, there is a length, then we want to display this particular component. So what I will do, I will simply grab this one and cut and paste here, and I will say I'm going to change this text. So it will be interested users. You can type whatever you want, but this is the message I want to give it. Save it. You can see right now we don't have any comment on any one of these properties. The data is not displaying, means our logic is working fine. The logic is working fine. And we can come up here, and we have the button, so the 3 dots we have. So we can simply close this one, and I want to simply remove this one. If I remove this one, I want to remove this part, remove this one, and you can see it's gone. So now it looks pretty clean. So that looks good to me. Now we have to simply feed the actual data. So instead of present, we have to say something like, let's take this one block, bring it back, and in that I can pass the property dot title dot length, and we have to compare if it's greater than 25 characters, because we don't want to display the entire title, because some property will have a small title, some property will have a big title, and if a title is bigger than 25 characters, we don't want to destroy the UI part of the component. Okay, so just we try to keep it safe, so it's displaying. So if it's greater or equal to 25 character, then we want to slice it down, and we'll say property dot title, and we want to slice it down to, let's say, 0 to 22. Okay, so that's the character we are say, else we have to display the complete title if it's less than 25. So that's the dynamic block we have. You can see all of the titles are small, so that's why you can see this is working fine. So this looks good, and here we have the so we're going to simply remove that one, and we have to feed the actual data. So we'll display the property dot price, and it's let's say Matty coin. So that's the price we have, and we can simply come up here we're going to show the interest and the like. So actually we're going to push the data of the comment. So okay, you can add a like, but I will go with the data length, that how many users are interested into this. So those who will comment on the property, we're going to calculate their interest and will display in the like section. So that looks fine, and I want to slice it down to 5 because I don't want to have more than 5, because our array will contain like all the properties data, and we want to display only 5. So things looks pretty good. You can see the data we are displaying here, but it's not in the proper order. I think I messed up. So what I will do now, I can see this is the price. I will simply take that one, cut that one, and I'm going to paste here. And in here I have to pass the category. Okay, category. So I'll say price dot category. So save it, and here I will say category, and that looks fine. If I save it, okay, there is something wrong in that. Maybe I have misspelled that. Yes, what I will do, why is the data is not displaying? So things are looking fine. Now what I will do, I'll do the inspect element, and I will try to find out what's went wrong. So let's see that what is the name I have given to this. Okay, the spelling mistake, sorry, my bad. Simply grab that one, come back here, and you have to simply paste here the right spelling, category, and now it will display. If you remove that one, you can see each property will display its category. So right now we have this random data, but we want to display the actual category. The animations, everything is working fine. So this component looks absolutely incredible to me, functionable, and you can see we have 0 likes because we haven't have any reviews into that. So that looks pretty fine to me. Close this one, and now we can come back into the index page and we can start working on the other components. So we don't need to do any changes in the service component because we're going to keep it like it, and we're going to simply move to the product. So if I come back in the product section, so this is the section you can do the changes. Like we already have all the data. We have the housing, we have the farmhouse, we have the office, we have the rental. So all you have to do is to feed the data in this particular section, and I will leave that for you because that's a repetitive work. Okay, so the same logic you have to follow here as well. Now we're going to start working on the other component. You can see we have all of this data, and that's what you can feed it, and you can change this. Now if you come back to the top seller, here we have to display the top creator on this platform. Okay, so this is the section we're going to work on. So we already have the data. So if we come here we have the creators. We're going to take that and receive the props. So we have the data. Now we'll simply come up here and we're going to render the actual data. Simply come up here, not in the bracket, remove the bracket, and that looks fine. And this will call the seller, and that looks fine to me. We can come here we have to assign the key, otherwise React will throw you an error. And this is the seller. We have simply copy that one, and here we have to display we have to take display the different images. So we can do this. We can simply take the template tutorial and we have to simply change the number. So come up here, remove that one, and we have to increase this number. So I'll take this one and I will pass I plus, let's say 1, and it will have a different images. So if you come here, you can see that it's taking a little bit time because we have this animation. So simply remove this one, slide up, and that will fix the issue. You can see we have this 2 user who have created their properties. So that looks fine. Now so that looks okay. Now we have to display the address of the user and their balances. So we'll display the address. So we'll do seller dot honor, and we have to slice it down to, let's say, to 10 characters. We don't want to display the entire address because it's a big one, and we have to display the amount of property they have. So we have this value in the total. So save it, and it will display Matty. Okay, Matty, not Vetty. Okay, looks pretty fine. And this is the extra piece of code which I kept it. So what I will do is, you can see we have all of the same repetitive code. If I come here, if I simply select all of this and if I uncomment this one, you will find that these are the same components. So let me reload the browser and you will find these are the same. So you can see here we are, and here we are, all of these, and those images are broken. So I will simply select and remove this one. I don't need to display because we have the dynamic component, and that's going to automatically add. So it looks pretty fine. So we have the first user, this is the second user, which is a bug. That's a bug we have in the contract, and because of that we have got that 00, which we will fix in the updated contract. Look pretty fine. Now we'll simply close this one, and now we're going to start working on the collection section. So that's one is a pretty easy one. All we have to display the collections and the length as a whole. So simply come here and we have to receive the props. So come back here and we have to receive the props one by one. So come here, take this one and paste here. We have to come back here, and now we have to take the rental. Then we have to come and take the farmhouse, and we can come back here and we'll take the office. So these are looks absolutely incredible. So we have all of these properties we have taken, and we have to take the import the link tag. So we have the link tag, and now what we can do, simply come up here, and here we're going to define the category, the collections, and we're going to loop over it. So let's come here, let's call top collection, and it's a variable, and then we have to define the object. So we'll say const, and the name will be like housing, and housing. Then we have the link, so we'll say housing. Let me inside this double quotes housing, and we have to display the length, that how many items, how many properties are there in the housing category. Okay, so that's the one. Simply replicate it 4 times and change the name. So this will be the rental. Let's copy that one, bit small. This was also rental. Select, copy, select, and this one is capital. Copy that one, paste here, copy this one and select all the 3 and change, and this will be capital O. And that's the top collection we have. Simply copy that one and copy that one, and we have here, simply remove this one. This is the one we have, collections, and now we have to actually provide this key, otherwise React will throw us an error. And here we have the images. So what I will do, I'll take this, come here, I'll take this link tag, and we'll have this href, we'll provide the path. So the path is going to be something like this. So we'll have this category, and we have to send the collections link, and we have to also send the query. So we'll have the name, and this will say the collection dot name. So what I will do, I'll simply close this one, cut and paste inside this, and that looks good. Now what we can do is, we have all of these images, so we can do one thing. So let's take this class and paste right here, and we can remove this anchor tag, remove this one and remove this one. That looks fine. Now we have to simply take this normal approach, we have to make this image dynamic. So we'll remove this one, and here we're going to simply increase the number. So we'll say I plus 1, I plus 16, you can call whatever you want. So we'll say I plus 15, let's say. So that's the one we have. Simply grab that one, and the same thing we have to do for all of this. So this will become 16, and this will become the 17, this will become the 18, and looks fine. We can remove this one, 11, and this is the client section we have. So we can make this one as well dynamic. Simply come here, and this will be the dynamic one, I plus 1. So that's the images, and here we have to display the actual name, collection name, and the total of collection we have, means the length, the item. So this looks pretty fine. So we have feed all the data, and it's again taking a little bit time because we have that animation. You can see the data is taking a bit time to come, and this looks pretty fine. and here we have the top collection, but the images are broken and we made some mistakes, and that's why you can see the housing, the numbers are displaying absolutely fine. So come up here, and here we have to do something so I can see the problem. So here we have the collection. It's not collection, it's coming from the portfolio. So let's remove that one. We'll say portfolio, copy that one, and the same thing we have to paste here. Now you can see all the images are displaying, so it's working. So we'll grab that one and replace all of that in one go. Save it, and you can see we have the images displaying, and the length is 0 because we have limited, we have not a specific category we have defined, we have given the random data. That's why you can see that. So looks pretty fine. We are done with this entire component. Hope the entire thing making sense to all of you guys, because we have already done the hard work. We have already done the hard work for building the entire logic and designing the data. All we are doing is feeding the data into the template. Here we are redirecting to that. So if you click on that, you are redirecting to the property page, and that's what we're going to work next. So close this one, close this one, and that's the only thing I want to talk about in this video. So finally we are done with all the data feeding in the index page. In the next video we're going to work on the property detail page. So let's move to that. All of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have completed feeding the data into the index page in all of the components. So if you haven't watched, I'll link in the I button in the description so you guys can follow that. In this video we're going to start working on the property details page. So here I'm into the index.js page. I'm going to simply cut this one, open this one, and come back to the pages. We have this property details. So we have the detail page, and right now from this video we're going to start working on it, or fetching all the logics, building all the logic, fetching the data, so all of the things we're going to do here. So looks pretty fine to me. Now what we can do is come here, we have to import a couple of things from React, use state and use effect. So we have these two hooks. Let's come here, we have to import the, let's say, use router, because we have to get the ID of that particular property so we can make a request in our smart contract. So use router, and that's coming from the router. Okay, we have the use router. Let's looks fine to me. Now what we can do, come up here, we have to do the internal import. So we'll say internal import. So I'm really bad with the spelling, so we'll say import, and we can call this one header, because we need the components header, footer, and we have the copy, write, and all of these components are coming from the component. So dash dash will have the slash pages slash component, and now we have to get the actual component for this detail page. So this is coming from the, we have a page component, inside that we have this detail page, in that we have all the components. To come here, and we have to get that particular one. So we have to get all of these components. Simply grab that one, and that's what we're going to simply paste here. So paste here, we need all of this component to display in our detail page. Now come here, we have to import the, let's say, so from and component slash component, actually we already have that one, so I don't, so we have to display the loader. Actually we don't have the loader, so what I can do is we have to display the loader. So that's a fairly easy process. What I will do, I will simply remove this one, because we have already here have the component. Now we're going to simply import the loader, and I have noticed that I don't have the loader, so I have to simply minimize it, and I have to drag and drop, come back to the actual one, and here we have the final code. Inside that you will have the client, in that we will have this page component. Inside the page component, this is the folder we have to drag and drop, and this is the entire loader we have to import it here. So we have the loader dash loader copy, and we have to export it from here. So this is the loader we have done, looking fine. So we have done all of this imports. Now we can come up here, we can simply bring it down, and we have to import the, let's say, context. So it's coming from context, and we have to take this use state context. So we have the context, and now we have to simply get the data. We'll say state variable, and once here we have to define a couple of state variables. So the first one is going to be the property, individual property. It's going to be an empty. Then we have to take the another state variable, and this will call the parsed review, and this will be an empty. Then we have to take another one called the properties. We'll get all the properties and it will be an array. And then we have to take another one. This will call the, let's say, is loading. Initially it will be true, because when we'll display the image, the image will take a little bit time. It will take 3 to 4 seconds to display the image. So we want to initially make it true, our loading for the image, so it will display the loader, and then when we have the data, we can display the data. Okay, now we have to take a couple of more loadings. So this will call the update price loading. We'll have multiple loadings. Initially it will be false, then we'll have another loading, and this will call the comment loading, false, and we'll have another one, and this will call, say, buy loading. So we have all of this loader. Now we'll come here, we have to simply get all of this function. So we'll come say use state context, and in that we have to simply import the functions. So we'll take the address, we'll take the contract, we'll take the, come here, and we have to go back into the context, and let's try to get it. So let's get all of this one, and we're going to simply get all of this, and we're going to simply take that. Now let's filter this out. So whatever function we need, we're going to keep it, otherwise we're going to remove those unnecessary function from this particular page. So we not need this one, and we need create property. We don't need this one, you don't need this one, and we don't need this one, this is, and we need this particular one. We'll remove this one, and we'll say add like, we need that. We have to get the property reviews, then we have to get the properties. So we need all of these functions. Now we need the get user property, we don't need that. Then we'll say this one, we don't need, and don't need this one, and we don't need this as well, and this one as well. So these are the function we need in this particular page. Okay, if we find that we need more, we can definitely come back here. So we'll take this router, and we can come up here, and we have to get the router, because we have to get the query from the URL, so we can make the request to our smart contract. So we'll say get params, or you can say get URL query. We'll say const router, and this is coming from the use router. Once we have the router, we can deconstruct that, and we can to take the query. So we'll take the query. Once we have the query, we have to simply call get property data, and here we're going to follow the same structure which we have followed in the index page. So we'll take this fetch property async, and here we have to simply say const data. We'll call this await get property function, and in that we have to pass the query, so we can get that property. Once we have that one property data, then we have to simply take this data review. We'll say await, we'll say get product review function, in that we have to pass the ID of the property. Once we have that one, then we have to call data properties await, and we have to call the get properties data. We don't need to pass anything that. Once we have the data, we have to simply set the data. So we'll say set property is going to be data properties, then we have this set property, will assign this data, and the last one is going to be the review. So we'll say set pass review, and that we're going to pass this data review. So we are getting all of this data, and we are setting into our state variable. Looks pretty fine. And here we're going to simply say set loading is to false. Okay, so when we'll reload the browser, or when someone will come to the property details page, it will be in the true, so it will automatically display the loading for the very first time. And once we have the data, we can simply turning it off, and we'll display the data. So that looks pretty fine. Now we have to simply call the function. So the same logic we have to build here. So we'll say instant return. We'll say if we have contract, then we have to call the function, and if there is an address or there is a contract change, then we have to make the call. So that looks pretty fine. Now we have to work on the add review functionality. Okay, so we'll call this use state, and we'll take this review. Initially it will be an object because we have to pass couple of data into our smart contract for the review. So we'll say we'll have to pass the product ID and it will be an empty string. Then we have to pass the rating. By default I will go with 4, you can define whatever you want, and we have to pass the command. So these are the 3 data we are taking for the review. We can come here and we're going to write a small script. So we'll say handled form failed change. So this will reliable for updating this review data. So we'll take this field name, it will take this e, and then we have to simply update that. We'll say this set review, we have to deconstruct the review, and then we have to simply update the field name. So we'll say field name e dot target dot value. That's the simple approach. So that looks pretty fine. So we have this function ready. Now we can come here and we're going to simply call the function. So we're going to build the functions. We'll call it create review. It's going to be an async function, and in that we have to simply take this set loading command to true. Then we have to take a variable called const data. We'll say await, and we have to simply call the function. So we'll say add review function, and in that we have to simply pass all the data. So first we're going to deconstruct the entire review, and then we have to simply update the product ID, and the product ID we have in the query. Okay, you can take it from the query or you can take it from the product, so you have both the options. So we'll say product property product ID. Okay, you can take that from the product. Right now we are taking this from so right now we are taking this from the property, but you can take that from query as well. You have both the options. So looking pretty fine. Now we can simply turn off the loading state. So this is the review create review function we have. Now let's come here. Now we have to work on other function. So we'll say like review, and it will take this use state, and it will have the like review. In that we have to pass couple of things. So we'll take this property ID, and we have to take the reviewer review index, because every single review will have a unique index. And we also have a bug in this particular function in the smart contract. We're going to fix that in the updated contract. Okay, but for the time being, let's go like this. So this is the state variable we have taken for the review like review function, and now we have to work on the functionality. So we'll say const like review call, and it's going to be an async function. The same logic we have to follow here. So first we have to make it true. So we'll say data await like functions, and that we have to pass the entire data. So first we'll deconstruct that, and then we have to simply pass the data, the product ID, and that's what we have in this. So this is the one which is ready and looking absolutely fine. So now after someone like the review, we have to reload the browser. So we'll say window location dot reload, and that's will happen very quickly. So we are done with this entire functionality. This is the get, this is the add review, this is the handle, this is the create, and this is the like, and this is the like review function. And now we have to work on the last function, which is a buy property. So we need to take the data. So we'll say buying, and in that we have to define the data. So the data will have the this, like we'll have the product ID we have to pass, and that will we have here product ID, property ID. Now we have to pass the amount. So these are the two data we are passing. So don't be confused. Sometime I'm saying product ID, sometime I'm saying property ID. Okay, so don't be confused. We are talking about the ID, and we have to pass the price. So these are the data we have to pass into this buying. This looks fine. Now we can come up here and we'll take the function. So we'll say buying property, we'll say async, and we have to simply update the data. First thing we have to work on the loading. Once we make it true, then we have to simply call the contract function. So we'll say buying property function, and then we have to pass the entire object, the buying data, and that looks pretty fine. And once we have that, we have to simply make it false once we get the transaction successful. And now we can come up here, we can simply say update pricing, because we have to allow the user to update their pricing. So we'll take this variable called use state, and we have to say update property price, and it's going to be an object. We have to take the property ID, And that's what we have here in the property id. Once we have the property id, we have to take the price, the new amount. So that's the price we have. Now we can come up here and we have to work on the function which allows us to update the price. So we'll say update property and price, await async functions, and we have to say, we have to simply turn on the loading states to true. Then we have to make the call to the contract. So we'll say await update. Come here, what we have called here. Actually we haven't imported the function, so what I will do, I'll come over here and let me find the function. So this is the function we have, update price functions. Come back here, and that's what we're going to call it here. Simply copy, and that's what we have to paste here. And then we have to simply pass the data. So we're going to simply deconstruct the entire property data. We'll say update property price, and then we have to simply update the pricing. So what I will do here now, once we have deconstruct that, we have to take this property id, and that's what we have to simply pass to here, property id. So that looks pretty fine, and then we have to change the loading state to false. So this is the update property function we have, and then we have to simply reload the browser. Looks pretty fine. So we are done with this entire function. This one is also looking fine. This one is buying, this one is buying, like create handle, and this is also add review, and this is the fetch. So all of the things are looking absolutely fine. So I believe that whatever we have done so far, that's making sense to all of you guys, and you can understand that how everything is coming together. So we have done with the entire functionality. Now we have to call the component. So let's come up here, let's provide a class, and this will say template color 1, and we have to say nft body color connect, sorry. So this is the entire class we have. Now we have to simply pass all the components. So we have to take the header, we have to take the, simply come up here, details 1, we have to take the detail 2, we have to take the another component, this is called detail 3, detail 5, then we have to take the detail 6, and then we have to take detail 7, and the last is detail 8, and after that we have to add the regular component, which is the footer and the copyright. So we have all of these components looking fine. Now let's come back here, and now what we can do is let's click on the property. So just wait, it's coming. Here we are. Now if you click on that, you will be redirected to the detail page, and you will find that all these things are working fine. Okay, we got an error. Okay, so this is the error. I have to remove this one. Come back here, this is the mistake I have done. Simply remove this one, and this will work fine. This will fix the issue. Reload the browser, and you can see everything is working fine. We have all the images, all the demo datas. All we have to do is to feed the actual data. All of the things we have, and looking absolutely perfect. Now we're going to simply feed the actual data into this component. So we have this report here. We're going to add all of the functions. So let's come up here, and that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. I hope you guys have understood that how we are building the logic and what we have done. So try to watch the video one more time. That will give you a better understanding, and once you understand, then only move to the next video. So let's move to that. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So we are back once again. In the last video we have built the entire architecture for our detail page. We have imported all the component, we have written all the functions, and now it's time to actually call those function into the component and feed the real data. So here I'm into the detail page. Now what I will do, I'll come back here. So you can see this is where we left. Every single thing is working fine. The UI is absolutely perfect, and we have all of the demo data. We have to feed the actual data. Come back here. Now we have to go into the, here we can come back, and we have to simply pass the props. So the first thing, we have to pass the property data. Once we pass the property data, we have to pass the review data. Let's pass the review data. After the review data, we have to pass the set like review, and in that we have to simply pass the set like review, and we have to simply pass the like review call function, and in that we have to pass the function name. So simply remove this one. Now these are the 4 props we have sent, and then we have to simply call the buying property, and we can come up here. We have to add the address because we have to do a couple of checks based on the user existent. Then we have to set this is loading to is loading, and now we have to call the buy loading is going to be a buy loading. So all of these props we are sending in detailed component because there we're going to do all the experiment with our data. Come back here, and now we have to receive all the props. So we have to simply select all of these, remove it one by one. Then we have to click remove this one, then we have to remove this one, select and remove, select, remove, select, remove, and finally here we have all the props which we need to display the data. Now we can come up here and we actually need to feed the actual data. So what we can do, come up here, come here we're going to say const time comment, because we have to display the random time of the comment which user are doing. You can do based on the smart contract, but we haven't included that in the smart contract, so I will go for this random timing for the time being. Okay, and we're going to simply call this one multiply by 1e12, so it will give us the random time which we can display, a random number you can call it. So this looks fine. Now what we can do is come up here and we have this row, so we can import couple of things. We have to import the loader because that's what we have to display, so we'll call loader. Let's bring this up, and we have to import one package for displaying the counter timer. Okay, simply come up here, bring this up and close this one, come back to the packages and file, and you can see right now we don't have that timer. I forgot to install it, but in the final code you will have that timer, so make sure to check from there. So what I will do, I'm going to install the timer counter. Okay, so this looks pretty fine. This is the dev dependency we have, and this is the script. Close that one, close this one, and open up your terminal, split the terminal, and now we have to install the package. We'll say npm I, and this is the package you have to display, install react countdown, and this will install it, and now you can simply import that and use it in the component. So if I reload the browser, you can see nothing is wrong, everything is working fine, and we have all of this. So we have to import the package we have installed, so we'll say like count down, and that's coming from the react countdown. So we got this package, and now we can utilize that one. So we can come up here and we try to feed the actual data, because right now we have the information about the properties and we have to replace the demo data and feed the actual data. So if I scroll down here, we have the image, and this is the image, all the images. We'll only add one images because that's what image I have. You can add multiple images, totally up to you. So we'll take this dynamic block, we'll say is loading is true, then we have to display the loader component, otherwise we have to display our image. So that's the logic. We are really simply cut and paste here, and in that we have to display the actual image. So we'll take this template retrieval approach, remove that one, and we'll say this property image, save it, and that will fix the issue. If you reload the browser, you can see we have the image. Okay, the image is broken, the image is not displaying, something is wrong. The image must be there. So what I will do, I'll come back here and I'll try to click on other properties. So let's click on this property, and if I come here in the product detail page, property detail page, you can see the images are broken. These are working fine, hardcode data, but the images are broken. I'll come back to the code and something's wrong here. Why the images are not displaying? So we have this property image. What I will do here, I'll come up here and I'll try to console log out the entire data which we are getting. So we'll have that property, and that's what we're going to simply render it. So I'll do the inspect element to check whether we have the data or not. So we are getting an object. Okay, there is something wrong. We want the data. We are getting these function and object, everything and all. Okay, there is some problems we have in the code. So there is some issues If I come here we are sending the data. Let me have a look. We have the properties, and that's one is the property we have. That's the property we have. Okay, so this is the property, that's what we are sending. And here we have the get property. I'm simply updating the data. This is the data of the single property, and that's what I'm simply updating. But why it's not working? So I was stuck for a while to find out that what problem we have in the code, and I made a very silly mistake. So you can see this is the entire props we are importing here, and we are importing straight away. So we have to simply provide this brackets, and that will fix the issue. So save it, and now if you come back to the browser, you can see it's going to console log out it. So inspect element, then you will come here and you can see here we have the object, and this is the entire data we are getting: address, category, description, image, owner, price, product, title. So all of the data we have. Reload the browser and you will still find the data is coming. So it's taking a little bit time, and just wait. And here we have that one, and the image is broken. We have to fix that one. Simply get this image, and that's what we have to pass here. So simply scroll down, and we have tons of codes. And okay, I forgot to add s. Simply replace that one, and that will fix the issue. Save it, and here we have the image. Don't need to worry about the ratio of the image size, because we're going to use the fixed size like 500:500. So that looks pretty fine. All the tabs are working fine. Now we have to simply display all of this data. So we can come up here and we have to display the name. So simply replace this one, and we have to display the name. So we have property, title, and I want to slice it down. I don't want to display the entire name, so we'll say 25. So 0, 25, and here we have to provide the question mark, because sometimes the data will take a little bit time to load, so that's why we are making this. And here we have to display the number of, so let me display the present review and length. So here we'll display the number of review a particular property have got. So that looks pretty fine, and this is the entire CSV file. And here we have, so this is the share button. We're going to make a dynamic block here. So we'll say property owner. If it's equal to the person who is connected with the application, then we want to display this particular button. So simply cut this one, and that's what we're going to paste here. And here we're going to say update price. So we'll allow only owner to update the price. So that's our dynamic block. And here we have all of this data. We have to simply replace this one. So here we'll display the number of the actually the ID of the property. So we'll say property ID, and this is the entire span. And here we have the portal. Actually I made a mistake, so what I will do is simply cut this entire one. I will remove this one, and that's what I'm going to attach here. Simply come here and paste here. Okay, so that looks pretty fine. And here we have to display the category, and here we'll display the category. So let's say property category. So we have the category, looks fine. And now we can come here and we can display the address of the user. So we'll say property dot owner, and we have to slice it down. So let's make it to 0 to 25 and give this dot. So that looks also good. So we are done with this. Now what we can do is we can simply come here, and here we have to replace, and we have to display the property category. So that's also looking good. Now what we can do is come back here, and we don't need this. Actually remove this one. If you want to keep it you can, but I don't want. And we can come here. Here we have all the different buttons, and here this is the label attribute we have assigned. Now what we have to do is we have to take this dynamic block, and in that we'll say that review, and we're going to simply render the entire review which we will have in the property. So simply take this one, instant return, and we have to get this first review block. So simply close this one. This is the one which I have to take, cut, and simply paste here, and that looks fine. And here we have to assign the key, otherwise it will throw an error. React will complain. And here we have to attach on click function, and on the on click function we have to call the function called set like review, and in that we have to simply deconstruct the like object. So what name I have given, so come up here, and this is the one we have. So let's come back to the like. So this is the one, the state variable we have taken. Inside that this one, sorry, this one, like review, and that's what we have to pass into this props. Come here, simply come back to this, and we have to receive this one. Looks pretty fine, and that what we have to pass here. So first we're going to deconstruct that. So here we are, first deconstruct this, and then we have to update the ID, and the ID will start from 0, 1, 2, so on. Okay, index, and in that we have to simply pass the I, and that will give us the ID of that particular review, and that we can utilize it to pass it. You can say we have the product ID and review index. Looks good. Now we are done with this. Now here we can do one thing. Here we can have this images, so we can take this template literal because we want to display different images, and let's provide this one, and let's change this number. So we'll have I plus 1, so it will update in every single render, and here we can display the messages. So this is the spam I have. I will simply come and remove this one. Inside that I will say review, if review has reviewer, and I have to slice it down his address to 25. So we'll display the address of the reviewer, and here we have to display the random time. So I'll say I plus 1, because right now in our contract we haven't stored any time which we can render. If you want, you can create a variable in the contract, in the review struct, which can keep the track of when the user are giving the review, and you can convert that timestamp into the present time so other can know. But we're not going to include that one. We'll simply display the random time. That looks fine. Now what we can do, remove this one. We don't need this actually. So we have the address, and actually we'll display the time, but not here. So you can come here, you can see the image are loading, and whatever data we have passed, here we have, you can see the title, the address, and the category, but the address is quite big. We have to slice it down to little less. You can see all of this data is working fine, and here we're going to display the actual data. So pretty good we have. Come up here, go back to the address where we are rendering, because we have to slice it down to small. So where it is really huge, and this is the one which we have to reduce. So let's make it to 15, and that will fix the issue. You can see now our UI is looking perfect. So what I will do now, here we have the tabs. So we have the collections. So this is the category we have, and here we have the collections, and here we have the buttons. So what we can do is, let's close all of this because it's hard to find out in which one we are working on. So let's remove this one because we don't need this one, because we are rendering on the loop. Whenever we have the review in our review array, that's what we're going to loop it. So that will fix the issue. And here we have to rename this comments, the tab button, and this will be detail, and this will become the user interested users. And here we have the tabs, looking quite good. And here we can display the, let's come up here, and what we can do is, here we are in the detail 5. Here we can go, and from here we can take this particular like heart button, heart icon, and this is the CSV file we need. So let me find out where it is. Yeah, this one, this is the one. Simply take this one, entire one, React area, grab this entire one, and that's what we need, because we want to allow them to like the particular review, and that's what we're going to paste here. So come here and paste here. So that's what we have here, and this looks pretty good. No issues we have right now. Things are pretty good. And we can come up here, and what we can do is, this is the span we have. We can display the, actually we can display the random time you can display. So we'll say hour ago. So that looks fine. So okay, and here we're going to take another span, and here we're going to display the actual comment. So we'll provide this class count number, and in that we can simply pass the review. So we'll have the review, and inside the review we'll have the comment, and that's what we're going to display. And we have to slice it down. We don't want to display the entire one, so we want to slice it down to 17 characters. and we'll say review dot comment, and if its length is length greater equal to 93, then we have to slice it down. We have to attach this one, otherwise we don't want to add anything. Hope this will make sense to all of you guys. So things are looking pretty good. Now what we can do, simply select all of this and remove that one. Okay, I made mistake. Simply go back, select all of this code and remove that one, and that looks pretty clean to me. And here we have a couple of things. So what we can do is, this is the place where we have to display the actual address of the owner. So we have the address of the owner. Now we have to slice it down 20 and dot dot. So this is the address. Now we can do one thing, come up here, and here we have to simply display the property. Simply take this one, and that's what we're going to call in here in this div. Okay, simply remove this extra div, scroll down, and we have to, okay, it's hard to find, so what we'll do, we'll bring it back, and now I'm going to close it one, and this is the one div I have to import. So simply do one thing, close this one, 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 and close this one, and close this one. So this is the div I have to remove this one and remove this one, property wrapper, and that looks fine. Now we can come up here we can type, let's say, title, and we can display the title of the property. So simply pass the title here, so property dot, and we'll say title, and we'll display the entire title. We don't need to slash it down. Come back to the next one, and here we have to display, take this one, paste here, and here we can say description, and here we'll display the description of the property. So we'll say description. So that's also looking good. Now come back to the third one, and here we have to simply do the exact thing. So this time we're going to render the address of the property, and in that we have to pass the address of the property. So what I will do here is, so this is the classes we have. Now simply remove that one, and that's the address we want to provide. So we'll say property dot address, and that's fine. We have the address. Come back to the next one, simply paste that, and this time we're gonna call this one to, let's say, what data we have. So let's call this, bring it back, let's call this to price, and we'll say 18 decimal. This one is totally optional because we are displaying the actual price, and here we'll pass the price to property dot price, and we'll say Meticoin. So that looks fine. Simply remove this one, we don't need that. Come back here, and we can simply grab this one, grab this h heading tag 6, and that's what we'll replace here. And in this we're going to say, like, we'll say property id, and on the id we have to provide the id of the property. So this will be property id, remove this one, and that looks fine. So that's also done. Come here we have to replace and paste here, and we can simply display the property category, and we can remove this one. So that looks good, and we can remove this to div as well. So these are the things, looks pretty fine to me. Hope you guys have followed what we have done, and let's have a look one more time. And this is the second div we have, which let's remove this one. We don't need that actually. Save it, and we can come here, tap panel fade, and this is the component we have. We'll come here, simply close this one, take a dynamic block, and in that we can say parse review, and we have to loop over it. We'll say interested, we'll say interest I, and we have to make it insert return, and in this we go to display the address of the user, those who are interested in the property. So that's what we have here. We have to take this image into a dynamic one. So come here, take this template literal, and we have to simply update this number. So we'll say I plus 1, so we'll have a different image. And here we have the top seller content. In this particular span we're going to remove that one, and here we can display the actually we can display the interested and the reviewer address, and we have to slice it down to, let's say, 0 to 40 characters. So we have the address of the user, and that looks fine. And we'll take another span. Down below we'll display the hour ago, the timestamp. So that looks pretty fine. It's working good. Now we are done with this, and this is the component we have. Actually, simply close this one, close this one, close this one, close this one, and this is the same repetitive component, but we don't need this one. Simply select and remove that one. So our dynamic component is ready, and here we have the binning width. So here we can display the recent comment. So we'll say recent, and we can simply close this one, close this, and this is the two divs we have. So go to the first one. We'll take a dynamic block, and in that we'll say review passed, and we have to display the latest review. Okay, so we'll call this reverse function which we have on array. So we'll say reverse, and then we're going to simply map over it. Element, we'll call it recent review I, and we have to simply cut and paste inside that. So we'll get the only one review which we want to display here. So let's remove this one, and here we can display the reviewer address, those who have given the review latestly, and we have to slice it down. So we'll say 0 to 20 and dot dot, and down here we can display the address, the review, and this will be the dynamic one. So what we'll say that we'll take this review, we'll say comment if its length is going to be greater or equal to 50, then we want to display only small number of message, like we'll say review dot comment, and we have to simply slice it down. So we'll say slice, and I want to display only 60 characters, otherwise we can display the entire review. So like recent review, and we can simply pass the comment. Okay, something's wrong, I'm getting this error message. So what I can do is simply bring this on side and paste here, and that will fix the issue. You can see it's working fine. So if the length is greater than that, so display this, otherwise display this. Come here, then we have to slice it down because we want to display only one review. That's also looking good. And this is the bidding section we have, and here we're going to change. Here we're going to say the stats, display the stats of the property. So simply say property stats, and we can come here and close this, and let's feed the data one by one. So this will be the, let's say, price, and we can display the price here, property price. Actually, I don't need to display here, so let's simply cut this one and cut this one and display here in the span. So that's the div block. Go to the second one. Here we can display the, let's say, we can display the comment, the number of comment particular property has got, and here we can display the number. So we'll have the parse review, and we have the length. So we can simply pass the length, and that will give the number of review the particular property has got. Let's come to here. Here we'll say interested, and we'll pass the number of user are interested. So we'll have the parse review and the length, and here we have, so we'll simply remove that one and display the counter timer. Okay, so we'll say timer left, and we have this counter, and that we have to simply pass the date. So the date would be something like date dot now, and you can give any arbitrary number. So I'll give this big number. It's going to be close to 6 days maybe. So that looks pretty fine, and this is the button we have. Now what I will do, I'm going to simply remove this one, and here we're going to add a on-click function, and on the on-click function we have to add this buying function. That looks fine. We can come here, and we'll say if buying is true, then we have to call this loader component, otherwise we have to display the actual button, and it will going to be a template title, and that will say property dot price. Then we have to define the Matty coin and we'll say buy property. Remove this one. So this is the buying button we have ready. Now what we can do is we need to display one more button for the comment. So what I will do, I'll simply grab this one and I'm going to paste here, and in that I will remove this one, and I will take this data attribute bs toggle. In that I have to pass this model. Now we'll take another data attribute, we'll say bs, and this will say target, and in that we have to pass the target. So this is the target you have to pass, place bid model, and we have the model and we have the target. So looking absolutely fine, and this will allow us to open our dynamic block. So what I will do, I'll simply remove this one and we'll say add comment. So that's the thing we have to do. So hope this entire thing makes sense. Remove this one, and okay, we have this two function unused. Why? So we can do one thing, come here and you can see the times and description, everything is displaying fine. We are displaying all of the data. This is the recent review, and here we have the zero review. This is the update price. You can see, you can open and you can update the price of the property. So that's also working fine. And if you add the comment, you can see this is the bid. We have to update this one, we have to change that. So we can do that. Now if you come here, comment user interest, right now we have no users. So let's do one thing, let's see that why we are not using this two functions. So let's come up here and let's get this function by property, and here we are. So first thing, we have to add the on click function on the like, and this is the function we're going to call like review call. So whenever they will click on the CSV icon, they can like the review, and here we have to call the buying property. So I was using buying loading, but instead of buying loading we have to use buy property. So that looks fine. So it's pretty good, looks fine. Now what we can do, come up here. So we have used all of this function, all of the props. Now come back to the detail page, and if you click on that, now we have to work on this comment model. So let me come here, go back to the comeback details, and here we have to send the props. So we have done with the detail 2 component. Let's work on the other component. So we have to send the props in the detail 3. Let's send the props in detail 7 as well. So it will be have the property data, it will also have the set upper property price, and then we have to set this one as well. And now we have to send one more props, and this will be for the update property price, and we have to send that as well. So these are the 3 props we are sending, and the last one is going to be the update and price loading. So we can display the loader, and we have to send the same thing. So these are the 4 props we are sending in the detail 7. And now what we can do, come back to the detail 8 and let's set the property. So we have to send the create review, because in that we will allow user to create review by clicking and passing the data. We'll attach this function handle form field change, and then we have to attach the comment loading to comment loading. So we have this 3 and we're going to receive that one. So let's come back to the 8 component and receive one by one. So we have create review, handle field change, and comment loading. Come and paste here, and here we have to do a little bit modifications in the detail 8. So we have these 3 props. Let's remove this icon, and you can see still loading. We have no issues in that, just wait. And here we have the data, everything's working fine. Now we have to replace all of this data. So here we're going to say that give review, and here we have to display the short message. You can display whatever you want. So I can display that kindly provide your review for a better user experience. So that looks fine. Now what I can do, I can come up here, I can change this to your comment, and here we have this div. I can simply do one thing, I can select this one and remove this, and instead of that I'm going to take this like text area, and in that we have to take this name, we have to take the ID, and we can take the class. So let's take the column. So we can assign close to 30 columns, and we have to take the rows. So we'll take the row to 5, and we'll attach this on change function, and in that we have to call this filled function we have created. So we'll say handle filled form and call that function, and we have to pass the name of the data. So we'll add this comment because that's the data we want to update in our state variable, and then we have to pass this event. So that looks pretty fine. So this is the text area we have, and you can see we can easily able to pass the data, and we can update all of these things. We don't need this balance, so what we'll do is we'll simply remove that one. So close this one, remove it, and we can remove this as well. We don't need this, and here we can attach the symbol, sorry, span, and we can type a short message. So your feedback will help other user of the property to provide better service. So that's the message, and looks pretty fine. And here we can simply do one thing. So this is the cancel button, we don't need to do anything in here, and here we have the convert this anchor to button tag, and we can remove this one, and here we can attach the on click function, and on that we're going to simply attach the function for creating the review. Let's attach that creating review, and here we'll say remove the sticks and say review. So if comment is loading, then we can display the true. Is if the comment loading is true, then we have to display the loader, otherwise we have to display our text message. So we'll say add review. Looks pretty fine. Let's import this loader because we have to call the loader, and if you can see, you can close and you can open, everything's working fine. So now what we will do is we can come up here, the data is arriving, and here we have the data. Now click on this and let's add the review. Simply select this piece of text and paste here and click on this add review, and here I'm getting this error message, okay, and the transaction is happening. So what I will do, I'll simply complete the transaction, click on confirm. So we have some problem in the loading, it's loading. I think I've misspelled the loading component name. Let's do the inspect element. You can see we have this entire object which contain the information. So let's come back to the MetaMask, and the transaction went through. Here we can see the logs. Reload the browser, and you can see, just wait. So we have successfully created this review, and if you come here, you can see this is the recent review we have. This is the review section. Okay, we have something wrong here, but the data is displaying. Okay, we have to align it properly. So what I can do is, this is the loader we have. Okay, even we are not calling this loader, simply grab that one, and this say loader, not loading, my bad, and this will fix the issue. So we have our loader, and that's working fine. Okay, click on this, copy this text and paste here, and okay, this is the spelling bot, copy this one, and I think misspelled, simply paste here. As I told you that I'm bad with the spelling, so that's happened. You can see our loader is also working fine, and the transaction is happening. So here we have to confirm the transaction, click on confirm, and just a moment, here it's loading. Let's have a look in the MetaMask. Oh, the transaction is completed, and it will close this one, and the transaction went through. You can see the transaction went through. Simply reload the browser, and you will find the second review we have created. So this is the recent one we have given, and you can come and you can see these are the two reviews we have. So both are looking fine. We have two different user, same user has shown the comment, so it looks fine. This is the detail, comment, and user interested. So pretty good. Now we have to click on this heart icon to add the comment, but as I told you that this particular contract has a bug. So if I like the first comment, the like will go to the second review. So you can see the transaction is happening, and just a moment, and the transaction got completed. Reload the browser, it will automatically reload, and just have a look. So what we can do is come back to the comment section, and okay, we have to display the number of likes a particular review has got. So right now we haven't added that, but we have to attach it. So this is the time, that is the message, this is the user who given their interest. Looks pretty fine, and these are the demo data we have. Now what we can do is let's align this one. So come here, and go back to this detail 2, and here we are rendering the review. So this is the one, let's me find it out. So this is the tabs, and here we are. So this is the CSV file, we have the icon, and here we are displaying this, but we have to display the number of likes a particular review has got. So this is the actual review. This is good, but why we are getting this in this way? So what I can do is, let's type as, okay, that's the one. Simply do one thing, cut this div and paste here, and in that way the span will stand from the next line. You can see right now it's perfectly aligned, but why we are having this particular color? We don't want to have this, we don't want to have the normal one. And I can see that I have to add a span, not pam. Okay, so that will fix the issue. You can see it's looking pretty fine. And now what we can do is we have to attach the number of likes a particular review has got, and that's what we can attach. So if I comment this one, okay, that looks fine. So I can do one thing, I can attach the number here. So I'll take the strong tab, and in that I can display the number of likes a particular review has got. So we'll have this review dot likes, and if I save it, you can see, as I told you that if I like the first review but the review is gone to the second one, so we have bug in the contract. Let me give this some space, and that looks pretty good. In the updated smart contract, this problem is solved, don't need to worry about that. Okay, and now we can work on the update price, this one. So what we can do, close this one, come back to the 7 detail, and here we have to receive the props we have sent. So we'll take the property, we have to take all of this data. So we'll take this set property price, we have to take the update property price, then we have to take this update price loading. So these are the 4 props we are receiving, and we can come here. If we come back to the detail page, and here we have this function which allows us to create the property, so that's also we have to receive here, and we have to send in the prop as well. So send that in the prop, so that things are making sense to all of you guys what we have done. So we have received, now we have to work on this detail 7. Remove this text to update property price. That's what we have here. We can display the message, so we'll provide the address of the property owner. So we'll say property dot owner, and we don't want to display the whole address, and display the owner address. So let's make it 15. Let's look good, and we can display this kindly update your property price. So this is the short message we have, and here we can say price, and we have this text, so we can simply do one thing, the old price, and then that we can say the price property dot price. So we have the price, and we can display the meta, and here looks fine. And we can also attach this on change function, and because we have to update the price in our state variable, so we can pass into the function. So we'll say set update property price, and that we have to deconstruct that. So we have this update property price, and then we have to target the price and update the value. So that looks pretty fine. So this is the state variable we have, and here what we can do, this is say report. So here we can attach a on click function, and on the on click function we have to call the function. So we'll say, let's say update property price. That's what we have here, and we'll say simply if update price loading is true, then we have to display the loader, otherwise we have to display the text message. So we'll say this text message upload price. So that looks fine. This is the dynamic block. We have already imported the loader, and that's pretty good. Now we can come here. We are getting this error message, no need to worry, simply reload the browser, and you can see we have no more issues. And if you are getting any error, try to have a look on the complete code. In that we have fixed all the bugs which you can possibly imagine or have in the project. So make sure to refer to the final code. And here we have all the data is working fine. We have this update. We can now update the price. So this is what we have. You can simply type the price and you can update. So let's update the price to 100 and click on update. It's loading. Here is the MetaMask, and we have to click on confirm, and here the transaction is happening. Just a moment. So this is the transaction is happening right now, so it's taking a little bit time, so just wait. Click on the MetaMask and let's have a look. So right now you can see the transaction went through, but yeah, finally it's went through, and here we have the loading. And now we can simply fetch the information. You can see the pricing is updated to 100 Metacoin. That's a lot of money, and that's working good. No issues we have. And if I try to buy the property, I won't, because we have problem in the buying property functions, which we have already fixed in the final code. So make sure to refer that, or just wait. I will show you how you can fix that as well. So if you do the console log, you will find the exact problem we are having in the buying property function. So come here, and here you can see this is the entire logs you will get. So we have some issues in the ID and in the pricing we are passing, and that's what we have to fix. And here you can see we got the same error, so we have to do the changes in the contract. So right now just keep it like it for the time being, and the other things are working fine. We are displaying the data, liking, updating, fetching the information, rendering the user comment, like everything's working fine. Now this is look good. This update pricing also looking good, and now we can feed the actual data in these properties. So close this one, come back here, close this one in the detail page, and this is the one we have. So simply receive the props and get the props here, and we have to render the entire property. So what I will do here is, we have the property, and let's find out. So this is the row, so simply close this one. This is the 1 2 3 4 5. So we have this 5 property, and we don't need to type one by one because we can render it very easily. So simply do one thing, simply comment this one, and we'll take the dynamic block, and we'll say property map, we'll say property I, and we have to simply instant return and cut and paste inside this. So this will render the property. Now what we can do is come up here, we can simply feed the actual data. So let's take a anchor tag, and because we have to redirect to the reload the browser with the proper ID, so we'll provide the path, and in that we have to pass the ID of the property, so we can fetch the information, which is the property ID. Now close this one, cut and paste here. So that looks fine. And now we can do one thing. So here we have the image, so we can display the actual image of the property which we have inside this. So with the src, remove this one, property dot image. So we have the image working fine, and you can see the images are broken. Let's remove this s, and here we have the images, and that's image are working fine. This is the profile section. Simply remove this, simply close this one, and we can display. So we'll say property dot reviews. If there is a review, then we have to simply render this component. So simply grab this one, and we have to render the authors, those who have given the review, and we have to pass the address of their wallet. Okay, that looks pretty fine. Provide this one, and okay, this one is good. Remove this. So this one is fine. Now we can remove this one and display the different images. So we'll take this template data and we'll simply I plus 1. The same thing we are following here. Okay, that looks fine. Now we'll take another template block, and in that we have to display that interested or not interested. So if there is a length is not equal to 0, then we have to display this particular text or particular class. So in that we'll say more author text, and it will have the href, and here we'll say interest user, and that's the text we want to display. Save it. So far remove this one, and this is what we have here. And we didn't need this as well because we have already taken that in the review length. So what I will do, I'll simply come here, close this one, and select this portion and remove it, and simply remove this as well. So and we have this one, we remove this, and here we can display the actual product like property title, and we're going to make it dynamic. So if there is a length is greater or equal to 25, then we can display this. So we'll say property dot title, and we have to slice it down to, let's say, 22 characters, else we have to display the entire title. And the reason why we are adding this, because we don't want to change our UI this styling. And here we'll display the category. We'll say property dot category, so that looks fine. And here we have to display the simply the price, property dot price, and close this one, and we'll say Matty not E. And here we have to display the number of reviews a property has got. So that looks also good. Remove this entire one, and pretty good. You can see we have all of these dynamic blocks. The data is loading, and here we are having the dynamic blocks. This is the one we have. We can simply check all the comments, details and all, and it's taking a little bit time because we have the animation. So we can simply remove that animation, slide up, and that will fix the issue. So what we can do is come here, and this is the profile we have. This is the one we have to remove, and it will fix the issue. You can see we have the user interested, we have the title, category, and the price and the likes. If you click on that, you can simply, okay, we have some issues here. We are redirecting to the product details in HTML, but that's not what we want to redirect. So that looks pretty good. Okay, you can see on over, we can easily able to find the address of the user who have interest. You can click on that, and you can see we are redirecting here. So let's find out why it's happening. And here we have simply remove this one and provide this hash, and this will fix the issue. That will fix the issue. So it's taking a little bit time. Here we have the data. Click on this. Here is the one. So what I will do, I'll simply remove this one. We don't need it. Save it, reload the browser, remove this hatch, and here we have the data. So just a moment. Now if you click on this, you can reload the browser, and right now it says undefined. Why? So let's come here. I think it's small d, that's why it's giving me the error. Reload the browser one more time. Let's check the final test. We can click on this. Here we are. You can see property 2, and now we will have the different property details. You can see the data is in a change. Click on this, and we have the different one. So this one looking fine, no comment, no nothing at all. So it looks pretty good. All of the things are working fine. Comment is working fine, so you can paste and add the comment. Loading is also working fine. Here is the MetaMask. Click on confirm, and the transaction will complete it, and you will have a review on the property. Just a moment, it's happening, and it's taking a little bit time. And finally the review, you have given the review. Close this one. So things are working fine. You can able to fetch the information about the properties, and here we have given the one comment, interested, and things are looking good. If you want to like this particular comment, you can open the MetaMask and you can confirm it, and the transaction is happening. Just wait. You can do one thing, you can display a loader, but I will keep it on you guys. I will just go like this. So just wait. The transaction is happening, and here the transaction completed, and the browser reload, and you will have a like on this particular review. You can see the one like you have given. So it's good when you will have one review, and when you will like on that review, it will work fine. But when you will have a multiple review, so when you will like the review A, that like will go to review B. So that's the bug we have. Things looks good. You can click and you can have the details about the properties. So that's working fine. You can simply tag, you can add more images
Now come back to the VS and close this one, and we are done with this entire detail page. We are done with this entire detail page, and now we're going to work on the next page, which is a create property. So that's what we're going to cover in the next video. Hope you guys have understood that what we have covered and how everything is working. With that, let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, welcome back once again. So in the last video we have completed the entire detail page. So if you haven't watched, a link in the I button on the description so you guys can follow that. In this video we're going to work on a create page. So here I'm into the create page.js, and now we have to import a couple of things very quickly. So we're going to make an internal import, and we have to import the, let's say it's coming from the dash loss that, and we have the create page, and from there we want to import the create 1, create 2 and create 3. So these 3 components we're importing from create page. Come down, we have to import the headers and all. So we header, and this one is coming from components, and we have to import the footer and the copyrights. So these are the global import we have. Now come here, we have to assign a class template color -1, and we'll say NFT body connect. So that's the thing we have to do. Hope everything is making sense. Now simply remove this one, and inside that we have to import all of the components. So we'll take this header, we'll take the create 1, and in that we have to send the prop title, because we're going to use this create 1 component as a reusable component. So we'll say create property, and then we have to come here and we have to take the footer, then we have to take the copyright, and things are looking fine. You can see if we come here in the create page, we have all of these things. You can see we have the collections, things are looking fine, and here we are on the footer section, navigation, and the created collection is looking also fine. So we have all of this. Come back here. Now what we can do is we have to import one more component. So we have to import the create 2, and if I save that one, you can see this is the entire the form we have, which will allow user to upload their data. So we have this. So if you can preview right now, nothing will happen because we have to attach the function. So you can see, reload the browser, they can simply upload the images. They can go there and they can select the image. You can see everything is working fine. Here they can pass the name, URL, categories, all of the things. So things are looking good to me. Now what we can do is come back into the create 1. We have to receive the props, and here we have to display the dynamic data. So what I will do, I'll simply select this one and place the title. That looks good. Here we are, and you can see that the title is changed, create property, and it looks pretty good. Close this one, and now we have to work on the create 2. In that we have to do a couple of imports. So these are looks fine. So come here, we have to do a couple of import as a use state, use effect from React. Now we have to import the ethers package, then we have to import the Axios package, and I think we haven't installed Axios. So let me import this one, Axios. So what we will do, come here, we'll go back to the package.json file, click on that, and you can see that right now we don't have like Axios, so we have to install that one. So open up your terminal, simply split your terminal, and here we have to install the Axios. So we'll type npm I Axios, and this will install the package. And here we have the Axios package. So simply delete this, bring this down, and cut, and come back to the create 2. So here we have imported the package. Now come here, we have to do the internal import, and here we have to import the component. So the component we want to import is the 3.2. So this is the component we're going to import, and it's coming from the create page. So here we have this create 3, and that's what we're going to take it. Simply cut that one and simply pass here, and here we have to simply come, we'll take a use state context. So we have our context, then we have to take this import, and we have to check the image. So we'll say check image, no, and that's coming from the utils, but it's called check if image. So remove this one, we'll say check if image. So that's the function we have. So these are the internal imports we have. Now what we can do, come up here,
we have to simply take the variable, because we have to allow user to provide and select the categories. So let's take the category, and it's going to be a type of, let's say, array. So we'll housing, we'll have the rental, make sure to give the capital one. Then we'll have to take the farmhouse, then make sure to give office, then we have the country, commercial, and after that we'll have the country. So these are the categories we are providing. So you can see I'm getting this error message, this call create to. Okay, I know what is the problem I have in the code. So if I come back here, so if I go to the create page, still I'm getting this error. Okay, I do understand what is the wrong, because I try to import the component inside the same components. So it's actually 3, create 3, not 2. If you reload, you can see it will fix the bugs, and you can simply remove that and you can do import in this way, because it's coming from the same folder, same directory, and things are looking fine. You can see no error we have, every single thing is looking fine. And you can see right now we have this category, art, collection, music and sports, but we're going to display our categories. So these are the categories we're going to display. So what we can do is, we are done with this, come here, and here we have to build the functionality. So first we will build the entire functionality, then we're going to attach those functionality into the JSX. So come here, we have to take a use state variables, and this will call the is loading. So this will keep the track of the loading state, so we can display the loader. Initially it will be false, then we have to take another one, and this will call properties. So in this we'll keep the entire information about the properties, then we'll take the another one, and this will say file. Initially it will be null, we'll take another one, and this will call show image. Initially it will null. After that we'll take another one, and this one will call the file name, and by default we're going to type nothing. So these are the state variables we have taken. Now we can come up here, and now let's build the functionality. So we'll take a variable call. So now we have to import all the context functions, and it's coming from use context. So we have to import the address, contract, we need the connect, and we need the functions. So what I can do, come back here, go to the, click on this, go to the context, and this is the function we need, create property function. Click on that, save, and come up here and import that one, because this function will allow us to create the property in our marketplace. So that's the context we have. Come up here, we'll take another use state variable, and in this we'll keep the entire details about the properties. So it will call form, let's call it form. It's gonna be type of object, not an array, object. So we'll have to take the property name, title. So we have, initially it will be empty, then we have to take the description of the property from the user. After that we have to take the category. After that we have to take the price, and then we have to take the image, and then we have to take the property address. So these are the data we are taking. Altogether we are taking 6 data. It's totally up to you that how many data you want to take. So right now we have this 6 data. Let's come down here, and we can take this const handle change field. Let's call it handle form change field changed. Okay, so this function will allow us to update our form data. So let's quickly build that one. So it will take the file name, and it will take the event. This function we have written so many times. Here we're going to take this set form, and we have to simply deconstruct the entire form data, the entire object, and then we have to simply pass the file name and the e.target.value, and this will update the data respectively. So this is the function for updating our entire form data. Now we'll come here, we have to create a function called handle submit. So this function will allow us to create the property, and it will be an async function. So we'll say, we'll take this check if image exists. So first thing we have to check the image we have in the form or not. So we'll check for the image, and it will also take the callback function, and in that we have to check. So we'll say if image exists, then we can come here, we'll say set image is loading to true, and here we have to make the transaction. We'll say await create property function, and that we have to pass the data. So first we have to deconstruct the entire form data, and then after that we have to set the price, and the price we're going to set in the form of way. not in ether. So let's convert that price. Ether.utils dot parse unit, and then we have to pass the form dot price, and we have to say 18 decimal points. So that looks pretty fine. And here we have to set this set loading to false. So that looks pretty good. Now else we have to alert this error message, provide valid image URL, and we'll also set our image to be the empty. So we'll take this, deconstruct that, and we'll set the image to be an empty string. So that's the entire handle submit function, which will allow us to create the property to our marketplace. So we're done with this. Close this one and come here. Now we're going to create the function for, let's say, image. Okay, so we'll say on image change. So this function will allow us to like take the image and to display in the front end. So just for displaying, so we'll say on change image, it's going to take the event, and in that we'll check if event dot target dot files and event dot target file 0. If that's true, both are true, then we have to simply set the image. So we'll say set file URL, and in that we can call this create object URL. So this is simple JavaScript we are writing. We'll pass the event, and in that we have to simply get the target, and we'll get the files and the index 0. So this will allow us to give us the image, and we'll set in the state variable, so we can simply display in our front end. So that looks pretty good. Now we can come up here, and now we're going to write the function for uploading the image to the IPFS. Again, I'm building this functionality, I'm building the architecture, so later we're going to simply attach this one. Okay, so let's build this function very quickly. So we'll say this upload to IPFS. So here we have to write the function. So we'll say const handle upload. It's going to be an async function, and in that we have to check for a condition. So we'll say if file exists, means the image exists, then we have to run the command. So we'll take this try and catch, and first thing we have to take this variable called form data. We'll say new form data, and now we have the power of this form data, and now we can take as many data as we want, and we can simply send in the API. So we'll say form data, and in that we're going to append the file. So we'll give the name, so you can call whatever you want. I'm calling this file because when you will retrieve the data, this is the name you will get. So I'll call the file, and I will pass the file. So that's how you can append something in the request. And right now we'll go for the images, but if you want to add all the data, you can do that as well. So I'll take a variable called const, and it will call response, and here we have to make a post request to our URL. So we'll say await, we have to use the XCS, and here we have to define the method. So we want to use the post method, and this is the exact URL on which you have to call the post method. So I got this particular URL from the documentation of Pinata, so make sure to follow the exact URL. So this is how the URL would look like. So we have to say https, and we have to say api.pinata dot cloud, and it will have this pinning. We'll say pin file to IPFS. So that's the entire URL on which you have to make the post request, and you can upload the image to the Pinata IPFS. That's pretty fine. So we have the URL. Now we have to send the data, and the data we have into this form data. After that we need the header. So we'll say header, and that we have to take our private key and secret key. So we'll pass in form of object. So it will say Pinata API key, and here you have to pass your own. I'll tell you how you can get that. Just for time being, keep it like it, and you have to get your Pinata secret key, API key. So that looks pretty fine. Here you have to get those two keys, and once you make the transaction successfully, I want to simply take a variable image, and here I can construct the URL. So once the image will deploy successfully, it will give us the hash of the image. So that's how we can access the hash of the image to render the image on our front end. So we can build the URL. So this is the exact URL you have to build. HTTP, we'll say /gateway.pinata.cloud/IPFS, and here we can get the data from the response. So we'll take this response, on that we'll say data, and we'll have this IPFS hash. So this hash is the unique hash for every single image we'll upload. So that's how we can access the image URL, and then we can simply, let me console log out the entire response object. Looks fine, and here I can also log out the entire image URL, so you can able to see that what we are getting. So looks pretty fine. We can come here after we are successfully upload the image to the IPFS and set the variable. Now we can simply run this alert. I'll say successfully image upload, and here I can simply set this one to set file name to no image selected. So this one is optional, you can keep it, or I just simply want to update it. And at the end I want to simply make the set file null, and here we have to simply alert the message if anything goes wrong. So we'll say unable to upload image to Pinata, and that's the entire upload function we have. You can see that's the entire upload function. So everything's looking pretty good. If we find that we are missing something, we can definitely come back here. Now we can come here and let's write a function for retrieving the data. So we'll say get data. So we'll say getting data, and we can pass the event. We'll say const data. We'll say e.target file, and we have to take this. And once we have the file, then we have to take this const. We'll say render new window file render, and we have to call this one. So in this way we'll have the entire function on this, and now we can call the methods, which is we have is as array buffer, and that we have to pass the data. So that's will give us the data, and then we have to call this on loaded, and that's going to take a callback function, and then we have to simply set the image. So we'll say e.target.file is 0 and name. So that's looking fine. Now we have to simply e.prevent the default, prevent default. Okay, that looks pretty good. So we have written all of this function. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys. So we have done all the hard work. All we have to do is to attach this function and make a call. So here we are. Now you can see that this is the name we have. Come back to the Pinata because we have to get our IPFS key. So come here, type Pinata and click on the very first link. Here you will come. Make sure to come and read about it, create your account, that's what you can do. Because in the NFT market project we have, so in the NFT marketplace project we had used Infura, and some of you have complained me that you don't have credit card to create your account in Infura. That's why I'm telling you how you can use the Infura. Okay, click on login, and here you can simply log in. I will automatically log in into my Pinata account. You can see it's login, and here you will find the similar dashboard. So I already deploy a lot of images to Pinata IPFS, and that's all you can able to find, the hash and the URLs. Okay, hope this entire thing makes sense. You can see if I paste, this is how hash you will get when you will upload. This is the hash you will get in return, and that's what you're going to take it to display the image. Okay, right now obviously it's not going to display. I just want to show you the hash. So if you come here on this side, this is the section where you can find everything. So let's click on this API key. Right now I have generated this API key. So, and here you will have the gateway. Here you have the API key documentation. So if you want to know anything more about it, you can simply visit the documentation at any point of time. Come back to the API key. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete the API key which I generated previously. I will generate a new one. So this is the one we have. I will simply click on this remove, and I will click on this new key. Click on that, and here you have to tick all the things. So make sure to tick this one, and in that you will make sure to tick all of this, check double. Okay, and click on this as well. So here you can set the limit, so how many images you want to allow user to upload to the IPFS. So maximum you can go 1000, so I will go with 1000. You can set the limit, so I'll go with 1000, and you can give the name to your API key. So I'll say real state and click on create key, and this will create the key. So make sure to copy the key straight away, because once you close this pop-up you can't able to have the key. So make sure to copy this one, come back here in the project, open this one, and here you have to paste your key. Paste here. Okay, bring it up. So let me arrange this properly. So this is the key we have, this is the secret key, that's what I have to paste here. Again, I'm getting this error message, bring it up, and that looks good. So we got our Pinata API key and secret key. So let's listen pretty good. Close this one, and let's come and let me tell you one more thing. So if I click on the files, here you will have option to upload the image straight away from this dashboard. You can do that as well. So click on this add file, and here you can deploy the entire folder or entire file, or you can add a CID. Click on the file and we can simply add that. So I will click on this and I can select the file and I will upload. And this is the one way to upload the image to the IPFS straight away. So here you can see this is the image I have uploaded. Simply copy the hash, click on this, and you can see this is the exact image we have uploaded. So it is taking a little bit time. Here we have the images, Pinata IPFS, and the entire hash, but we need the hash. So this is the hash we have, and let me show you how we can construct the image URL. So we can come back here and you can see here we are building the entire URL of the image. So we're going to simply grab this one and we can simply come and paste here. I'll take this hash and that's what I'm going to pass here, and if I hit enter it's going to give me an error. Okay, it's giving me an error. I do understand what's happening. Okay, there is a problem. So what I will do, I'll simply come here in the code, and here is the problem we have. So remove this one and provide this, and now it will work fine. Simply save it, copy this one, come back to the browser, paste here, come here and get the hash, paste here and hit enter. You can see we access the image. So that's how we're going to construct the URL for the Pinata. Hope things are making sense, and that's what we have done here. So we got this, simply close this one, looking absolutely fine. Now what I will do, we're going to simply upload the data, update the entire data. So here we are. So this is the place where we are. Simply come here and let's test this out. So we'll come here, we'll take a input field, and in this input field I'm going to take a file. So type is going to be a file, and it will have a placeholder called upload, and it will have an onChange function, and on that onChange function we have to simply upload the data. So we're going to call this render getting data, and that we have to pass the event, and we have to also call this particular function on image change, and we have to pass that one. And here I can say upload. So here we'll have the image tag. So if we upload, we can display the image, we'll display the files, or we can display the demo image, show image, and it will have a all tag. You can display whatever you want, and here we can take a button, and in that we can attach the upload function. So we'll say we're going to simply call this particular function handle upload and call it, and we'll say upload. Looks good. Now we can come here. You can see this is the pop-up we have. Simply reload the browser. Things looks good, and now let's do the inspect element, but this will not work. This will throw an error. So if I click on this, because we have to do a little bit configuration, if I click on this and if I select the image, come here, what I will do, I'll simply open this, the blockchain coder, and I'm going to take the project image. So let's come here, click on this, let me download this image. Here I have the image. Come here, I will simply select the image from the desktop and simply try to upload. You can see I'm getting this error message, and I know why it's happening. Okay, I forgot to add the S. Come up here and pass the S. This will fix the issue. Save it, reload the browser, and now what we can do, simply click on this, select the image, and nothing happened. I do understand why it's happening. So we are getting this error message. If you click on this upload, it's going to say unable to upload, and if you click on that,
nothing will happen. So we have some issue, we need to figure it out. Okay, and as I told you that we have to optimize that one, so I'll do that later, right? For a time being, just keep it like it and focus on the URL based property creation, but at the end I'll tell you that how you can upload that. So just comment this for a while. Let's focus one thing at a time. So let's take this all data. So we can come here, we have all of this input filled. So what we'll do, we'll simply scroll down, and here we have, first thing we have to rename this one. This will be the property title, and this will be the, here we're going to attach the function. We'll say placeholder is going to be, let's say, property title, and we have to attach this function on change, and on the change we're going to call this particular function we have created handle field change, and we have to pass the property title name and the event. So that's how we can update. Simply grab this one, come here, and here we have to change the image, and we have to simply pass that one. This will be the, let's say, images. Simply grab that one, and that's what we have to pass. So here we have the category. So simply do one thing, minimize this one, li. This is all the category we have. Simply select all of these and comment this one. Come here, we have to take a dynamic block, and we have created this category. We're going to loop over it, element I, and make it instant return. Simply cut this, paste here, and here we can simply pass the element. We can come here, we have to assign a key, otherwise React will complain. So we have this one, and the data attribute is also there. We can simply take this data value, like we'll attach a on click function, and on the base of click we have to simply update the data. We'll take this set form, we have to deconstruct that, and we have to simply take the category. So we'll have the category, and we have to simply update that. So we are updating the category, and here we have that one. So here we have to simply do one thing, we'll change this to housing by default, and we'll simply remove this. I don't need this one, and remove this portion as well. So that looks good. Remove this one as well, and fine. Now you can click on this category, and you will have this all the category: housing, rental, farmhouse, house, office, commercial, country. So you can select any category you want. Look fine, and that way we can easily able to have the data. Now let's work on the description. So this is one copy, and that's what we have to attach here. So simply come up here and paste here, change this to description. Looks fine. Come up here, and this will call the, let's say, price, and here we have to attach that as well. So we have to add the paste it. So we'll have the placeholder, it's going to be a price, and on change price. So looks fine. This will be the not text, number, and fine. And here we have to attach the address. So we'll say property address. We'll come up here, we can simply paste here, and we'll type the property address. Looks good. So looks pretty good. Now what we can do, come here, if you want to do the experiment with that you can do, but I would just keep it like it. And here we have this preview, and here we have the create. So what I will do, this is the create preview section we have, and this is the anchor. So I'll simply remove that one, and I will add an on click function, and the function we have already with us. So handle submit, and this will create our property. So looks pretty good, we have no issues in that. And what we have to do is come here, and we have this component create 3. Come here, scroll all the way down and paste here. This is the component we're going to call. We're going to simply pass the data, the entire form data, and we have to simply take this block, close this one, and come here and open this one. So this will fix the issue. So looks pretty good. Now we can come back to the create 3, take this prop and type it form, and looks good. And what we can do, come here, it's the data, sorry, not form. So we have data, we can simply come here, remove this portion, and now we can simply render the image. So what we can do, we'll simply remove this one, and we have the image in data dot image. So we have the image, and now we have to display the title and the price. So you can display data dot property title, and we can display the price. So I'll go with the price only. You can give the coin a currency name as well.
So that's the one we have. Everything is looking fine. Now what we can do is come here, and I want to check that whether we are getting all the data or not. So let's console log out this. We'll say form, and I want to simply comment all of this so we can check. So things are looking pretty good. Now let's inspect element, do the console, and reload the browser before we make the call. Things are pretty good. Just wait, it's coming. Here we are. Now we have to simply select the data. So we have to pass the property name, so database, and let's come here, go to the Pinata. So that's one I have. So I'll come here, I'll go back to this, and I will take the URL. So here we have the URL for the Pinata. Simply grab this URL, copy that one, and paste here. Get the hash of the image. This is the one I want. Okay, I don't want this. So what I can do is, instead of taking this, I need to add a perfect ratio image. So this one is 16:9, but I need 500 to 500. So this is the one which I'm going to take. So I will come here. Let's try to upload a different image with the proper dimension. So if I come back to the documents, so this is the logo we have, the blockchain coder, upload it. And it says that we have already have uploaded this particular file. So let me find that one. This is the one we have. Copy one and paste here. No, this not. We can come back here. Let's check another one. So I think this is the one I have. I can't remember the name which I gave into this particular file, but come here, copy that one and try to paste here. Hit enter. No, not this file. So what I can do, come back here and let's go to the next page. Okay, this one is the file. Copy that one and simply paste here. So this is the logo of the blockchain coder, and that's the one we're going to simply take it. Come here, paste here. We have to select the name, so I'll select this Lake Town, and let's Lake Town. What name we do give? Lake Town, and let's call housing flat. Let's select the category to housing, and let's write the description. So we can come back to the blockchain coder, and from here I'm going to take the dummy text. And by the way, you can get the final code here, so you can come and take anytime you want. Copy this one. Actually, I'm going to copy this portion. Copy this portion. Okay, short, not that big, and paste here. And here you have to provide the price. So we'll save 12, and here you have to give the address. So come here, and I'll take this code, copy that one, and paste here. Click on this preview. You can see how the preview would look like. So we have the title, image, and the price. Looks pretty good. Beautiful. Close this one. Now working fine. Now we can click on this create, and you can see we are getting all of this data in our state variable. Now what we have to do is simply pass this data into our function, and it will create the property, because we have already done all the hard work. So what I will do, I will simply uncomment this one, comment this particular one, and now we can create the properties. So what I will do, I'll simply click on this create, and it's going to open the MetaMask. So here we have the MetaMask. You can see it's making 2 transactions. So we are in the production, that's why it's doing all. Simply reload the browser. Now click on this without reloading, and you can see still we are making 2 transactions, and make sure to cancel the second transaction. And this looks pretty fine. The transaction is happening. You can see the transaction is happening, and finally the transaction is completed. And here we got the receipt. In that you will have the entire data, all of the data you will have. So you can check the events, logs, all of the things you have. Close this one. Now come back to the home page. So reload the browser. After that, come back to the home page, because we have created our property, and you will find here. So you can see, just wait, the property is coming. And here we have, this is the one we have created just now. You can see it's looking absolutely perfect, and it has a perfect dimension size for the images. So we're going to update all the images of other properties. Don't need to worry about that. So it looks fine. Okay, looks pretty good. Click on that, and here you will find the property ID, and you can able to see that every single data is coming here, and we can easily able to find it. You can see it's beautiful. We have the name, we have the title, we have the housing, collections, and these are the tabs we have. This is the entire information about the property, all of the things we have here. Housing category, Matty, everything's looking pretty good. And we have this one. If we can add comments, so simply copy this and paste here and create a comment. So here we have to make the transaction. Looks quick, confirm that one, and transaction is happening. Just a moment, it will complete very quickly. Okay, this time it's taking a little bit time. Okay, finally the transaction completed, and click on this, reload the browser, and boom, here we have the comment we have created. So just wait, the data is coming, and we have simply toggle it. This is the one comment we have, and you can see the one review we have created. So pretty good. So come back here, let me uncomment, remove this one, and we have this image, take image function, and here we are. So here we have done some mistakes. So what I will do, I'll simply come up here. So let me do one thing. Let me what I can do, I can simply come up here. So here you can see that we have all of this thing. So we have all of these things. Now these are the state variable we have taken. This is the one we have taken, and this is the handle function, and this is the handle submit. And I noticed that we have written this take image function twice, and this is the upload to IPFS. Okay, all of the things are good. The only thing you have to write is this portion, okay, content type, because I forgot to add this content type here. So maybe it was throwing me the error. So make sure the rest should be fine. Make sure to add the content type, and everything is looking fine. So here what we are doing, we are simply setting the image to the form image. So you can see we are deconstructing that, then we are setting the URL here. So that's what we are doing here. Then these are the simple thing which we have done already, and we have all of this, and this is the function I written twice. So I will simply remove this one, we don't need this, and now we can test this out. So that's what we have here, and here what I have done. So here what I have done is, like, we have add this to function in the input field. So I simply remove the getting data one, so remove this one, and we have only one function on change image. So if you save that one, and that should be fine. Reload the browser, and here you can see, if you click on this, choose file, reload the browser first, click on this choose file, and you can update the image. Simply click on the image, and here you can see the image is displayed, means our function is working. Now if you click on the upload, still we are getting this error message, and we are getting this error 400. So don't need to worry about that. For the time being, let's keep it like it. At the end I will go to fix that. Okay, I have to see what's the problem in that. So just keep it, comment this portion, and make sure to do all of these changes which we have done, and this entire changes are done in the final code, so make sure to get from there. So things are looking pretty good. So close this one, and here we are, things are looking good. Now simply let's create one more property. So let's give the name. So this time we're going to call Daulat Hussain housing, and we'll select the image. So I'll come back to this is the hash of the image. So I'm going to take a different image, so I'll simply upload that image, and here I have this Daulat. Select this one, upload, and just wait, and here we have the image. Come back here and copy the hash of the image and simply replace that, and here you will have the image of the Daulat. Simply save it, come back here and paste the URL, select the category housing, description should be from here, copy that one and paste here. This is huge. Now you have to give the price, and you have to give the address. So I'll do one thing. I'll simply grab this piece of code, text, and paste here. Click on preview. So that's how preview would look like. Click on create, and it's going to create that one. So here we have the MetaMask. Try to make the transaction, click on confirm, and reject the second transaction. So reject this one. You can see the transaction is happening. Just a moment. We have this much Matic coin, and looks pretty good to me. And finally the transaction completed. Come back to the browser. If you reload that, come back to the home page, you will find that we have created this particular property. So this is the property we have created, Daulat. Looks pretty good. Click on that, you will find all the details about it. So that's pretty interesting. Hope you guys are enjoying this. You can see how everything is coming together, because we have done all the hard works. So we came back to the VS Code, and now we are done with this particular page. Close this one, close this one, close this one, close this one, and now I'll go to work on the upload update. So we're going to work on the update property. So that's the only thing I'm going to talk about in this video. Hope you guys have understood and learned. In the next video, we're going to work on the update property. So let's move to that. Let's start working on the author page. Let's import a couple of things from React. So we need use state and use effect down. We're going to do some internal import, and here we have to import the packages. So we'll say slash page slash author page. So we're going to import all the component which we have into the author page. So come up here. If you come to the pages component, here you will find the author page folder. Inside that we have all of these components. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply copy this entire components, and that's what I'm going to import here. Okay, that's the fastest way to import the component. And I believe that you guys are following this complete playlist, and this will give you amazing learning in Web3 space. So make sure to follow each and every lesson we have, and that's why I'm giving so much emphasis in every single functionality, every single component. Okay, so make sure to understand every single thing. So here we have all of the imports. Now we have to import the header, and we have to import the footer, we have to import the copyright, and these all are coming from the components. So we have page components and we have components. We have all of this. Looks pretty fine. We'll come here. We have to do the internal import, the use state context, and we can come here. Here we're going to take a state variable. So it will say is loading. Initially will be false. Then we'll take the use state context. Okay, we have to take this use state, and in that we have to simply take this properties and empty array. Once we have the property, then we have to take another one. This will call author empty array. We'll come here. Here we're going to import all the context function. So we need to import the address, contract, and we can come here in the index file, and from here we need this. So we need this user property function. Copy that one and paste here. So we have all of this thing, and we need one more for the authors, so for all the properties, and here we have that one. So we have all of this imports. Looks pretty fine. Let's come here and let's try to fetch the data. So we'll take a const fetch property, and it's going to be an async function. We have to do the same thing what we have done in the other component. So first we have to turn the loading state, then we have to call the function, and we're going to call the property data. Then we have to call the other one. We'll say data author, and we have to call the get user property function. And once we have this two data, we have to set in our state variable. So we'll set that set author to author data and set property to data. So these are the data, and then we have to simply turn the loading states. So these are the function we have written for the fetch property. Now let's come here, and now we have to run the use effect. The same thing we have to do here. So we'll say if contract exists, then we have to call the function, and if there is any changes in the address and the contract, then we have to simply call this function. Looks pretty good. So that's the fetch. If I do the consoles and show you the properties, so everything's working fine. Save it, and here we have to simply add the classes. So let's add the classes template, color one, and NFT body connect. Inside that we have to import all of the components. So we need header, we need the author one, we need author two, and we have to send a couple of props. So we send the address, and we'll also send the author's data. Then we'll take the author 4, and we'll take author 5, and we'll take footer, and then we'll take copyright. So we have all of these components we have imported, and looks pretty fine. If you come up here in the collections, click on the authors. Here we are on the author page, and you can see we have all of these things. Looks pretty good. Let's do the inspect element, and let's check that we have all the data. Here we are. You can see right now we have this 0 array. Okay, something's wrong. We have this 0 array. Why? Okay, so there is something wrong we have in our function. So we are fetching the information, we are trying to rendering that one, but still we are getting this. Here we are calling that. Let's check the author and try to reload the browser. Still we have nothing here. So there's something wrong. This is what we have here. Let's do the console log here and check the data, save it, and still have nothing here. Okay, so you can see all of this import we have done. This is the use state, this is the context, fetch functions, and this is the use effect. And here if you can see, so what I did, I simply restart my application and everything's working fine. So if it's not working in your end, make sure to restart the application and you can see everything's working fine. So we have the entire piece of code exactly the same. So here we are in the context index and we need this user property function, and that's what we have import here. You can see this is the user property function we have, and I will simply take it and let's call it here. So what I did, I stopped the recording for a while and try to test out that what's went wrong, and I did the basic import. So I imported one more time the get property data, and this time things was working. Okay, so let's call the function once again for the user property function and call it. Once I save it, I'll come here and I have to set the property. So simply I pass the author property here. So we'll say author data, and that will look fine. Simply pass here, copy that one, and you can see here we have the array, and here we have the author property who's listed that property. So it looks pretty good. So we have the data for the author and all the property, and now we can simply render that one. So here we have the components. Now we have to simply send the props. So what I can do is, let's come here and we have to import this author 3 components, and in that we're going to simply pass the properties and author properties. Simply copy that one, go back to the author 2, and in that we have received the address. Come back here now to receive the author. So we have these 2 props in the author 2 component. Come back here now, go to the author 3, click on that and receive the props, and we have to receive the properties for the authors as well in author 3. So here we are in author 2, and now we have to simply display the address of the user. So we'll display the address and we have to slice it down. We don't want to display the entire address, 25. Okay, and remove this icon. This looks fine. You can simply add anything you want, and here we have the followers, but we are not dealing with the followers anymore, so I'll leave it like it. And here we're going to display the property created by author. So we'll say author.length, and it will give us the property, and here we're going to say own property. That's the only thing we have to do, and the rest would be fine. Looks pretty good. If I cut this way, you can see the data is loading. Here we have, and finally the data arrive, 5 property this user have created. And now we have to work on all of these tabs and the property. So we're going to display only 2 tabs, all property and own property. We're not going to display the other one. Simply cut this one, and here we are into the author 3 components, and now here we have to simply do the setups. So we have received the props, and this is one we have. So we're going to rename this to all property, and here we have the own property. Looks fine. And let's comment these 2 one, create and like, comment this one. So it looks pretty good. Now we have these 2 tabs, and that's the only one we have to display. So here we are. Now what we have to do is, so this is the div nav home tab. We'll come here, we'll take a dynamic block, we'll say property, and we'll say map element property I, and we have to do instant return. In that we'll simply close this one, close all of this. Okay, close all of this, and we're going to use the dynamic way of rendering. So close all of this one, close this one, and simply do one thing. Here we are. So what we can do, cut this portion, simply select all of this and comment this and cut this and paste inside that. So it looks pretty fine, and now we have to simply update the data. So we can come up here, we have the property. Here we're going to display the, let's say we can display the address of the user, but I'll try to keep it back, and we can come up here. We have to remove this, and we have to add the detail page URL. So I'll simply remove that one, and we'll take a template literal. We'll say detail property, and we have to pass the ID so we can fetch the information. So we'll say ID is going to be property dot property product ID. So we have the product ID, and here we have the image. So we have to display the actual images, property dot image. So that looks fine. Here we have the bidding. So I don't display this, so cut this one, and that looks good. And this is the profile share. So we'll take the dynamic block, and we'll say property dot review reviewers mapping element I, and we have to make it instant return, and we're going to render the data who have given the review. So simply cut this portion, close this one, cut this one, and set paste inside. And here we can display the address of their wallet. So we'll slice it down to 10. That looks good. Let's convert that into a template literal, convert it, and provide this dot 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 1. So here we are, and here we can change the image. We can display the random image. So we can take this one, and we can simply take a dynamic image I+1. So this will different images will display. We can, what we can do, okay, I missed, simply cut. So that's one looks good. Close this, delete this one, and we have this bidding. Take a dynamic blog, and we'll say property dot review, we'll say length, and if there is a length is 0, in that context what we can do is simply cut this one, and we have to say interested user. So if the length is not 0, then we have to display this. Remove this one, looks pretty good. And this is the button we have. Simply remove this one, remove this one, and here we can display the actual details about the property. So we take a dynamic block, cut this one, and inside that we'll take this. So we'll say property dot title length, then we'll say if it's greater than or equal to 25. Only in that context we have to display the, not the entire title of the property. This is what we have done so many times. Only 20 looks fine, and else we have to run this property title, and let me provide this one. Looks pretty good. Come here. Here we can display the, so this is the highest. We can change this to category, and we have to display the category of the property. So this will be the category. So we have the category, and now we can display the pricing of the property. So we can come up here, and we'll say property dot price, and we have to display the matty. So this looks pretty good. We can come here, and we can display the review length, means interested user. So we'll say property dot reviewers length. Looks good. You can see it's changed. All the images are changed here in all properties, and things are looking pretty good. Things are looking pretty good, but we have some issue in the in the interest. There is some issues. So it says length. Let's do the inspect element, and let's try to see what name we have given. So it's part of development. If you encounter any error, that's a normal. So length. So simply come here and paste here. So this will fix the issue. So there was a spelling mistake, and this one is also good. Okay, so it was a spelling mistake, and now you can see the and interest are working fine. Looks pretty good. Now we can start working on the own property. So we're going to simply remove all of this hardcode data, and we can come here. This is the one for the own property. So this looks fine. What I can do is I'll take this dynamic block, and I have the data. So I'll say author dot length is equal to 0. Then I have to display the loader component. Otherwise I have to display this. So we'll take a loader, and I can simply come up here. I can simply select this one, take a fragment and select this and paste inside that. So this looks good. And now what we can do is we have to simply make the actual data. Take a template URL, and we have to loop it, and we have to simply run a loop, and that will render our component. So paste here, and we have to change this to property. So here we have the images. Remove this one, and we'll do one thing. We'll say come up here. We have already done that one, so let me grab this one. I don't need to write the same thing over and over again. So simply grab this piece of code, and that's what we have to simply paste here. So let's change this to property, and this will become the same thing which we have copied here. Paste it, and this looks good. So we have that one. Now we have this bidding one. So I want to keep it. I'll say update, and I will simply take this one. I will simply paste here, and I have to change this to update page, not detail page. So in this way we can able to render into a detail page. So you can see update. If you click on that, here we are getting the update and property and the ID. So looks pretty good. Now we can come up here, and now we have to actually feed the actual data. So this is the anchor we have. So we can come here, we can take a dynamic block. We'll say review map. Actually I already have this, so I will simply copy that one, remove this one, and I can come up here in the previous one and I can simply take it from there. So this is the one. I can simply grab this profile and simply come here, minimize this one and replace this, and this looks fine. This will work absolutely fine. And here we have the button, remove this one, and here we have this. So we can come up here, and this is the anchor we have. So what I will do, I'll simply grab this one. So grab this anchor, and that's what we have to simply pass here. So let's this one place here, looks pretty good. And now we have to simply make the same thing for the others. So this one, take this entire one till here, copy that one, and that's the one we have to replace here, replace this one. So looks pretty good. And now we have to change the like. So what I will do, simply grab this piece of span code, and that's what we have to simply paste here, and looks pretty good. And these are the other tab data. You can simply feed any other data if you want, but I don't want to do that. So I will simply going to select all of this, the demo one, and replace this. And here we have the other tab. So I will simply comment this one. Looks pretty good. You can see everything is working fine. We can easily able to simply comment this one. Okay, we have this button. If you want to feed other data, you can do that, but I will go with a simple approach. So now what I have to do is I have to feed the actual image. Simply get the image, and that's what I can simply pass here. Okay, my bad. So what I'll do is, let's come up here, let me grab this entire one. Actually I already did, and here I have to simply replace this one, and that looks fine. Now we will have the actual image. You can see all of the things are working absolutely amazingly. You can click and you can simply update the property. You can see here we are. If I want to update, I will simply give the name. I'll say San was by Bhavan house, paste the address, select the category, and give the text. I will simply copy this one, paste here, give the price and give the address, copy and paste here, and click on updating. So here it can update the property. It's making the transaction. So here we are, click on confirm, and the transaction went through. Just wait, it's still loading, means the transaction is loading. And here we have the transaction. Come back to the author, and here you can see, here you will find the updated property. So just wait, here we have the data, and this is the one we have updated. You can see Sanwas Bhavan home. So everything is updated. You can click and you can able to find the details about the property. That looks pretty good. All of this data we have here, you can update everything you can do. So that looks pretty good, pretty damn good. And I hope you guys are learning that how you can actually work around the smart contract and feed the data into the component and make it live. So we are done with this. You can see we are done with this entire one, and it looks absolutely incredible. Now we have to work on the other pages, and now we're going to start working on the activity page. So that's the only thing I want to talk about in this video. Hope you guys have understood that how we have built entire logic, how we are feeding the data, because these are the things very important, and that will give you a very good understanding how you can work on the front end and when you will get the data from the smart contract. With that, let's move to the next video. Hey all of you, welcome back once again. So in the last video we had work on the author page. If you haven't watched that, I'll link in the I button in the description so you guys can follow that. In this video we're going to work on the activity section in the activity page, where we're going to show all the activities which are happening in our marketplace. So here I'm into the activity page, and now we have to do a couple of things. So we have to quickly import the necessary state. So we need use stay, use effect, use state. Then we have to do the internal import. So I can simply do the internal import, and here I have to import the component. So we need the activity component, and that's coming from the activity page. So it's gonna say from / page components, and from there we are getting this activity page. Now we have to import the headers and footers, and that's coming for the component. So we'll say page component / components, and we have to import the footer and the copyright as well. So we have all of these components. Now we have to import the state. So we'll say use state context. Once we have the context, we can come up here and we can take a couple of state variable, and we'll say use state, and here we have to take the loading state. Initially will be false, will come down, and we'll take another one, and this will call the properties. It will be an array. Then we'll take another use state, and this will call the total review. We'll take another one, and here we're going to import all the state functions. So we'll come up here and we'll say address contract. We have to import the get properties data, and we have to import the total review functions, and we have to import the get highest rated product. So all of this we are importing from the our use context. Now we can come up here, and now we have to build the function to get the data. So come up here, we have already built the function previously, so we're going to simply copy and paste. So come here in the index page, and this is what we need. Simply grab this piece of code, and you can see that we are repeating this function over and over again. So the best way to handle this kind of situation, you can create a utility function, and all you have to do is to pass the data into that utility functions, and it will return you the array, and that's what you can simply save it. So this is the one and easiest way which you can add as a utility function, which saves your life when it's come to repeating code. So I will go with a simpler approach, but I want to leave it on you guys. And now we have to make the changes. Let's simply call the function here. So we have this one. Now we have to set this set properties. We are setting the data, and we have the property. Now we have to take the other two data. So we'll take this const review length, and we'll say await. We have to take this functions. This will give us the review length. Now we have to take the highest. Then we have to set that one review length. So we are setting up it. Looks pretty good. Now we can simply come here, and we are calling the function. So let's come back here in the activity and reload the browser. That's how it will look. Simply do the inspect element and check whether we have the data or not. Yes, we have the data. All of the data is working fine. So it means our fetch function is working fine. Now we can simply call this total review, and that's what we can check. We have the total review, and just a moment, and it's taking a little bit time. Yes, we have total review is 4. So all the data is working fine. Now we can start working on the JSX. We'll assign the class. We'll say template column 1, and we'll say nft body connect, and inside that we're going to import the header component. We'll import the activity component, and we have to send the properties. Then we have to send the props to total review, and we have to send the, let's say, this particular function. So this is the one we have highest rated product, and that's what we're going to simply send it. So we'll say popular, and then that we'll say template total, and we have to convert that into a number, and that will fix the issue. Here we have to take the footer and the copyright. If I save it, reload the browser, and here it can see I'm getting this error. Okay, my bad, I'm making some sort of mistakes. So I can assign this one, and that will fix the issue. Reload the browser, you can see we have all of this demo data, and now we have to actually feed the actual data. So it looks pretty fine. Let's come back to the activity one, and first thing we have to remove this one. So all activity, and this looks good. Simply close this one, close all of this hard-coded data, and it looks pretty good. What I can do is simply uncomment this. Okay, comment this all, but still I'm getting the error, so I leave it for a time being like it. Okay, because we have already uncomment something inside this div, so that's why we are getting this error message. So not a big deal. Come here, we'll take a dynamic block, and in that we're going to take the properties. So let's receive the props. So we have this property, we have the total review, and we have the popular. So these are the 3 props we are receiving. Now let's come here, let's take a dynamic block. We'll say properties map element I, and make it instant return, and in that we have to simply pass the entire component. So paste here. So this is what we have here. Now we're going to simply call it prop activity, call it, and we can simply come here. We have to We have to change the images. So we have the image, we'll say activity.image. That looks good. Now here we can change the title. We can say activity.title, and we want to slice it down. We don't want to display the entire title, so we'll 25 characters, and we'll say this, and we have to simply replace this one to activity.owner, and we have to display his address and simply slice it down to 25. Looks pretty good. We remove this one, and remove these icons. Now what we can do is, here we are, so simply increase this one because we want to display different numbers, and you can do the same thing here as well. So we'll say 3, and it will increase. Looks pretty good. That's wonderful. Now what we can do is simply close all of this, and we can remove this one. We don't need this one, hardcode data. Remove this one, save it. You can see everything was working fine. We have all of the images. Looks absolutely incredible. Okay, hope things are making sense to all of you guys. Now come here, provide this L, and this is the activities. Now we can start working on this filter section. So what we'll do here, we can remove this one, and here we're going to display the stats. We already have the data. We'll say analytic. We can display the total property. So we'll say total property. We'll say the property dot length. We have the length, and then we have to display the total number of users who have created their property, and that's what we have here. We'll say create, not this, remove this one, and then we have to display the review. We'll say total review, and this one is going to be creator's length. So come up here. What we'll do is, we don't have the creator. Let's import that. So we have to import the link. We'll come here, let's do the internal import, and we have to import the utility function we have created. So we'll say get top creator, and it's coming from the utils folder, and we can come up here. Inside this, we're going to simply take that. So we'll say const creators, and that's coming from here, and in that we have to simply pass the entire property, and that will give the length of the creator, and that looks pretty good. Okay, wonderful. Now what we can do is, looks pretty good to me, and we can come here. Here we're going to display all the categories. So we'll say category, and here we have to display the name, housing. We'll display the rental. This will be the office. This is going to be, let's say, commercial, and this will be farmhouse, and we have to add one more, is going to be a country one. So country looks pretty good. You can simply redirect to the category page, but I'll just leave it on you guys because I've already shown you in the very first video when we redirect to the category page. So I will simply come up here and say popular property, and I already have the data. Simply remove all of this, and we'll take a anchor. Let's take a link, and that we have to some tab pass the data. So we'll say, let's say path name, and here we have to say details, and we have to send the query as well. So we'll say query, and here we have to pass the query. So we'll say property, and in that we have to pass the ID, the property ID. So we'll say popular. Looks pretty good to me, and in that we can say popular, and here we have all of the data. You can see if I reload the browser, okay, some of the data is displaying, some of not. So just a moment. If I click on this total property, why something's wrong in that? So okay, the spelling wrong. So property length, and save this. So maybe, okay, you can see we have fixed the issue. If I click on the popular property, it's saying undefined. Why? That's weird. And the popular is undefined. So what I can do is, we can do come here in the activity page, and here we have to simply look at the data what we have inside this property. Here we have the properties, all of the things we have here, and here I'm getting this error message. Okay, that's good. We are getting something at least. So remove this one and reload the browser. Still I have nothing in here. Still we are getting undefined, and no, not this one. So maybe some problem I have in this spelling. So what I can do is, so remove this one, come back to the context, and here we have this function. So we'll copy this one, get highest rated product, and that's what we have to simply import first. Yeah, spelling mistake I had. Simply so copy and pass here, and this will fix the issue. And now we can simply convert that into a number, and that's wonderful. That's wonderful. And here we have all of this data, and now the data is here, and here we can see if you click on that, you can redirect to the detail page and you can able to fetch all the information. You can see looks pretty awesome to me. Close this one, close this one. So all the things are looking fine. And now what I want is I want to remove this Next.js link tag, because our animation and our JavaScript is dependent on page load. So we have to allow this anchor, and we want to remove this. So let's rewrite this one. So I will simply remove this tab. We'll take a template tutorial, and we have to simply build the query, the URL. So we'll take details, and we have to build the query. The query is the property, and here we have to pass the ID. And that looks pretty good, so popular, and that's wonderful. Now if you come here, you can see we have all of this. Click on this, you can see the browser is reloading, and here we have the data, and now the JavaScript is working fine. Pretty good. All of things are looking absolutely amazing to me. Now we can come up here, and we can redirect to the all properties, honor properties, and here we have the honor property. Now you can come back to the home page, come back in the activity page, and you can see the data is loading, and here we have the data. So things are looking pretty good. You can attach a link to the each one of this category, and this category will redirect to the collection page, but I don't want to do it. That's because that's the same old repetitive work. If I click on this, you can see here we are in the category, and that's the link you can attach and redirect here. And now we're going to work on the collection page. Here you can see we have the URL, this housing, and now we can start working on it. If I click on this housing, you can see we have this housing. So things are looking pretty good. Now we can come back here, close this one, close this pages, and now we can start working on the collection page. And that's the only thing I want to cover in this video. Hope you guys have understood that how we have work on the activity page, and now in the next video we're going to work on the collection page. So let's move for that. All of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we had work on the activity page. If you haven't watched that, I'll link in the I button or in the description so you guys can follow that. In this video we're going to work on the collection page. So this one is going to be quite fun, because we're going to build this beautiful script which can filter out the data and give us the data which we want. Here we are in the category page. Let's import a couple of things from React. So we'll say use state, use effect. We'll come down here, and we're going to import couple of things. We need the router, because we have to get the query from the URL, and that's coming for the next router. We'll do the internal import, and here we have to simply import the components, title, and this coming from the collection. So we'll say we have to import the collection component as well. So we'll say collection, and that's coming from the dot page component slash we have the collection page. Then we have to import the global components, header, footers, and the copyrights, and this is coming from the page components. Let's import the footer and the copyright. So we have all of these components import. Now let's come here. We have to import our state. So we'll say use state context. That's coming from the context. And now let's come up here. We have to take a couple of variables. So first thing, we have to take the router, the query, use router, and then we have to simply deconstruct the query, and that's coming from the router. So looks pretty good. We have the query. Now we can simply take the variable called use state context, use state, and loading. That's the loading we have. And now we have to take another one, and this will keep the track of the property. So we'll have all of the property is going to be an array. We'll come here, and now we have to import all the functions from the context. So address, contract, get properties, data, and that's coming from the use context. Looks pretty good. We have all of this function. Now we can come up here, come back into the index page, and we have to get the same function. So this is the same function. I'm simply copy, and that's what I'm going to paste here. Looks pretty good. Here we have to make the changes, copy that one, copy this, it's a capital P, and now replace this one. Looks pretty good to me. We have no issues, we have the entire properties looking fine. Now what we can do is let's filter out the data, because sometimes the user will click on the office category or page category, a housing category, commercial category, country category, farmhouse category. So we have to filter the data based on those particular category which user are selecting, and that's what we're going to do right now. So we're going to divide that, because we have all the properties in this particular property array, and we can simply filter out that data. So we'll say const category, and it's going to be an array. And now we have to run a simple check. So say if means we have the data, then we have to simply run a loop, and we'll say element, if element dot category equal to the query name, and this query name we'll get from the URL. Then we have to simply push that to the category, and in that way you will have the exact data. So if I reload the browser, you can see this is the query we have, and that's what we try to give you here and pass it. So what I will do, if I simply bring it down, and if I console log out this category array, you will find all the category related to the housing one. So we'll have close to, let's see, just wait and click on this, and here we have this. So we have this 3 property which related to housing category, and that's how we're going to render the data. So that's our reusable component we have built. Now let's remove this one. Let's take the class. So we'll take this class name template column 1, and we have to take this NFT body connect, and in that we have to import all of the components. So we'll take this header, we'll take the title, and in that we have to simply pass the title. So we'll say query dot name, and we can come here. Here we're going to take the collection component, and in that we have to pass the category array, and then we'll display the loading state, and after that we have to display the footer and the component, sorry, copyright. So we have all of these components looking absolutely fine. Simply reload the browser, every single thing is working fine with the demo data. Now we have to feed the actual data and render that one. So let's come here, copy this one, come back to the title, receive the props, and that's the simple thing we have to pass here. Simply replace all of this, paste here, and this looks so good. Now what we can do is remove this one as well. Looks good. Come back here, and now you can see if you click on this office, right now we don't have anything, and the data is working fine. So looks fine. Now we have to work on the collection, receive the props, come here and receive the props. Let's take the is loading as well, and we have all of these things. Now simply do one thing, remove this slide animation option. So here we have removed that one, and simply close all of this, because these are the hardcore data and we need to render the data dynamically. So I'll select all of this and remove this one, and here we have to import the link, and here we have to import the loader, and that looks fine. Now we have this array. Now what we can do is simply copy that array, sorry, category, and simply close this one, open this one, and paste here. We'll say is loading is there, then we have to display the loader, otherwise we have to display the actual component. Simply grab that one and paste here. I hope these things are making sense to all of you guys. And now what we can do is simply close this one. We have all of this hardcore data inside this. Now close this one. This is what we have. Now we're going to simply take a dynamic block here, and we'll say category. We're going to simply loop over it. So we'll say element I and return instantly. Simply cut this one and paste. Okay, bring this down, cut this one and paste inside this. And now we have to simply feed the actual data. So remove this. So we have to simply redirect to the detail page. So we'll say details, and we have to pass the query, property, and the ID. The same logic we are following here over and over again. Okay, so we have the product ID, looks pretty good. Now we have to display the actual image of the property. So remove this one. We'll say element dot image. We have the image. Now we have all of this, but we're going to leave it. If you want to take more image from the user, you can do that, but I'm going to leave it like it. And here we have this paginations. So here what I will do, I will simply change the image for the person who have created the property. So I'll display this client images, loop it, and you can see it's looking absolutely fine. Now what we can do is we can come up here and we can display the title of the property, and here we can display the actually the price of the property, and it's a Polygon. Save it. Looks pretty good. You can see it's looking absolutely amazing. So right now it's displaying one because we are into the office category and we have only one property with office, and I don't want to display this pagination, so you can keep it or you can display. Reload the browser. You can see here it's facing the data, and here we have the property. Looks pretty good. So things are looking absolutely amazing. Come back into the home page, and if I click on this housing, you will be a housing category, and here we'll have all the properties related to the housing category. So that looks pretty good. But right now we are getting this undefined. Okay, this is a small d, and now we'll not have this undefined. So we have looks good. Click on this, and here we have one, and we can simply able to filter out the data. So our filter is also working fine. You can see we have all of this data. It looks amazing to me. Now close this one, close this one, close all of this open folders. And now what we can do, let's test this out from the beginning. So let's come here on the home page, and things are looking good. Here we have the images. You can see all of these things. This is the tab. This is the users. This is the category. Click on that. Here we are in the category. And now if you want to find the details, come back, click on this. Here you are on the detail page. You will find all the details about this property, name, all of the things, and looks pretty good. Now what we can do is come back, interested, let's add a comment. So we'll say thanks, click on add review, and this is going to make a transaction. Here we have the MetaMask. We have to simply confirm the transaction, and the transaction is going to be complete very soon. So just a moment, and it's loading, and finally the transaction went through, and we have to reload the browser. Looks pretty good. And here we are. These are the comments. Now click on this comment. So we have bug in this particular comment functions, which we'll fix in the next video. You can see here we are. This is the comment we have. Now click one more time. It's going to reload the browser. So this is the bug we have, which we will fix later in the upcoming video. Okay, so this looks good and looks pretty fine. And come back here in the pages. So things looks good to me. Here we have that one. So I don't want to reload the browser. So what we can do is come up here, go back to the like, and remove this window.location because I don't want to reload the browser. And now we can able to like the comment. Just wait. Here we are. Click on this. Now click on the like. It will open up the MetaMask. Just wait. Click one more time, and here we have the MetaMask, and now we can simply make the transaction. Click on confirm, and the like is working, but if you like comment 1, it will go to comment B. So that's the problem we have, and that's the one thing we have to fix here. So just wait, and the transaction went through. If you reload the browser, and you can see this like goes to comment 3. Okay, you can see this like go to comment 3, not comment 2. So we can simply buy the property, and we have problem in the buying function as well. So that's also we're going to fix in the upcoming video. So you can see here we are. Now I want to switch the account to account 3, and here we are. Now what I will do is I will simply click on this. Let's try to buy the property, and let's click on the buy, and here you can see I'm getting this error message. So the transaction failed. The transaction failed because we have problem, and that's the bug we have to fix in the contract. Looks pretty good to me. Not an issue we have here. Now things are pretty good. This is the entire one. I hope this entire thing making sense to all of you guys. Come back to the author one, and here you will find the properties which you have created and the all properties. So you can see right now I'm account number 3, I guess. If here you will have all the properties, and reload the browser, and I will switch my account. Actually I'm in account number 3, that's why I'm not able to create. So let's come back to account number 1, and here you will find all the property which I have listed with this account. Here you will find all the details about this activities happening in this marketplace. So looks pretty good. So with that, we have completed with the entire project. Hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys, and you guys have enjoyed this complete project. Now we're going to have the last video, and that we're going to fix the bugs, and that's going to be the short video, and that I will show you how you can fix the bugs. And again, I'm telling you that if you are stuck anywhere, make sure to download the complete source code and compare the code with that. So we're going to have the final video, And after that, we are done with this project. So see you in the next video. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have successfully completed the entire project, but as I told you that we have a couple of bugs in the project which we going to fix in this video. So once you will download the source code, this is the exact folder you will get. So what I did, that I simply downloaded the file and we have all of this. So I'm going to provide you the updated code in the final code so you can get it from there. So this is the final code, and this is the final testing, this is the starter file, this is the template, so everything's working fine. And now let me start the final code, and that I have fixed all the bugs. So let's do one thing, let's get into the final code, and then we have to go into the client, and then we have to simply start the application. So we'll type npm run dev, and let open this in localhost 3000, come back to the browser, click on this. And now what I will do is I'm going to give you a quick overview about all the feature and the functionality we have in the application, and all the bugs is fixed. So let me give you a quick overview. After that, I'll show you that what are the fix you have to do. I'll show you the code. So let's come here, let's log out because I'm already logged in. Click on lock and reload the browser. You can see I'm logged out of the application and everything is working fine. We have no issues, and here we are fetching the properties. You can click and you can come to the property details page, and you can see here we have the data. It's loading. Just a moment, and here we have the data. All the informations are displaying, and these are the other properties. So what I can do is come back here in the explore section and let's create NFT, create the property. So click on this create, and as I told you that I'm going to provide you two options to list down the image. One, you can upload the image to the IPFS through Pinata, and the other option we'll provide is pasting the URL. So you can provide any one of these options to your clients, so both will work fine. So what I will do here, first I'm going to upload the image to Pinata, and I'm already fixed in the final code. So once you will get the source code, this is the exact thing you have to do, which I'm doing in this video. So what I will do, click on this, let me select the image which I want to upload. So this is the property which I want to upload. So click on this and select open, and here you will have this button which allow the user to upload the image to the Pinata. So click on upload image, and here it's uploading. Just wait, and finally the image is uploaded, and we got the URL of the image is automatically set in the background. And now all we have to do is to provide the title of the property. I'll say Sweb by property, and we have to select the category, and we don't need to provide the image URL here because this time we are taking the image data internally. So you can easily remove this particular input field, but I'm going to leave it like it. So it's totally up to you guys whether you want to upload it to the IPFS or you guys want to provide the URL. And here I have to select the category, so I'll go with housing, and I'm going to take the description. So I'll come back here in the blockchain coder. I'll simply copy this dummy text, and by the way all the source code will be provided here and the upcoming project course, so you can come and have a look. Copy, come here and paste here. I have to give the price, so simply give the less price for, I'm going to give this dummy text, and let's click on the preview. Here we have everything's working fine. Our image is also displaying. Come this, click on create, and you can see that creating properties got failed because we are not connected with our wallet, and that's the failed. You can click and you can connect the wallet first, then you can create the property. So let me pass my credential, unlock, and everything's looking fine. We have all the data, you don't need to do anything. All you have to do is to create on the create, and here we have all loaded, and it will open our MetaMask. So click on this confirm, and it's running one more transaction. So simply reject this second transaction and just wait, the transaction is happening. So click on the MetaMask, you can see the transaction complete and the page is redirected, reload, sorry. So what I will do is come back home, and here we are, you can see, click on the housing, and you will be redirect to the housing category, and from here you can easily able to find. So this is the property we have created, Schwab by property. We have the images and pricing, and here you will find all the information about this property you have created just now. Looks pretty good. So just wait, the data is loading, and here we have all the data about the property, and these are the relevant properties. So you can add comments. So let me simply paste the same text and click on add review. You can create the review, so click on confirm, and here you have created the review. So just wait, and it's loading, and here we have created the review. So looks pretty fine, and just a moment, and here we have created the review. Click on this, this is the review we have. This is the interested user. So come here,
and click on this. From here you can easily able to update the pricing of the NFT. So let's, sorry, property, I'm saying NFT property. So this time I'm going to set to click on update price and just wait, click on confirm. A little bit time, and here we have updated the price. Now we are fetching the price. Just wait, the price will reflect here, and here we have the price. So things are looking pretty good. We have updated the price, and now you can see, if I come here, if I go to the account number 2, so if I can see here, I'm in account number 2, and now I can buy this particular property because this property was created by account 1, and if I want to buy the property, so I have to go to the account number 2, and that's, I can easily buy it. So you can see I have this option, buy property. But if I go back to account number 1, it will say you cannot buy your own property. So let me switch that and let me show you that we can buy this particular property. Come back to the account 2 and click on this buy property. Here we have the MetaMask, and we can click on confirm. The transaction is happening, just a moment. And once the transaction complete, once you buy the property, it will reload the browser, and here you are the owner of the property, and it says you cannot buy your own property. Now if you come back to the author, here you will find the property. So you can see it's fetching the data, and this is the owner. So this is the property, you just bought it, and here you will find all the property listed to the marketplace. So here we have, and now let me show you the like functionality. You can see this is the comment. I'll click on this and then click on this. It will open up the MetaMask, and here I have to simply confirm it. So this will like the comment. So here the transaction is happening. If you want to speed up the transaction, you can pay extra Medicoin, but I'm not in a hurry, so I'll just keep it like it. So just a moment, and the transaction will go a little faster. And here the transaction completed, and the page will reload, and just wait. Once you will have the data, you can able to see that we have one like. So everything is working fine, everything is working fine. And here we have the data and all this demo data. We have all the properties we have here. We have all the top sellers, and these are the top collections. You can click on that and you can simply redirect to the collection page, and you can see all the properties are listed under housing collections. You can click on this, you will redirect to here, and you will find all the property details. Every single thing is working absolutely fine. We have no issues in this particular project, and we have to comment on this particular property, and that's all you can find. Hope things are making sense to all of you guys. Now come back to the create. So create, and this is the create page, as I have already showed you. Now what I will do is come here, go back to the about page. About page is also working fine. Click on author, and author page is also working fine. I have already showed you this as well, so let me have a look. And you can see we have this one. You can click on this update, and you will come to the update. So if you want to update the property, you can simply update the image and all the things, address and details are off. Looks pretty fine. I'll bring this down. So I hope the entire thing making sense to all of you guys. So I gave you the quick overview, and you can see that every single thing is working fine. Now let me show you the code, that what are the changes you have to do. So if I open the, come here, these are the final testing which we were working like so far, and we have the bugs in this particular one. So if you come back to the context here in this context file, so we have bug in the contract in the like functions, and we have bug in the buy property. So this is the function we have. This is the called get property review. Let me find that where it is. This one is create one, close this one, close this one, and we have this update price function, and this is the buy property function. So we have a bug in this. Actually we have bug in the contract. So that's the one we have fixed in the final code. So what I will do is simply come back to the, so first come back to the Web3, then go to the contract, and let's open that one. So this is the updated contract, and in this updated contract I have added extra features. So here you can see that this is the name I have given. This is the entire struct of our property. So in this you will notice one thing, that we have added couple of things. We have added address, reviewer, and string. So these are the things we have included here. So this is the entire struct we have for the property. And if I bring it down here, I have added this one, contract owner. So just imagine that you want to take the smart contract and you want to launch your own real estate startup where you can allow user to list their property. So initially you will allow them to upload couple of free for a certain period, but you also want to make money. So here I have included this particular functionality that whenever someone will list any property in the marketplace, you can charge money for them. You can charge money for that. So that's why we have this hard coded address, and this is my wallet address, because whenever someone will any transactions, I want to store that fund into the contract so I can withdraw and transfer that fund into this particular wallet address. Okay, and this is the listing price I'm charging. This is the property mapping, the same old, and this is the property index, and we have all of these events. Hope things are making sense to all of you guys. I want you to analyze this entire smart contract, the new one and the old one, and that will give you a broad understanding. And here we have the struct review, and here we have added this extra field, review index, because every single review will have a unique ID. On the base of that, we have to add like, okay, like functionality. So that's the review, and this is the product we have. If I scroll down, this is the entire mappings we have. This is the review counter, and this is the events we have, and this is the modifier I have taken, because there should be certain function in the contract which can only allow to call by the owner, like listing price, address updating. Okay, so we have this check, and then we are passing this method. This is the modifier we have, and this is the listing property. So that's all the data we are taking from the user, and we are returning this data, because once the user creates something, create the property, we have to return something. So we are returning these data, and here you will find we are creating the index, the same logic we are following, and here we are returning this ID, property title, description, image, and the category. So hope things are making sense. That's a simple smart contract. And this is the update property, and that we are taking all of this data from the user and allow them to update. So once they successfully update the data, we have to return these variables. So we are updating the property based on the ID we are finding, then updating, and then we are returning the closest one. This is the update price. So once we are taking this data, then we are returning a string. We are finding the property, then we are checking the ownership, then we are simply updating the price, and at the end we are returning the single message that your price of the property is updated. So that's update price. Here we have the buy property function, and here I have done the changes in the contract. So what I did, I'm taking this two variable from the user, like property ID and the address who's willing to buy, and then we are taking the value, the amount which they have to provide if they want to buy the property. And here we are checking for the price, that the amount is user is providing, and that amount is there in for the property has to be equal, not greater or not less, has to be equal for buying. If it's not, then we have to throw this error message, and then we are finding the property, and after that we are making the transaction. Then we are transferring the ownerships, and we are initializing the event. So this is the buy property function, very important. And here we have get all property. That's a simple one, the same old function here we have. So we are simply looping over it, and then returning the entire property. Close this one. Here we have get property, and in that I have added some extra field like address and strings, because we have to get these data as well, that how many users have liked the property, how many users have created the property and comment, so all of those things. And that's the two extra field we have added. Then we are finding the property, and then we are returning this data, all of this too. Close this one, come up here, close this one, and here we have get user property. So this is the simple function. On the base of the user address, we are simply making a loop and checking a property address, and then we are returning this one. Close this one. This is the add review we have. Add review, we have all of this data we are taking, then we are checking for the rating, then we are simply finding the property, then we are simply pushing the user who's giving the review and the comment into this particular field. So here in this property struct. So once we're done with that, let me find out, let me come here, not come on, where it is, here we are. So we are simply updating and pushing the data, and then we are simply increasing the counter, because then we are getting this review counter, because we have to get that value and we have to increase. So we are simply pushing, and at the end we are increasing this review counter. So initially it will be 1 2 3 4, that's how it will goes, and that's become the unique identity of a review. Close this one, and here we have the get property review. So to get a single property review, that's a very simple function. And here we have the get user review. So that's a simple loop, and at the end we are returning the review. And this is the like review. So we are taking this 3 data, and then we are making the changes in the data, and then we are simply returning, and this will give us the
most popular product property in our marketplace, and that's what we are returning. And here I have included this two extra function, one for getting the listing price. So this is the function for getting the listing price from the contract. If you are willing to charge extra money for user for listing their property to the marketplace, and that's definitely you're going to do, because that's the one way to make money. Initially you will allow user to create 2 or 3 property for free, and after that you're going to charge. I'll close this one. This is the update price, listing price, so you can simply update, and this can only call by honor. We're taking this and we are simply updating that one. Hope things are making sense. So this is the entire smart contract, updated smart contract for the real estate. Hope things are making sense. We have done a little bit modifications and optimization in terms of security and in terms of making money as well. So these things looks pretty good. And here I have also provided you the old contract which you can easily able to compare. So before you ask any question that why I have done it, make sure to run the code and try to find out the error which you are getting in the old contract and then compare it with the new one. In that way you will have a better understanding. Looks pretty good. Now come up here, close this one. So that's the entire thing we have here, and here is the hard config file. So this is the same old one. Now I will simply close this one, come back here in the client side, and here I have done a lot of changes. So what I will do, come here in the context, and here we have done a lot of modifications. So here I have done a lot of modifications. So make sure when you will get the code, make sure to compare with the final code and with your code to see the optimization I have done. So here you can see this is the new contract and this is the old contract. So what I will do is I'm going to give you the artifacts along with the files and the old contract. So when you will run the application, you will be using the contract which I deployed. So if you want to deploy your own, you have to follow the normal procedure which I have explained n number of time in previous videos. So this is the address of the contract which I'm provided, and we are importing all of these variables, hooks, and looks pretty good. Ether package we have, and here we have these variables. This is the front end part, and this is for create property. In this we have no more problem. So you can see that here I have added this particular variable listing price. So right now you can see that I'm not charging any amount. I'm just allowing user to list their property for free. But if you want to charge money, if you want to make money, if they list the property into the marketplace, then you can charge it that amount. All you have to do is to pass this variable in the value field, and that money will be received in the contract. But I'm not going to do it. I just leave it on you guys. This is the exact logic we have followed in the NFT marketplace. So if you haven't watched that, make sure to watch it. This is the exact logic we have followed. So that looks pretty good. This is the listing price we have, and we can simply pass it and we can make money out of it. Looks pretty good. So this is the create property function. Close this one, and this is the update property. Same thing, we are taking all of the data from the user and we are updating that. And this is the update pricing. So that's a simple one. We are taking the data and updating. And this is the buy property function. So in this we are taking this product ID amount. We are converting that amount. Then we are converting that in the variable, and then we are passing that in the contract. Okay, we are calling this method. Looks pretty good. And close this one. And this is the add review. So here I have done a little bit changes in the naming, so you can compare our code with this. And this is the like function. So we are passing this product ID and review index, and we are passing this in the contract. And here we have the get property, the same old logic we have followed here. So we are getting all the properties, and here we are getting the listing price. So if you want to show this in the analytical part, that how much money they have to pay for listing a property after a certain period, you can display this data. So that's why I have exported here. Looks pretty good. Close this one. Here we have the highest rated product. Close this one, and this is the get product review functions, and then we are getting the product and we are formatting the data and we are simply passing it. This is the get property. We are simply getting the ID, then we are passing it, then we are arranging the data in a proper format, and there we have the get property function, then we are simply arranging that one. Looks pretty good. These are the same old things. I have done changes in the method, the way we call the function. So we have two ways to call the contract in Thirdweb. The one way to use the hook, and the second way to use the like call function on the contract.
So that looks pretty good. Here we have the review function also looking good. This is the total functions also looking pretty awesome. So we have no issues in this, and this is the total review function. Looks good. And this is the event. So if you want to fetch the information in the event, you can go with that. And this is the entire data we are passing. So hope the entire thing making sense to all of you guys. If it sounds any complicated, make sure to pause the video and try to look at the code. Click on this. So we are done with that. Hope things are making sense. And if I come back to the pages, because here I have done the changes. So in the last video, what I told you that you can allow user to upload the image, or you can allow user to pass the URL of the image. So I have used Infura. So I'll come back here in the create, and here I have done the configuration in the Pinata. So you can come up here. These are the exact piece of code is there. So this is the function which allow us to upload the data to the property, upload the property in the contract. And here I have used the Pinata. So this is the exact configuration you have to do. Again, you will get this in the final code, and all you have to do is to get your secret key and IP key. So we are turning the state, then we are getting the data, arranging it, and then we are passing this API key and the secret key. So I'm going to provide you this key because in this particular key you can create 500 property. So that's why I'm giving it to you guys, but I would recommend you to use your own, which I have explained you multiple times, that how you can get your Pinata secret key and how you can add that one. I would encourage you to use your own, don't use my, but I'm going to leave it as it is in the final code. Okay, and here we have the image hash generating. Then we are simply passing that image into our form, and then we are simply console log. And this is the function we have created. Actually, we have optimized a bit for displaying the image. Looks pretty good. Things are pretty good. Hope the entire thing making sense to all of you guys. And if I close this one, and looks pretty good. And this is all the files you will have. Every single thing is looking absolutely fine. Okay, so come back here, get one. So this is the blockchain code. Here you will find all the resource code. Come here and simply come to the source section. You can type this recent project, and this is the project. You can simply get the source code and simply compare it out. Here you can type real estate, and you can simply get in this way as well. So hope this entire thing makes sense to all of you guys. So I believe that everything is making sense to all of you guys. Right now you know that how you can utilize this code, what are the modification you have to do in the code to make a call to the Pinata, to make a call to the contract, what are the optimization you have to do. Okay, so we have done almost every single thing which we are left in this project, and we're going to have one more video, and that we're going to deploy this project on a live server on a custom domain, so we can launch it if you are willing to launch this particular project live and start your own startup. With that, let's move to the next video, and that's going to be the last one. Hey all of you, hope you guys are great. So in the last video we have successfully completed our entire project, and in this video we're going to deploy our project to a remote location, to a live server, so other can access and create property, and they can look at our project. And that's really very important. If you're a developer, whatever project you build, it's always very important that you have to make it live, host on a hosting platform so other can access. This is where we left in the last video, and here we have all the files. I'll simply open, and this is the file, the final code I'm going to deploy, not the testing one, not the startup file, not the template. Obviously the final code is the complete project. This is the client side we have, and here we have to first install all of these packages, and we have this Web3, and we have to install all of these packages. So let's do one thing. Let's get into the final code. Let's get into the client folder, and we have to install the packages, because when you will get the source code, this is the what you will get, and you have to follow the exact step which I'm following here. So get it. This will take a little bit time, like 30 seconds it will take to install the packages, because all the packages we are using, it's very light in nature, so you don't need to worry about that. So it's taking a little bit time, and finally the installation is completed. Now what we have to do is we have to get out of this client folder, and we have to get into the Web3 folder. Type cd web3, and now we have to install all the packages which are there in the Web3. So just wait. Here we have all the packages, Thirdweb, and that's the one we are installing. So we have successfully installed the package. Now we have to get into the client folder, and we have to check. So what I will do, I'm going to bring this down, close this one,
Let's come here. Here we have the artifact. So the one thing I want to tell you that I'm not going to deploy the contract because I already deployed the contract, and I'm going to provide you the same contract addresses in the context file, and I'm going to deploy the application on the same contract. And you know, by the time you're following this complete project, you know how to deploy the contract, what are the changes you have to do to add your own contract. Okay, so here we have the artifact, we have all of these things. This is the entire contract which is already deployed, and I'll simply close this one, come back to the current client, and here you can see this is the old and this is the new and contract we have, and I'm going to run the application on the same contract. So what I will do, I'll come back, simply open up the terminal, and I'm going to start the application. So simply close this one, start the application, cd, go to the cd clients, and we have to simply start npm run dev, and it will start the application on localhost 3000. Click on this. Every single thing is working fine. You can see every single thing is working fine. We are connected, and here we are getting the properties. If you click on this, here you can see we have this Metacoin. Looks pretty good to me. Now we can do is, let me simply log out, and let's do the final test one more time, and still we are getting the property. You can see we still have all of this property. It looks absolutely incredible. And here we are loading that one. We have all of this data. Right now we have this 5 comment in this particular property. This is the interested user, and we all have all of these relevant properties. You can click on this and you can able to have all of these details. Okay, all of this detail. And right now you cannot have this update property price because you are not the owner. That's why that particular option is hidden. Looks pretty good. If I come here, go to this. Okay, you can see the explore page is not there, and that's why you got this. So simply bring it back and come back to the activities, and I've done a little bit changes as per the UI in the activity pages. Right now we're displaying this hardcode images, but you already have the images, so you can easily able to fit that images here. Okay, all of this data is explaining fine. Come back to the author. Things are looking pretty good. Here we are reloading, and right now we are not connected. That's why you can see we are getting this error message. This is absolutely very easy to fix because we are not connected. That's why you're getting this particular error message. So if I come back here, if I go to the author, still we are getting that error message. Just wait. And here we are getting this error message because we are not connected, and our components need the address of the user. So you can easily able to add the check condition in this particular span, but I just want to leave it on you guys. Okay, because if you guys have followed this part, you can easily able to do this. That's a very easy fix. So what I will do is, first thing I have to do is let me connect my wallet, and that way I will not have any issue. So I will simply log into the applications, and here we are connected. I have the balance. Things are looking pretty awesome to me. If you come back to the create, you can simply able to create the NFT, sorry, property. Click on this and let me create a property. So what I will do, come here and select this particular property, open and upload the image, and looks pretty awesome. It's uploaded. Now we have to pass all the details about the property, like title, also the blockchain. Let's provide the office. Let's provide the demo text. So I'll come back here where it is. Click on this old, recent. Here we have, click on this, scroll down, and let me get this dummy text descriptions, and let me get this dummy text as an address. So come here, pass it. Let me pass it as a price, and let's preview it. Everything's working fine. Now click on create. Here we have the loader. It's working absolutely amazing. It will open the MetaMask, and here you have to make the transaction. So click on this confirm and reject this one. It will take a little bit time, so you can see it's the transaction still happening, because after the transaction complete, the page will reload. You can see it's still, we are interaction with the contract, and here the transaction complete and will reload the page. Looks pretty good. If you come back to the home page, and you will find all of this property. So what I have to do is click on this how face, because that's the category we have chosen, and this is the property we have created, the blockchain coder. If you click on that, you will have all of this detail about the property. Here it's reloading and looks pretty good. Just a moment, and here you can see, here we have all of this detail about this particular. Let me copy and paste here so you can add comment to the property as well. So It will open up the MetaMask and you can simply confirm the transaction. Just a moment, and here the transaction is happening, taking place, and it's went. Now you can see every single functionality is working and we have no bug in the contract. You can see this is the comment we have given. From here you can update the price. So let me change the price to something else. I'll say to 5 and click on update price. Here we have the MetaMask and now we can update the price. And it's very important that you have to check every single functionality before you deploy the contract, deploy the application to the live locations. You have to do all of the testings. Here we have the pricing. Just wait. Here we have the pricing. It's taking a little bit time, and here we have the data. Looks pretty good. That's really good. Click on this. The most high demand property is this one, and okay, I'm really glad that this one is looking absolutely phenomenal and taking a little bit time. And you can also add comment. So click on this and you can add the comment. The reason why I'm repeating this process, because before I deploy to the live location, I have to check every single thing that things are working fine. So the transaction will complete very soon, and here the transaction complete and you have liked that particular property. So just wait, the data is loading and here we have the data. Now you can go to the create and you can easily able to create, which we have already done it. Okay, you already know how to create. Here you will find the authors and here you will find the property related to the author. So we have no issues so far. Things are looking pretty good to me, and all the property I have. And if I come to the all the property on property, and if I change the address, change the account, you will see that our data will also get filtered based on the account. So right now the property will change and it will display only once. You can see this particular wallet address has only one property it owns, so the account 2 has only one, and if I come to account 1, it has these property. So it's work absolutely fine. Come back to the creators and here you will find all the creators are working on your marketplace, real estate marketplace, and their address and their wallet address and the worth of property they have listed. So you can find all of this data. So it looks pretty good. If you come back to the contact, and here we are getting this error message, and I know why I'm getting this one. So that's why I tell you that when you deploy, you have to check every single page, every single functionality you have added, and that's a very important part. Generally what I do when I'm working on any project, I take almost 20 days, 20 to 25 days for testing only. Almost 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks I take. Definitely I take 2 to 3 weeks for testing before I deploy. So this is the bug. That's actually not a bug. What I will do, I'll come up here and go to the contact, and here we have to simply pass this one. This is the one I'm missing, so simply copy this one. So copy this one, because we have this page component inside a page component, a contact page component we have inside this page component, and that's the only thing you have to do. Save it, and that will fix the bugs. Reload the browser and we have no issues. You can see our contact form is also working fine. So I already show you that how you can add a contact feature. So you can, if anybody wants to send you a mail, you can simply add that functionality. Again, you can watch that in the playlist or in the I button in the description. I will link a video and that you can follow that. So this looks pretty good. Every single thing is working fine. No issues we have in the project. And now it's time to deploy. You can see this is the office category collection, and we have all the property related to office. Right now we have nothing in the farmhouse, and you can check all of this category. So I'm pretty well satisfied. So the animation we have included in the component in the pages, it's need reload of the page. So wherever you have used the link tag, make sure to remove that and use the anchor tag. That will reload the page and our animation will work. So that's the thing I want to tell you. So now it will work fine. All the animations, every single thing is working fine. And here we have the data of the top seller and these collection, top collection. So now I will come back to the VS Code, and now we have to deploy the project. So we're going to deploy the final code. So this is the one. So what I will do is, we don't need to do anything in the Web3. The only focus we have to give in the client section, and that's the one we have to deploy. So let's bring it up. Let's make it big. Stop the application from running, and now we have to run this particular command. We have to do a couple of configuration. So the very first configuration we have to do in the next.config file,
because we are using some static image in our project, and this is the exact configuration you have to do. Exponential image, unoptimized, and trailing stylized. I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly. So this is the exact configuration you have to do for static image we are using in the project. So that's the configuration in the next config file, and we have to do a changes in the package.json file as well. So come back here, click on package.json file, and this is the changes we have to do here in the build command, because we have to create a build production code. That code we're going to deploy, because the code we have right now, we cannot deploy this one. So what I will do, simply come here, we'll say next export, and this will create the static file for our project. So we'll type npm run build, and it will create the out folder. So this will take a little bit time, so just wait, and let's bring this up. And here it's taking a little bit time, and just a moment, and here it's doing all of this. Don't need to worry about all of these warnings, just ignore that. Make sure to things are not getting failed. And here we have successfully exported 28 out of 28, and this is the notification you are getting, because they are telling you to optimize your JavaScript, and we are using JavaScript in this project, but I'm going to keep it like it because it's a small application. Okay, things looks good, and this is the out folder you will get, and in that out folder we have all of these folders and the HTML file for the pages, and that's what we have to utilize it to make it work.
Here I'm on the blockchain coder, and here I have listed all the tools, all the platform which I use for hosting the application. So you can see I use Hostinger, hosting, domain, and DigitalOcean. So in this video I would prefer you to pick this Hostinger, because they are giving amazing discounts, and recently we have been in touch with them, so they are giving 75% discounts if you want to pick. And generally we use DigitalOcean for the bot, for the automated tools running something on the server. But when it's come to uploading a static sites, Hostinger is one of the best. Hostinger is one of the best, and they have amazing offer, and they have amazing customer support. So I'll go with this Hostinger. So make sure to come. I'll provide the link in the description, so you guys can click, and you can simply come and you can click on the Hostinger. So this is the one we're going to use it. They're having amazing discounts right now. This is the DigitalOceans, and if you want to come to the pages, click on this. So if you come to this blockchain coder, you can access this page by here. Click on resource section, and if you create your account, you can simply find here. So click on this get offer, and you will come back to the Hostinger. So right now you will get 75% discount. So Hostinger is such a powerful platform which allow you to host your application and static site. So right now you can see that I'm from India, so this is the Indian price I'm getting, and right now they're having amazing discounts. So simply click on this, and here you will find all the countries. So no matter for which country you are, you can pick your country and you can have the entire setup. So if you are from USA, you can, this is the exact amount you have to pay, which is very less. So I'll come back to the India. I'll come back here in India, and I'm getting amazing discount. So click on this, and they have 30 days money guarantee. Click on claim, and here they have 3 plans. So this one is the single web hosting, this one is premium, this is the business. So if you come back to the signal hosting, in the single web hosting you will get one website, 5 GB storage, 100 GB broadband. You will not get any domain, you will get unlimited SSL and security and all of these things. But the one I use personally, and the one I'm going to use in this project, is this most popular one, the premium web hosting, because I can store 100 websites. I have this much storage, unlimited broadband. I will get a free domain which I can use for testing. So this is the one which I'm going to pick, and the best part is that you can able to select their data location. So if you're from USA, you can select the data location of USA. If you're from India, Turkey, you can select the exact data location. I'm going to select the India one. You can come here and you can simply compare the pricing plan for the single premium business, and this one is the most affordable one. And the best thing I like about this Hostinger is that their customer support is really very good. So whenever my website or any website of my clients get down, I can connect with them, I can easily able to find them, and they can help me amazingly very fast. So what I will do, I'll simply come up here, and this is the plan which I'm going to buy. So let me click on this, add to cart, and you will come here. You can see what you will get. So they have multiple plans: 1 month, 12 month, 14 month, 24 and 288 months. So this is the plan which I'm going to take right now. I'm getting amazing discounts on that, and this is the exact amount I have to pay. So right now the actual price is 21,000 this, but I'm getting on this particular amount for 4 years. So this one is absolutely amazing discount. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the video for a time and let me buy this hosting. So let me buy that one. So once you complete the project, you will have an exact interface, and here you will find information about the plan you have taken. So I have taken the single web hosting, and this is the same hosting which I'm going to use, which I use for other two projects like NFT marketplace, chat applications, and this one. And I'm going to delete the other two, and I'm going to deploy this particular one. When you will come here, it will ask you to register a domain. You can give whatever name you want as per your choice, and you have to do the configuration like provide email id, phone number, address, and then you have to verify your email id, and that will take half an hour to 45 minutes. Once the domain is get registered, then you can simply follow the exact procedure. But in my case, I have using the same hosting platform, so my domain is already registered and already here. So you can see that if I click on manage, here you will find all the information about your domain. So you will find all of this domain and all of these things. Now what I will do is come here in the hosting, and if I click on this manage hosting, here you will find all the information. So everything is clicked. You can see if I click on this here, the chat application we have built. I hope you guys have built this particular project, and it's absolutely amazing. I want you to build this one. So it's already live on this particular domain, but I'm going to delete this application. If I click on this, here you will find all the chat messages I have done with my little angel Shweb Bhai. Now we'll come back to the hostinger, and I will come to the website, and I'm going to delete this website. Delete website, delete all the information about this particular website. Click on close, and this might take a little bit time if you are doing it. So I have to do it one more time. So let's click delete one, and here it's saying unfinished action, please wait until the process. Now here you can see that our application is successfully deleted, and we are getting this message 403 forbidden. So I'll simply close this one. Now I will come to the website, and here you can see finally I've waited for half an hour, because when you will delete the application it takes time. It will take half an hour to 45 minutes. So I waited for that long, and then I'm started recording. So here you can see that the website is successfully deleted. I'll click on this create start now. Here click on this one, skip, and here you have to select the domain which you want. So I'll go with this domain, click on select, and here you can easily able to provide and change the data location of your domain, but I'll keep it the same. Click on sending, finish setup and it will take a little bit time. It will install the SSL certificate, so just a moment. It's uploading the files, and it will give you the control panel in which we can upload the static file. So you can see we have got this control panel. Click on this manage site, and here we are redirected, and here we have to, so our project is created, our domain is connected, and everything is set. Here you will find all the information about the hostings, that how many space you have used, the request, all of things you can find. Come back, here you will find the information about the domain which is connected. Come back, here you will find the information about the email id. So if you want to create email id based on the domain name, you can simply generate, and you can create the free one. So they are providing a couple of free which you can get it. Come back, and your website is running smoothly, means our domain is connected. Now click on this file manager, and you will come up here in the control panel. So just wait, and here we have to simply click on this, delete this default php, and here we have to upload all the files. So what I will do, I will open up that project, go to the desktop, and this is the project we have. Simply open this one, go back to the final code, and go back to the client, and here we have this. Click open this one, and we have to select all of these files and simply drag and drop here, and we have close to 240 files. It will take a little bit of time, depends on your internet speed, and it's uploading. And here we have all the files, so it's taking, looks pretty good. If you come back to the index, this is the main file which inject all the code. Looks pretty good. Close this one, and now if I click on this, you can see still I'm getting this 403 error. Not a big issue. Reload the browser, close this one, come back here and close this one, and you can see right now it's working fine. So after uploading the files, it took me half an hour again. I waited for half an hour,
So my previous history about my previous application got removed, and after that my application is live on this particular domain. You can see every single thing is working fine. You can reload the browser, and here we have all of these NFTs, sorry, property is coming. All of these are looking absolutely fine. You can simply toggle this one. We have this top collections. You can simply come up here, click on this housing. Here we are redirected into the housing, and things looks pretty good. You can connect wallet. You can have a look. This is the balance you have. You can simply come up here. You can simply log out, connect, pass your credential, and things looks pretty good. So everything is working fine. You can disconnect, connect, everything's working fine. Come back home page, and looks pretty good. And this one is looking fine. So looks pretty good. Our application is absolutely looking good. Come back here, and I'm going to delete this one, because when you will get the source code in that, you will not have the node modules. You have to install the packages, and if you want to deploy, you have to create the out folder the way we did in this video. So that's the only thing. So come back here, come back to the blockchain coder, and here you will find the source code. So come back to the blockchain coder, click on this get one, and here you will find all the source code of our project. So click on this get now, and you will download the source code. So that's the only thing I'm going to talk about, and with this we are done with this complete project. That's a huge project. It took me almost 20 days to complete this one, and I believe that you guys have enjoyed and you guys have learned building this amazing project. So if you do so, do like and subscribe, and tell your friend that this is the project, this is the channel which teach web3 development. That would be great support for me. So I want you guys to say that I have enjoyed this project and I learn. That's the only thing I want from all of you guys. With that, I'm ending this video, and if you still have any confusion, any doubt, you can simply let me know in the comment section, so we can address the problem which you are facing, and we'll try to make a video on that. With that, I'm ending this video. Have a wonderful day. Bye bye.